soldiers, sailors, airmen, and women enlist in the armed forces for many reasons, including a sense of duty, patriotism, the adventure, travel, and adrenaline. When service members are injured or wounded and can no longer perform their military duties, they quickly find themselves removed from their team, no longer serving the purpose for which they trained.
I came back from Afghanistan in 2013, and it was kind of a trial and error of finding out, after the military, what's next in life.
Motorsports offers an opportunity to regain that sense of identity within a safe, fast-paced team environment, providing a renewed sense of purpose. Like in the military, in motorsports, the goal is in accomplishing the mission, winning as a team, collectively celebrating the successes and supporting teammates through the losses. Operation Motorsport also offers virtual engagements and recovery opportunities through an iRacing league, engaging beneficiaries in a safe, competitive environment from the comfort and safety of their home. Operation Motorsport believes in the power of team, identity, and purpose.
In racing, there are places that are considered hallowed halls. Indianapolis, Monza, Daytona, and of course, Le Mans. The history and prestige of not just racing, but winning here draws drivers from literally around the world. While it may be virtual today, this is certainly the top of everyone's list for a must-win. Let's see who gets to make that claim as we get ready to watch the Team Racing Series presented by Porsche Exchange. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth today is DJ Clark. Cameron Aubernon is on social media, along with Ryan Bauer producing, who is using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Today's race is brought to you by the Porsche Exchange. The Porsche Exchange has been family-owned and operated for over 40 years. Located in the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Along the way, they've won the Porsche Premier Dealership Award for years in a row and has been chosen to be one of the few Porsche exclusive manufacturer dealerships in the entire country. Find out more at forporsche.com or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. Today's event also benefits Operation Motorsport, a veteran-led and operated 501c3 not-for-profit based in Brighton, Ontario and Raleigh, North Carolina, serving Canadian and American service members and veterans. It was founded on the basis of three simple words: excite, engage, and empower. The premise is to engage ill and injured service members and veterans affected by military service through motorsports activities to aid in their recovery and rehabilitation. For more information, please visit their website at operationmotorsport.org. Now, here we are, of course, at Le Mans today, and they are just starting up on qualifying. We're getting close to the first of the drivers reaching the start of their flying laps here, DJ. So I am excited to see what this track has in store because it is a legendary one.
It most certainly is, Joe, and it gains that legend, that reputation by being one of the most well-known and fearsome tracks that exist in the world. Everywhere from the Porsche curves down through Tetra Rouge, so many areas to get right and to get wrong on this circuit. And because we're racing out here, as we have done over the course of the Team's Championship, with those multiple different makes of cars out there, between the 718 Cayman, the 911 GT3R, or the Cup car out on track, it's going to make things very, very interesting, but it all is going to feel right at home at a multi-class race here at Le Mans.
So you can see we're just heading up into our nage here, and we got a couple that are close to starting their lap. It looks like Garrett Taylor in one of the GT4s. We got three different classes that are going to be racing here today. We have the GT3 class, and that is the proper GT3 class. We have the GT4 class, and then there is Open, which is the club level cars, the Cup cars that race in the Porsche Cup Series in the real world. It looks like Rodney Campbell is about to head us off. So DJ, why don't you talk us through this?
All right, well, as we ride on board with Rodney here, you start on the main straightaway, as you would imagine, then bring the car all the way over to the left, and then tightly bring it up here as you go up through the Dunlop chicane right before the bridge here. Very crucial to try to carry some good momentum through here. You don't want to be too aggressive with those sausage curves on the inside, but you can take a little bit of it. Now we come down over the bridge into the sweepers. This is a tricky area. You're really feathering the throttle and the brake, trying to once again carry as much momentum, and then here through the right-hander, this is where you've got to absolutely nail that speed, nail that momentum. Just a little bit of a brush of the brakes going down into Touch Rouge, and now you are on to the fearsome and famous Mulsanne straightaway. This is the first time that the drivers really get a chance to relax here for a minute. They get to just sort of get everything back up underneath them. You can breathe a little bit. Back in the day, this is the area of the track where you'd actually put on the seatbelts when they would do the famed Le Mans start around here, but slowly but surely you're going to drift that car over to the left before you get onto the binders into the first of the Mulsanne chicanes. There to the right, then to the left, and then flicking it back around again. Very easy to pick up the off tracks around there, Joe, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be a talking point we have over the course of the race too.
Indeed, especially because a lot of the off tracks around here are more slowdown penalties. They don't give you the 1x that they do at most tracks. And while there is incident penalties that they have to be worried about, they also don't want to lose time having to give that time back here.
No, they do not. As we continue to ride on board with Rodney, they're down into the second Mulsanne chicane. Pretty much the same layout as the first one, just flip-flopped there as it goes. So then you bring your way back out onto the track here and get yourself ready for the Mulsanne hairpin. Rodney choosing to drive in the middle of the track here a little bit. Good call there from him. You can see plenty of different lines here on the straightaway. That's not too uncommon. But now as you bring your way suddenly down into that corner, you bring it down in hard onto the binders. A tricky braking zone as you're having to unload the steering wheel as well as getting onto the brakes. But Rodney there absolutely getting it right for Celtic Racing. Now you've got another chance to relax, another chance to breathe. And as we watch this point on the track, this is also an area where you're going to see some passing happen. The Mulsanne hairpin really bunches up everybody, brings them down into the corner. But now we get ready for the fearsome combination that is Indianapolis and Arnage. You fling the car through this right-hander here, try to keep it all the way to the right as much as possible, get onto the brakes. Again, a curved braking zone there, very, very tricky to get. A little bit of a bobble there on the exit of Indianapolis, and then you go into the absolutely flat Arnage. This is one of the most difficult corners I can remember, Joe, as you try to get onto that, and it always seems like you can carry a little bit more speed than you actually can through that corner.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that looks like just a straightforward 90-degree turn, but for some reason, it always seems to catch me out as well. So do the Porsche curves here.
Yes, they do, and now we get into these Porsche curves. You're slowly going to try to bring the car into the corner, try to carry as much speed as possible, but you've really got to be careful of that second one. Let the car run out wide there, just a paper width between you and the wall, as then you bring it back down through here, through the right-hander, and now you're pretty much home free. You can just get onto the loud pedal here, bring it on out wide. Watch a little bit of those runoff strips there to the end, coming through the Corvette curves right now. Those are not lifts at all, and now you've got to get heavy onto the binders here, actually almost venturing over onto the pit lane for the first of the four chicanes, and then again back down here, low speed, one-way street through here, and then get it back onto the main straightaway and get it all started again in just about 4 minutes time. That's about a lap around Le Mans.
It takes a while to try and circulate at this place, and so much of it is those flat-out sections. As you could see, only 2 drivers have set a time, and they're going to start trickling across and really getting some official ones on the board as we check out with Chris Pies. Now, you may have noticed that we've got different colors there, both on the left and there, denoting their position at the bottom of the screen. The green class is the GT3. That's your fastest ones. Then you've got the blue, that is the GT4s. That's the slowest ones. And then in the middle is the open class. There's no championship for that open class, hence the name. That's those white boxes are basically out here just for the fun and for the pride of being able to take that victory. So, and speaking of the championship, double points for today, naturally, with this being one of the most important races of the season. And of our top GT3 class, only three of the drivers have set a time. Wookiee Racing's Chris Braun, E2JR Motorsports Ian Simon, and Operation Motorsports Tyler Gilmette have all put one down, and that is the order that they are in currently. I have a feeling we're going to see a few drivers need all 30 minutes to try and set not just a clean lap, but a competitive lap around here, DJ.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, Joe, is in the course of the race, we're not going to have any incident point penalties, so drivers aren't going to have to worry about that, but obviously those incident points do come back to bite you here during qualifying. If you pick up even just one of them, it will mean that your entire lap is discounted, and that 4 whole minutes that you spend working your way around this circuit will go by the wayside. So do anticipate here, even though we've got some of the best Porsche drivers in the world competing here today, may take them a little bit of time to get a lap or two down.
Dave Craig looks very serious about this one. He has got a look of intense concentration. He's going to need it here through the Ford chicanes to finish this up. This will be his first time lap. Let's see if he kept it on the circuit here. And yes, that one did count for him. So he pops into third inside of the second row right now for Marble Motors in that number 9 machine. Also worth mentioning that this is the last race of the season in the Team Racing Championship for the PCA. So this is for all the marbles here today, and things certainly could swap around before all is said and done. And on top of having the colored boxes that you can see up on our screen, if you just look at the cars out on the track, you can see their number boxes also have the same color coordination along with the sides of the rear wing, the end plates there. So nice, easy identification in case you're ever wondering what exactly or who exactly you're looking at in this race. Now checking in with Trey Drawhorn here, who is with the GT4 class. Interesting differences between the three classes that we've got as well. Especially one thing that I noticed, DJ, is that it seems that the Cup cars and the GT3 cars have the same top speed.
Yeah, they do, and that's going to make things a little bit more difficult. The Cup cars, where they are going to be a little bit slower down on pace, is going to be through the twisty bits. They're not going to carry as much downforce as the GT3 cars. So specifically going through areas like the Porsche curves, really the first microsector of this lap coming up through the Dunlop chicane and down through the S's, you're going to see those GT3 cars be able to generate a little bit more speed. The other thing to keep in mind here about even from the GT3 to the Cup car to the GT4 car is that the braking distances are relatively the same in these cars. So it's not like if you're driving a GT3 that you can really lean on the brakes more and be able to dive into the quarters later. You frankly have to get that pass done before you get into the braking zone, and that's going to create a little bit of a challenge as well.
So we might see them have some difficulties trying to lap one another around here, but hopefully everybody is pretty well versed having a couple of races in now with these three classes all out on track. We now have looks like about 19 of the 26 with times on the board, so most have at least gotten a clean one in, if not a competitive lap yet, down through bridge as we watch Trey Drawhorn take the Missile Motors Team 1 car through the last section of the track. And from what I can see, he's slightly up on his time, but considering the length of the lap here, it's going to be very close.
Yeah, going to be very close indeed. Let's watch him here through the Ford chicanes. Now, there can be a little bit of a tendency to try to gain some time going back through these final couple of corners. Looks like a little bit squirrely there coming through the first chicane. Able to get everything there together on the last one and going to come across the line right now.
4:18.8, just a little less than 2/10 faster And unfortunately, that's not going to get him pole over the Three Stooges racing car. Now, you heard me mention a little bit earlier that today's event benefits Operation Motorsport. And you also may have noticed up on the right-hand side of your screen a monetary number underneath their logo. Well, obviously, we are encouraging donations here today, and we've got the URL on screen that you can help chip in. And so far, we have raised $8,351. Let's see if we can do more than that. A huge, huge thank you to everybody who has helped raise money for what is a fantastic cause. And as someone who has had multiple family members in the military, this one means a lot to me.
Yeah, right here as well, Joe. It is one of the best charity organizations out there, in my opinion, and being able to work and being able to talk to some of the folks out on track, I will tell you, they walk the walk, they talk the talk. They really and truly bring the best here for our veterans, and it is fantastic to see.
Oh, what a fantastic opportunity for so many of them. And coming down up to finish the lap once again, we check out the typical full send geodesic drivers with Michael Polasek currently in the car. And that's two teams combined into one, typical full send and geodesic drivers. This is not a slam on geodesic drivers. They've just combined the two of them. And unfortunately, his second lap is not going to count, but he is the quickest by a massive 3 seconds over Billy Smith in Imperial Motorsports number 77 car. So he's still sitting pretty, even with half of this thing left to go.
Yeah, very, very good there. And, you know, it does look like, Joe, one of the things that I've been keeping my eye on is the track temperature around here. It's been eking its way up over the course of qualifying. Started at about 98, 99 degrees Fahrenheit. It's currently at 102 degrees Fahrenheit out on the track. And with it getting up into the triple digits there, that means there's going to be a little bit more greasiness, a little bit more slipperiness out on the track. And that's not what these drivers want to be dealing with.
Certainly not. But this race, it is a 6-hour race, obviously. However, in the sim, they have increased the time. So this is 4 times normal speed for the time of day, which means they'll go through the full 24-hour cycle as is appropriate here at Le Mans. And that will change the weather throughout, no doubt. And let's see who is able to manage the car as it has to deal with that, because they can't really change the setup, obviously, but they can adjust tire pressures and things. They need to make it work in various conditions and be quite comfortable on that one. Ed Nelson still needs a lap for Exchange Motorsports. He's been the only one in the car here during qualifying. They can hand it off between drivers if they so desire. I want to give everybody a shot, and they've obviously got the time to try and give each of their drivers a chance to do that. But right now, after 3 lapping attempts here, Ed Nelson still hasn't put one down, and that's going to be really rough starting at the back of this field.
Yeah, he's certainly going to have to really work his way forward, try to see what he's able to do to get himself forward. As we said, with a 6-hour race around here at Le Mans and those changing conditions, he's going to have a shot. It's not going to be a death knell if he starts at the back of the field, but I guarantee you he definitely wants to try to put that car into the best position as possible, and that is not going to be starting from the back of the field.
Certainly not. So as we continue to watch him carry on to the last part of the Mulsanne, we'll keep you updated on that number in the upper right-hand corner of the donations. I almost feel like we should try and come up with some sort of incentive here from the team, DJ. I was trying to think. Unfortunately, I can't say I'll shave my head, because that really, it's not quite an incentive. We'll try and come up with something. We'll rack our brains together and see if we can incentivize the audience some way.
Maybe we can leave them a voicemail of two of their favorite commentators doing their voicemail for them, or something silly like that.
I like that. Yeah, I'm down for that.
I'd be game for it.
Yeah, donates over a certain amount, and we'll do that at request. I like that. Down towards Indianapolis here for Ed Nelson. So far, it's looked pretty clean for him. Let's see if he can keep it on the track through this part where the car likes to get upset. and it is tidy into the first half and keeps it out of the gravel on the second half.
Yep, bringing it down here now into Arnage. Careful not to run too wide there at the exit of the corner. Looks like it's all put together there, and looks like he's going to have a decent lap here at this point. Now he's just got to get it. He's just got to try to keep it together through the Porsche curves. Again, we talked about how tricky this can be, especially with that track temperature continuing to eke its way upwards. Getting a little bit toastier around here, but it looks like he's into the first one nice and easy.
So, can he keep this up? He'll get maybe about 3 more attempts coming around to try and get a lap in if this one doesn't count. So, it's not over. I know we're adding quite a bit of drama to this, but this is going to be important. It's now only himself and the Lightspeed Racers team that needs a lap on the board. 24 other teams have set a time, and I don't think they grid them up according to class. So he's going to have to overtake all the slower classes there in that GT3 car. Here's the line. Did Ed Nelson finally get it done? Yes, he did. A 358.5 is going to put him in 8th. Now, he's still second to lowest in class, but at least he will be with his class.
Exactly, and that's going to be a good amount of solace here. Now, the only other driver that we are waiting for times here for looks to be Thomas Brigg in the Lightspeed Racers machine. But as we jump on board here with Greg Fullwood for Marble Motors, you can see him on the Mulsanne working his way down into the hairpin. And something that I was starting to wonder here a little bit, Joe, is we may see some camaraderie here among teams, maybe trading the draft back and forth, as it is such a massive key to getting speed, especially on the back half of this circuit.
Coming down, you can even see the markings on the road denoting that during normal times, this is just regular roads that cars are driving on, but they cover it off during the 24-hour of Le Mans to allow the most famous race in the world to take place, one of the most famous races in the world. And so far, the drivers here on the track going a little bit above what is the normal speed limit along here, kind of known for some of these longer straights, obviously. And before many of the chicanes were put in, it certainly achieved some of the highest speeds in racing as well, especially for sports cars. And coming down, the number 9 is going to try and get himself a little bit higher up from last, as Marble Motors currently has Greg Fullwood in there. He's taken over for Dave Craig. As I said, they're allowed to put both drivers in, but unfortunately, this is not going to be a faster one, and he's going to get some damage slipping it out into the walls of Bridge Corner.
Yeah, just getting a little bit sideways there. We jump back with now the only driver who has yet to put a time down on the board. This is Thomas Brigg for Lightspeed Racers. He is in the open class in those 992 Cup cars out on track. So he's going to be trying to bring that car down here. Not going to be getting any benefit of the draft necessarily, it looks like. He's going to be cutting the air on into himself, so he's not going to have as much top speed as he potentially could, or indeed he may get during the race, but we will have to see what he does, bringing that car over to the right as there they come back through the chicanes.
All right, out of the second of the chicanes, and I need to try and find out, and if anybody in the Pedant Gallery knows, because I haven't been able to dig this up in recent times. So the first chicane has been renamed. They've called it Daytona in honor of the connections they've been making back and forth across the pond. And then Daytona's obviously renamed their bus stop chicane to Le Mans. Does the second chicane have a name? Because it used to, but it was a sponsored one, and I'm not sure what it is now.
Yeah, I'm not sure as well. I know it, I think it was Gran Turismo Corner at one point and Michelin Corner.
Yeah.
It's gone through a couple iterations here at this point, and I'm not sure what they think, what it is now.
All right, so we've been given a number by the organizers here. If anybody donates $220 or above, DJ or I, or maybe both, I guess, if we can get ourselves together to do that, we'll do a voicemail read. We'll record something, whatever you want within reason, that you can have as your voicemail on your phone. So get those numbers up there on that pledge up in the upper right-hand corner. If you donate more than $220, we'll read your voicemail. DJ Clark and myself, Joe Peak, here from Podium Esports. So we'll see if that's enough. If that one gets claimed a lot, maybe we'll make an even higher one down the line.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to do indeed. It does look like we've been able to get a couple of donations there trickling in, so continue to bring those in. Again, this is all racing for a fantastic cause out here today, and really, really love seeing it as these drivers work their way around.
Just 5 minutes left now, so drivers starting the laps now should be able to get around for two because they have the time to complete their hot laps, but pretty soon it is going to be down to starting the last one for many a driver. Here as we weave our way through the forward chicane, and that is going to be, a series of drivers. That's Briggs, Gregorato, and McNeely. Get my voice under control here for a moment. Looks like Gonzalez for Matrix Purple also coming through in the number 29.
Yeah, and this is a little bit what I talked about, Joe, is all of these drivers trying to see if they're able to get a little bit of that draft going down the Mulsanne. It'll certainly help them out a little bit to be able to just get a little bit more speed as they run. And that good long draft train multi-class right there looking like it's going.
Weaving around the little kinks and bends that lead on the way up past Golf here at this track. Golf, and I think there's also one named No Name along the run to Indianapolis. So bleeding the brakes on and getting it woed up down into that tricky banked corner, named Indianapolis because of the banking, actually, in homage with it being that 90-degree turn. And Martineau still doing pretty good. He needs 0.5 of a second to try and take the pole away from Jacob Schum. If he doesn't get it this time, he's got one last shot to try and take that away. Pole, though, in a 6-hour race, not quite as important here today, DJ.
No, and depending on the strategy that you really want to set down at the beginning of the race, Joe, it's going to depend a little bit on how they actually run themselves forward, because if you've got a driver in second or third that's a little bit eager to get to the front of the field, I would frankly argue that starting in second or third is going to be a better position because you're going to be able to take advantage of the draft once the green flag flies. So they will certainly try to see what it is, but we'll have to see. Plenty of fuel-saving strategy that'll get played out during the course of the race. Plenty of fuel-saving strategy. Plenty of, frankly, just strategy to kind of hold in behind and let the car come to you.
One thing I love about sim racing is that we get to have these views of the drivers. Real world, I mean, yes, you can aim it at the driver, but you just see them in their helmet, and you can read body language a bit, but we can actually see their faces here in the sim, and we get plenty of feeds here in the Team Racing Series. So the drivers will probably be popping in and showing us what's going on throughout, and we'll try and take a look and see who's getting tired after 6 hours. And 2 minutes left to go. The Matrix Opmo car did not improve last time. Looks like they're about a second or so off of that quickest one. So who is on a quick one here in these last 2 minutes, and who's able to start one in time as well? Looks like backmarker Motorsports, which are not backmarkers right now. They're actually mid-packers sitting 8th in the GT4s, getting ready to complete another lap and start their last attempt at it here in the GT4 class in a bright orange car that's hard to be missed.
Yeah, most certainly is. They're almost bordering on day glow with the orange and red. A nice little scheme as it comes across the line there. Mike Sachs behind the wheel of that car. Looks like they're going to be unable to improve, but as you said, one more lap to be able to get going here to try to get that Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 up and forward. Here is Derek Cyphers for Team Care as he works his way through the final of the Porsche curves. Little bit of a slide there, but continues to work his way around.
See if we got, I think we got about 3 or 4 more drivers that look like they're able to start a lap, or at least one more lap, and then after that we are getting the checkered flag and everybody has to complete what they've got. Van Japage not able to go quicker, just crossing the line. Looks like Derek Cyphers for Team Care has that lap deleted, that or it was an out lap. Starts one last attempt at it. Matrix Purple's Mario Gonzalez crosses in time to start with about 30 seconds to go. That was not faster, but he's pulling over. Looks like he's going to end it right there. Shea McNeely from Matrix Green. We've got 2 Matrix teams here, purple and green. The green team has to go back around again. They're still on the outside of row 2. 20 seconds left to go, which means Nikki Chan for Wookiee Racing is going to be the first to get that checkered flag. That car is currently coming out of karting and the Corvette curves.
Yes, he is, and here comes Nicky trying to see what he's going to be able to do. I'm not seeing a lot of green sector times here for him as they run, so this may not be the fastest lap for Nicky Chan, but he is going to try to complete it right now as he flings that 911 GT3R through the Ford chicanes.
All right, cross the line. Is it faster? No, the lap gets deleted. So that is it for Wookiee Racing. They're going to do no better than third. Lightspeed Racers with Thomas Briggs, or excuse me, Chad Dick in the car, unable to set a time as well. Billy Smith does go quicker in the open class, but is not able to take the pole away from Koholik.
No, not quite able to get it away from Michael there as we continue to watch, waiting to see if anybody's going to be able to fire off a couple of good more lap times here. A couple of drivers working their way through the Porsche curves as there we watch coming out of the last one down into the Ford chicanes. Can this be a lap to make up some time?
I also got my eye on Smotherman in the 311 car, and they jump up to 11th place. Nice late improvement from them. Ian Simon and the number 1, the E2JR Motorsports team, currently 6. Ian had set the fastest lap. Ed Eisenring tried to get in the car, couldn't go any faster. Eon couldn't either. That was it for him. Anker Bergzona in the Anchors Away 248, now coming up towards the Porsche curves.
Right, a little bit of a harder run here in these GT4s. Not as much downforce to push down on the car. You've got to be a little bit more flexible with the brake pedal, a little bit more loose with the throttle pedal. Not taking that car all the way out to the exit there through the left-hander, but still going to be trying to carry as much speed. Anchor coming through the final corners right now, waiting to see as they go. And here they're going to come down into the Ford chicanes. One more run for Anker Bergzona.
Right now, I'm showing it about 0.2 slower than the quickest lap. They're last on the GT4 field, so it's not looking good, but sometimes the timing and scoring can be off on what it's doing compared to their best lap. So let's see what it is. It's not quick enough, unfortunately. So last place for the 248 team at the start. We'll see if the race pace is better, because that is what counts here. Backmarker Motorsports are going to be the next one on screen, though, heading through Mulsanne Corner. This is, I believe, the car of Wookiee Racing. So that they're actually done. So that car is done for qualifying. They cannot come around for another one. Matrix Green is going to be the last one in the 55 that is able to set a time. And I see Mike Sachs now heading to the line, currently in the 27, past our booth, but he doesn't set a lap.
Not able to get it there. Those off tracks coming back to bite him a little bit as here comes that silver and green machine working his way down here. Shea McNeely in the Matrix Green car. He's going to opt to stay out on track. Here he goes, Joe. Is this car going to be able to move its way up forward from 4th place in class?
Wookie Racing failed to go faster. Could they regret that here? And it's a 356.6. Oh, just shy. Going to be about 3/10 short of getting into third position. And that is it for the qualifiers. Before we get to the grid, we do have another update on some incentives here. Apparently, we have come to agreement behind the scenes. If somebody donates $2,200, DJ and I will dress up in drag. And I assume get photos for this. So I'm not sure when and how this will take place. We've just agreed that we will dress in drag for a donation of $2,200 or more. So we'll see what happens on this one. And I have some friends who can help with this, so I'll have to try and get advice on what to do if this actually happens. I'm interested in seeing how this one goes down. So again, that is charity.pledgeit.org/raceforheroes. And we've got a couple of things that we've been offering up. Stay tuned in case we come up with other more crazy ideas here that we're going to get ourselves into. We'll see if we can get maybe some of the other team, maybe Cameron or Ryan behind the scenes will maybe offer some stuff up here, maybe any of the admins that we've been chatting with behind the scenes. So down into the braking zone at this point, nothing out on track really matters since it's all just for practice for our drivers. So let's go through our starting order. And on the pole for this last race of the season, JRT Racing has it. Matrix Opmo will be starting to their outside. It is Wookie Racing starting in the third position. After that, Matrix Green will be P4. You've got Operation Motorsport starting in the fifth position. E2JR Motorsports starts from sixth spot, and Matrix Purple will be P7. Outside of that row, it is going to be Exchange Motorsports. Last of the GT3s is Marble Motors starting ninth, and then you've got the pole for the open class, and that is going to be typical full send geodesic drivers. After that, second in the Cup class is Imperial Motorsports, with third going to Celtic Racing. Team Care will start from P5, and then the last of them will be in sixth spot with Life Speed Racers. What's the GT4 class look like, DJ?
Well, it's going to be Three Stooges Racing. They're lining up in pole position, followed by Missile Motors Team 1. Star Racing going to line up there in third in class, followed by Mach Schnell Motorsports. The Team of the North lines up 19th overall, fitting as they are car number 19, with 208 Racing Team Green lining up there behind them. Seventh in class is going to be Los Muchachos Motorsports, followed by Backmarker Motorsports in eighth. Ninth will be Alcaru Racing, followed by Dreadnought Racing, and Operation Motorsports GT4 and Anchors Away will make up your GT4 grid.
All right, everybody heading out there now. Still pretty warm on the track as it's going to be starting at 4 p.m. virtual standard time out here in France. And just about have everybody there, it appears. So we're going to be taking off pretty soon. There's our updated number, $8,526 now. We got two incentives on the line, a donation of $220 or more. DJ and I will record a voicemail recording message for your phone, and that could be either of us or both, depending on who you want. And then for $2,200 or more, DJ and I will dress up in drag and take photos. And that is legit. We have agreed behind the scenes. Both DJ and I have confirmed that we are down for this one. So this is not a joke. We're going to actually do that if you donate. And we're hoping to raise as much as possible. I have to check with our officials how much we raised last year for this same event that we did. I believe it was over $1,600 or $16,000, I should say. But I need to double check on what the exact numbers are as we get going and get ready to do 6 hours around the mall.
Yes, we do, and this is going to be a war here of not necessarily attrition, Joe, but just as many drivers as possible, trying to keep all four tires on the black stuff. That is going to be the crucial part here. There's going to be a lot of, I think, adrenaline coming on early on. You've got to really quiet that all down and try to just keep it under control and focus on getting through these opening couple of laps and building that rhythm.
All right, we've got our first from the team behind the scenes chipping in an incentive here. Cameron Aubernon has said that she will record a video of her VTuber self, Lady J, in front of this replay with whatever message they'd like, as long as it doesn't violate any terms of service. Obviously, that goes kind of for DJ and I too, which is why I said earlier, within reason. But so you've got a message from Cameron Aubernon's VTuber if you donate $200 or $50 or more. We'll see what else we can maybe get from other members. And if any drivers or out-of-car drivers are listening, or team members, definitely send us a message if you've got ones that you want to throw out there that will help incentivize people to donate, and we'll see what we can do to try and help get more people to raise money. As now we get the tricolor coming along over the front stretch, as we always do here in the sim world, and obviously sometimes in real life as well, here at Le Mans, giving this really neat display over this famous track, getting some nice pomp and circumstance before we go racing here at this incredible circuit. Looks like we're heading through the Ford chicane, so we are going to be released, and it is going to be JRT Racing who has the pole. And the green flag is out. They're going to start single file, it looks like, in this top class as they accelerate away. And so far, it's a pretty good start from Martineau in the Matrix Opmo car, number 41, looking around the outside, coming up into the Dunlop curve and the Dunlop chicane. They all break in anger for the first time amongst each other, and thankfully, it's going to be clean for that GT3 class. Let's go to the open class.
Back down to the open class, it's a pretty smooth getaway there. All 5 drivers in single file order as they make their way up through the Dunlop chicane right now, cruising on along and through, as I think the GT4 class has also gotten underway.
They have, and Trey Drawhorn leads down in the Missile Motors Team 121 car, and behind them, great run for Banjapaje and the Star Racing Machine, trying to get up for second place past Chris Pippen and Three Stooges Racing, taking a little bit of a peek as they come through the Chapel Rundown, but nothing doing through there.
No, nothing doing yet. Ooh, little bit of a clobber there onto the inside of the curb. That's going to upset the car a little bit and potentially put them into problems here coming out of Touch Rouge as you see those GT4s really start to bunch up here. Now the draft, because these cars are a little lower in horsepower, it is going to be a little bit bigger, and I think Shaibal Banjopaje is on a great run here behind Chris Pippen.
Certainly. So this is, again, for second in this GT4 classes. Seems like Drawhorn has got himself quite a distance between he and P2. They're going to change hands, and Banjapaje is going to be able to get around the outside behind them, side by side between Reeve and Kummer. And, no, that's Gomez, rather. They're in the 718, who's going to give it up a little wide there. And that was, I think that was Banjapaje, who's going to have to give up 2 positions because of it.
Yes, he is. We've seen that starting to play itself out really up and down the field here. A couple of drivers up in the GT3 category as well, suffering from those off tracks. We keep an eye here, though, as we've got a little bit of side-by-side coming down into the corner. That is going to be the number 19, Hunter Reeve, in the Team of the North, looking pretty feisty here earlier. But here's a big gaggle, all kinds of gaggles on this track.
Had an off for Matrix Opmo in the 41 there at the start, coming, I think, into the second chicane, but they are able to get the car going. Unfortunately, they are now mixed into the open class in the process. We're still watching these GT4s, which have given us quite a bit of fun here at the start, and Gomez going to try and see if he can get a good enough run to attack into the Mulsanne hairpin past Banjapaje.
He's certainly thinking about it, trying to see if he's going to be able to get anything, but there as they go in, oh, definitely a little bit of a look there for Gomez, trying to see if it's going to play out, but not coming to fruition there for Max Schnell Motorsports. Now he's going to have to worry a little bit. Well, he doesn't have to worry too much. Peter Kummer there behind, not too far, pretty far off of him, but Chris Pippen under a little bit of pressure here from Banjapaje, as well as he's having to look out the front and the back of the car.
Coming into Indianapolis now for the first time. Will we get through this clean as well? As we got a little bit of a challenge from Banjapaje going for both of them. Early braking for Chris Pippen. Incredibly timid compared to the others and backs out of it.
Yeah, a little bit surprising there. I think Chris just trying to get to the end of this 6-hour race, not really focusing too much on necessarily trying to get himself ahead at this point. He's pretty happy to just cruise around here. Expect for some more aggression to come out of that car later on in the race, but not looking like it now.
So it looks like we've already got a black flag. Unfortunately, the 84 number the JRT racing team with Jacob Schumann in the car made the contact with Cameron Martineau that put them off track. So they are going to be getting a black flag, and they are already serving that right now. Let's see if that's a drive-through, if that is a stop and go. Now watching a little farther back into the chicane, as this is the open class working their way through, still being led by Polasek currently in the 44. And in fact, it's quite a distance between them and P2. The 77 of Chris Pye's Imperial Motorsports car is way back there. Look at how far behind the next car is as we look behind them. It's a lot closer for that P2. Looks like Rodney Campbell and Derek Cyphers making things interesting.
Yeah, they are, and we've got a little bit of a 4-car breakaway here up in the GT3 category, right on board with Shane McNeely right now for Matrix Green, as he is getting closed down by Nicky Chan and Matt Wookie Racing number 258. And indeed, Chan's going to have a little bit of a look here to what will be the inside of this first chicane on the Mulsanne. Is Nicky going to be able to be later on to the binders? Sends it down into the corner. A little bit of a fight back there from McNeely, and McNeely trying to get his elbows out here early on.
Wow, yeah, these guys fighting pretty intensely for the second lap of a 6-hour race. And coming along the Mulsanne towards the second chicane, he's still having to play defensive on Chan. Chan in the pink car, McNeely in the gray machine on the inside down into the corner, and finally Chan decides to lift on that one and just give it up for now. Oh, but is there a slowdown penalty for Chan, though? Yeah, Wookie Racing has a slowdown penalty that they're having to serve. I'm not sure where they caught that. I'm going to guess in the first chicane.
Yeah, Joe, if I'm going to have to make an estimate there, I'm going to say it's probably on the exit of the first chicane that he just lost a little bit of time there and had to bleed off some speed. But you can see that's kind of given us a little bit of a side-by-side here right up ahead of that. That's going to be between Greg Fullwood and Marble Motors and Exchange Motorsports as they go down into the corner right now. Mike Patterson there for Matrix Purple also going to get involved in this battle, but Nicky Chan way off the pace courtesy of that slowdown.
Also had another spin. Banja Paje, unfortunately, went around, was helped a little bit, it looks like. I think Chris Pippin got into the back of him in the Daytona chicane. So we'll check on that in a bit as, once again, we look to go side by side. They got to get this sorted out soon because they're going to be approaching Indianapolis. Fullwood has the inside of the first part, but it'll be outside of the second part. Nelson hangs tough, and he is going to be able to take the spot away. Or is he? He sends it a little deep into Indianapolis, but manages it well.
Yeah, manages it well, and using that banking there around the famous corner to really use to his advantage. But this battle doesn't look like it's going anywhere right now. Exchange Motorsports still leading from Marble Racing, or from Marble Motors rather. And I think if I'm in Fullwood's position right now, I'd be a little bit as I were if I was Nicky Chance there. Don't necessarily go full attack here. Just sit back, sip a little fuel, let that all come to you.
Coming through bridge now, just slightly being chased by Greg Fullwood. But don't forget about Mike Patterson and Matrix Purple through karting. This is one of those spots they got to watch out for the off tracks. Out of Corvette here, you can see the yellow lines on the road will denote what they're allowed to get away with. If they go outside of that box, it is going to give them a slowdown penalty. And coming down into the braking of the Ford chicane, looks like they all three avoided that. They're not too far behind the top three, though. Speaking of which, Ian Simon and Shay McNeely have caught up to Gilmet there up at the front. We're on board with Shay in that number 55 right now.
Yes, we are, and crucially here, this does mean that Ian Simon's going to be able to pull up behind in the draft. All three of these cars, this is the position you want to be in. I like that line there from Ian Simon. He's looking a little bit aggressive here early on in the lap. He may not want to sit back and sip fuel. I think he's in full attack mode here, Joe.
Looks like it to me. He wants that clear air. Maybe thinks he's got a little bit more speed, can start to run away, set a better pace here in the early stages. Hard to say for now. As they now accelerate off of Tertre once again onto the Mulsanne. And as they pick up speed, we're hoping that we pick up momentum in that upper right-hand corner. Let's not forget, this is a benefit charity race for Operation Motorsports. If you want to donate, there is the link in the description, and we have the URL there at the bottom of your screen. Please donate what you can for a great cause here, helping veterans through motorsport. Into the first chicane, and Guillemette not caught this time. Ian Simon still hanging out behind.
Yeah, just holding it on behind. And a bit of a strange note here, Joe. It looks like Wookie Racing has come down pit lane. Now, that is very, very early to pull a pit stop, and really the only thing I can think of is maybe if they picked up some damage that they needed to get it repaired, or if they just decided to bring it on down into the pits and maybe try to head off a potential splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, that's my guess, but they're now locked into that strategy if that's the case, which is not really what you want to do in the first 10 minutes of this race, I wouldn't think. We'll see if we can get some information maybe from someone at the team at some point. Ooh, this is a much better run from Simon, despite the great momentum, though. Yeah, I don't think Ian is necessarily eager to try and take the point. He is just kind of sitting and waiting, letting Tyler pull him along, maybe also using that big momentum, those big runs, DJ, to kind of let him know, hey, I can be faster than you.
Yes, certainly might be, and I think that's a little bit of a situation of what you can get into here at Le Mans. Is so much of this race is really and truly a head game, as you really want to just try to see what you're able to play out for any of these drivers, get into their head a little bit, and if they, oh, there comes the move, though.
And coming along, it looks like Ian Simon. Oh, and he loses the car. Can he keep it out of the wall? No! Big hit into the wall. Oh, no. So early on, he's hoping to try and limp it back to the pits. And, yeah, oh, it's crabbing badly. It is going very poorly right now as we watch through the corner. That was McNeely still chasing Guillemette for the lead. But the E2JR Motorsports team is going to lose a lot of time. They do have 5 spare cars waiting for them if they need them. But this is going to be a hindrance of a great degree at the very start.
Yeah, it really is. That's going to catch them out very much onto the back foot here, and that is not the area where you want to be necessarily. You're going to want to try to not have to be fighting. You want to control the race as much as possible. But speaking of that, here comes Chris Pippin. He's going to have a little bit of a look going down into the right-hander before Mulsanne. Pippin's going to back it off, though. He's not going to commit to it fully.
And we've got an update on Wookie Racing. They had a 16-second stop and go for a black flag. We don't have the information on what that was for, but we did get confirmation from the stewards that that was why they went into pit lane. So, well, they've served that. They didn't take service, so now they've got to make up quite a bit of time. They're about a full minute just underneath that, behind the overall leader in the race. Coming down into Indianapolis here, we've got the lead of the GT4s. Looks like not quite the lead. This is the Los Muchachos Motorsports car of Peter in the 996, under attack from Smotherman into Arnage, and goes just a little bit too wide. Not going to get it done there.
No, not going to get it done there, it looks like, as we jump back on board with Chris Pippin right now, trying to see if he is going to be able to have anything to be done in that Three Stooges racing machine, trying to hold on behind the Operation Motorsports GT4 car as this train just continues to work its way out, going down now into the Porsche curves. Not going to be a whole lot to happen there.
Another update on Wookie Racing. It's like we've got a news crew here. We're understanding from our crack team of investigators, they may have not served the slowdown penalty fully, hence why getting the stop and go penalty. We don't have full confirmation on that, but that is what we suspect is the case at this point. We'll try and see if we can get full for sure on that one here as we now come up to the Ford chicane with the battle for the 4th position, and the 996 leading the way. Did we just have a change for, no, it was a change for second, actually. Thought it was a change for the lead in the open class. Michael Polasek had, Chris Pies was overtaken by Cyphers in the 116.
Yes, he was, but up at the front of the field here, this battle continuing to go along here as McNeely has been able to get by Tyler in that Operation Motorsports machine as they work their way now onto the backstretch. The question's going to be is if that number 25 wants to make the move here. Again, we start talking a little bit about fuel strategy. We start talking a little bit about the back and forth that sort of plays itself out. There goes the move down into Mulsanne.
This is some back and forth right here. They just lost the lead, did Operation Motorsport in the 25, and they get it right back at the very next braking zone. So some swapping going around, and Gilmet on the point ahead of McNeely. They've got 4 seconds over Ed Nelson in Exchange Motorsports number 12 machine. So pretty far ahead of their competitors for the time being, but they might need that later on in case they run into trouble, or if the next driver who takes over obviously doesn't quite have the same speed. So all this fighting might hurt them, or it might help them. They could play a bit of a game of leapfrog out there, DJ.
Yeah, they very much could, and we could see that kind of play itself out, try to work its way around, and you never know if that leapfrog is going to play out. I think you need to see a little bit more passing on the straightaways, not those kind of aggressive moves there like going down into Indianapolis. That's not what you want to see.
Oof, a lot of stabs to get that car to turn in. Thankfully it did. We're watching Christopher Pies' inputs here, and including both. It looks so you can see his pedals and his wheel, giving us some insight in what is to a very fast driver in these Porsches, both in the real world and here in the sim.
Yeah, very, very quick driver there. A little strange. Looks like he's traded out of his normal virtual reality setup, running on a triple screen monitor setup there. But nevertheless, he is going to be working his way around, trying to get a little bit of a gap here in this open category. He wants to try to close down on Polasek up ahead of him, but he really does have to be looking in his rearview mirrors, because I've got to tell you right now that Cyphers and Campbell, neither of which are slouches, and they're going to keep up the pressure here to Chris Pies.
We'll have to see if Cypher can crack the code on keeping ahead of him. And right now, he's got to worry more about Rodney Campbell, who's right up his tailpipe in that 62. Down into the Ford chicane they fly, and he is going to not be close enough to try and attack on that time around. 15 minutes, a little more than 15 minutes into this race, and just cracking off lap 5 of this event. We've already seen plenty of action, that is for sure. Thankfully, we still have all 26 drivers still out there, including number 19. This is for third that we've got in the GT3 class, or GT4 class, rather.
Yes, this battle here, Hunter Reeve on your screen right now, trying to close in on Ivan Gomez. That gap at about a half a second as they come down into the Porsche curves here. That's still within effective draft range, so nothing really to worry too much for Hunter. He just wants to try to keep it in this position, and this is where you're going to have those teammates in your ear, Joe. You're going to have those around you that are talking to you and really able to kind of get everything going. They're going to be working a little bit on the strategy here to make sure you know exactly how much fuel you need to be saving.
Yeah, I got to think that that's going to pay big dividends if you play the long game on this one and try to work this out strategically. Meanwhile, Hunter Reeve forcing Gomez to go defensive down into the final chicane. Doesn't actually try and attack him, just kind of hovers there behind underneath that rear wing. So Max Schnell will retain that second position. Seen some pretty big gaps through all 3 classes from P2 to P1. So not looking good for the rest of the field, but it's going to be a long day, and everything could change throughout as we now head over to P5 here with Mike Patterson currently in this car. Number 29 giving chase. This is heading out of what looks like Mulsanne corner right now. This is for the fourth position. In fact, is that, yeah, this is for a podium spot. That's Nelson there that you can see up in front.
Yes, it is. Nelson running around right now, trying to see if he's going to be able to hold off any attacks here from Fullwood or Patterson. And, you know, Joe, you mentioned the different changing conditions of the race here. Remember, we are on that 4 times acceleration of the lap. So that of time. So that means we're going to get driving into the night here. And that's certainly going to change things up for these drivers, as we're not entirely sure how each driver is going to be prepared to drive through the night here at Le Mans. That's going to change things up, not to mention the changing conditions that will take place over the circuit. And you've got to be able to adjust for that, and who's going to have more pace at different points in the race.
Boy, I got to think that number 29 car's driver, Mike Patterson, had his eyes bugging out in that cockpit. He saw how close he was getting under braking to Fullwood in front of him. Thankfully, no contact between them. I think it scared him a little bit because he's no longer nearly as close as he was before. So as they now come into karting and then into Corvette, instead of instead of Fullwood being on defense, he's now on attack as he's caught up to Ed Nelson. But wow, fantastic run from Patterson. The Matrix purple car looking so much closer to Marble Motors. Not close enough though, and he will have to wait patiently. Maybe a good exit out of the chicanes could offer something into the Dunlop chicane.
Oh, carried some good speed there coming around the outside. Now he's going to look down to the inside, going into the Dunlop curve. Can be a little bit of a gutsy move here to try to pull off, but it looks like that is going to be a little bit assisted. I think there we had a little bit of a liftoff.
Yeah, Exchange Motorsports, Ed Nelson looks like he didn't really want to fight that one too hard. And that can be a valid strategy in endurance racing sometimes, especially if you think the car behind you is much faster.
Yeah, it very, very much can. And you know, one of the advantages of really doing that at different points, Joe, is that you just save your stuff. You save the tires. We're going to be talking quite a bit about just how much of the tires are going to be taken out here today, and just how much you're really going to have to work at them. And so I think saving your tires, saving your stuff a little bit, saving everything you've got, it can only help you.
I think we've bumped up slightly since I last looked. I was trying to remember what our number was before. I think we've got a couple more dollars. $8,550 now have been donated to Operation Motorsport. Again, if you want to help donate, it's charity.pledgeit.org/race4heroes. We've got a link in the description below to make it nice and easy. And we highly encourage everybody to help out this fantastic cause that we're trying to raise money for here today. Meanwhile, we got a very close battle on the way down through Tertre Rouge side by side as Rodney Campbell manages to get to the inside of Derek Cyphers for the third place in the open class and is going to be able to outbrake him down into the Daytona chicane.
Yes, it will. That's going to put him directly into the firing line here on Chris Pies. Now, the real question is going to be is if he wants to try to take the attack to Chris Pies here, or if just getting around is going to be enough here for the Celtic Racing driver. Although it does look like he's going to have to look more in his rear view mirror, as he has not been able to shake that draft from Cyphers.
Definitely not. So he's going to have to deal with it for a little bit longer. Campbell, once again, braking very, very deep, coming up to Chris Pies. Pies retains that second position, and there is the trade-off. You saw him go hot in. Well, Campbell was not hot out as he lacked pace compared to the 77.
Yeah, definitely lacked a little bit of pace there, lacked a little bit of get up and go, but still, as they now work their way down through, trying to see what he's able to do. Nothing going to be doing there, going down into the Mulsanne hairpin. It looks like they're going to just keep themselves in single file order, playing it a little bit more cautious.
As they now work their way past the golf course, hence the name of golf course coming up there, and then No Name. And they're already up to 170 miles an hour. You'll see these Cup cars and the GT3 cars reach speeds of 177 by themselves. Gotta imagine it's easily into the 180s with the slipstream. And this time, Campbell is able to get by Pies.
Yes, he is. So a good move there down into the sweeper, but they've got to be a little bit careful here as they run. They're going to have a little bit of faster traffic to deal with. That's going to be Chad Dick coming up behind them. They're in the number 80. That's Jacob Schum coming up behind them. They're in the number 84, and he is going to be faster out on the circuit, even with that advantage.
Looks like we've got one of the members of Operation Motorsport, and that's the actual organization. I know we've got a team that's named out there today, but Jason Leach has now joined us. Jason, welcome into the booth, and thank you for all that you and your organization have done. First thing I want to ask is what would you like our viewers to know about the programs that Operation Motorsport offers?
First off, one, thanks for having me on today. Second, boy, the racing is already really exciting in the first few minutes here of this race. I can't wait to see how the rest of the 6 hours unfold. What I'd like everybody to know is Operation Motorsport, for those who are not aware, we are a veteran-funded, or veteran-ran, Canadian and U.S.-based nonprofit organization, and we engage medically retired and wounded service members by giving them the opportunity to regain a sense of team, identity, and purpose. Those three tenets that are lost whenever somebody transitions from the military. But it's even so much more when you're being medically retired or discharged, because those service members are not leaving under their own accord. It's not their decision to move on to the next chapter in their life. So what we do is we use motorsports as a way to help them rebuild those three tenets by, you're seeing it here today, we have some of our beneficiaries racing. This would be considered part of our diversionary therapy program, where we bring people together in a like-minded, safe environment just to help expand their network, help make connections that might lead to future opportunities, and give them a chance to take a break from whatever their challenges are. But where you really see us active is in the real world of motorsports across the SRO, IMSA, and FEO motorsports paddocks. And what we do there is we embed beneficiaries in with race teams. We embed them in with the series itself. Any of those things where you might find an opportunity for somebody to give back, use their skills that they have from the military, and demonstrate that they can still be value added in a team environment. And I know we've got a lot of racers on the program here today and in the field. So, when most people think of racing, they think of the driver and the car, but there's so much more that goes on behind the scenes. So we'll put people in as fuelers, as tires. We've got folks that get into data management and engineering. We've got folks working in race tech and making sure the cars are legal for race, pre and post race. And then we also have folks working up in the series itself. They might be working up in race control, kind of helping manage the chaos, if you will, that they take place up in race control.
Speaking of managing chaos, we saw on screen that was a wreck between Enrico Gregorato and Mike Sachs, unfortunately. And also sad news for our leader of the GT3 class, Tyler Gilmet, has been given a black flag for the incident with car 1 earlier. That was Ian Simon. Now, we've mentioned the number 22 a lot in this, because we've offered incentives at donations of $220 and $2,200 and whatnot. But what is the significance of that number to Operation Motorsport? Because that's a number that gets thrown around a lot.
It does, and unfortunately, it's not a number for good reasons. 22 is what is generally accepted as the number of veterans on average that take their life every day to suicide. They struggle with PTSD, they struggle with TBIs, they struggle with trying to figure out what is next in their life, and the demons just come out depending on what happened in their service, what happened in their life. It is such a jarring number when you stop to think about it, and in current averages or current estimates indicate that by 2030, we will lose 23 times more veterans to suicide than those that were lost to combat-related incidents post 9/11. I mean, if you can just stop to think about that for a second, what that truly means. And also by that count, by 2030, it's estimated that it'll cost our government, or cost our taxpayers, $221 billion to account for those losses. So, for 2022, what Operation Motorsport did is we started a campaign to help raise awareness, but also kind of become part of our Pit Crew 22. And that's really for anybody who's a supporter of our organization, anybody who decides to donate and give a little bit of their money or give a little bit of their time by coming and volunteering with us at an event. We welcome them into that Pit Crew 22 because they're actively trying to help bring those numbers down.
And that is awesome that you've got people helping with that. And yeah, that is such an incredibly important thing for people to be trying to help prevent, obviously, a serious problem for those that are coming back from combat. But I'd failed to mention it earlier. You're actually the chief operating officer of operation. So can you talk to us a little bit about what your role is, like what it involves for OPMO?
Yeah, absolutely. So I joined Operation Motorsport about 3 years ago as I was trying to find what my next chapter was in life. I retired from the Army about a year and a half ago after a 28-year career. I found OPMO because they looked like an interesting program. I got to know Diesel and Tiffany Lauder, the co-founders of the program, and they welcomed me into the family, just like we do with all our beneficiaries and all our volunteers. And I just got so immersed into the program that earlier this year they asked me to become the chief operating officer. And really what that entails is I've got my hands in a little bit of everything, just trying to keep us on the right track, trying to challenge assumptions and move us forward, help make connections in the racing world, help make connections in the virtual world where, we can find opportunities to not only expand our programs, but more importantly, expand our support and find additional beneficiaries that might benefit from our program. Additionally, making connections with other veteran type organizations, because we have had some people come to us and, they're interested in motorsports, but not so much maybe in sports car racing. So we do have connections and avenues where we can help point them in other directions or to other organizations that might benefit them. We're a small organization. We're privately funded. We're all volunteers. None of us are compensated for our time and our efforts. So, for every dollar that we're raising today, and I see right now we're at about $8,600, every dollar raised today is going to go directly to support our programs and our beneficiaries.
And honestly, I think it's fantastic that this is such a personal one for you as well, because obviously you have direct experience in exactly what so many of the people that you're trying to help are going through. But what about the future? What's coming for the remainder of 2022 for the organization?
Yeah, so we'll still be active with IMSA, SRO, and FEO Motorsports. We're going to be at VIR on August 26th with a couple beneficiaries, and I'll touch back here to VIR in a second. We've got Road America coming up August 20th this weekend, and then we've got Calibogie Motorsports Park as well coming up this weekend. The big thing that we have coming up is at the end of the season in November, which is the Race of Remembrance. So for those that are not familiar, the Race of Remembrance is a 12-hour endurance race that takes place in Anglesey Circuit in Wales. We are the only North American team to go, so we are going forward to campaign 2 Honda Civic Type R race cars that are coming to us via Skip Barber Racing. We're going to ship those cars over across the pond. We're going to put them in this 12-hour endurance race, and we're going to have a U.S. team and a Canadian team, so it'll be a little bit of a friendly rivalry internally. But part of that, though, is it's the opportunity for our beneficiaries to get all their experience across the 3 series I mentioned earlier, to where they actually get to come together, and now they are the team themselves. They're the ones who are crewing the car. They're the ones prepping the car. Additionally, we'll have beneficiary drivers in behind the wheel this year. This will be the first time that we've done that. So a lot of new exciting things coming up there. And coming back to VIR the weekend of August 26th, if you're there, please come by. The cars that we're going to be racing are going to be liveried up. They're going to be on static display with Skip Barber Racing, and it's your opportunity to come and learn more about our programs.
Well, thank you for coming and talking to us. And honestly, with the Canadian and American teams, I vote for the Canadian team to have to do breakfast, and the American team can grill out for lunch. So
I like that. I like that idea. And before I go, really, if I can encourage everybody out there listening, I know it's a lofty goal we have today here of $22,000. I see we're now up to 8,700. Listen, if anybody can just reach in, think about what I said earlier: 23 times the number of suicides or losses to suicide as opposed to 9/11 combat-related deaths. Think about those numbers. If you could just reach in $5 or $10 to help our program, we would greatly appreciate it. And I really thank Podium, Porsche Club of America, Carolinas region. Thank you so much, guys, for putting this on, because it means so much to us and what we do.
absolutely, and I encourage along the same lines. Thank you so much for talking to us, Jason, and we hope you enjoy today's racing. And for more information on Operation Motorsport, please visit their website at operationmotorsport.org. You see it there on your screen. We've got all kinds of links to help people guide there. Jason, we'll see if we get to talk to you some more, but again, thank you for coming and chatting.
Absolutely, thank you, and good luck the rest of the broadcast.
That was Jason Leach, who, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, is Chief Operating Officer of Operation Motorsport. And we are getting another incentive here. We've got Cameron Aubernon saying that if we get to halfway, which is $11,000, again, our goal is $22,000, as you heard, she'll record a second video to the donor who either hits or gets us past that mark. And that is, she's recording videos as her VTuber. So definitely help us try and reach that one and get a special reward there. So you can see we've had some good racing happening out on track, and I saw at least one driver unfortunately scoot past the braking zone of one of the chicanes. I didn't quite see who that was, though, but I think we'll be having at least a couple other people to talk to, at least one other person to talk to later in the race from Operation Motorsport. We'll see when we can make that happen. But in the meantime, right now, your leader in the GT3s is Greg Fullwood in Marvel Motors, having inherited that from the 25 team after their black flag. Polasek in the typical full send racing drivers in the 44 team is leading in the open class, and Trey Drawhorn in the number 21 Missile Motors Team 1 is leading in the GT4s. Back to DJ Clark, who's gotten a rest on his voice. DJ, I assume you had a better chance to kind of focus on what's happening out on track. What did we miss?
Not a whole lot here out, Joe. It really does look like drivers are starting to get into that rhythm, get into that groove. The only real thing of note that we've started to have happen is the leaders in the GT3 category have started to catch up to some of the back markers in the GT4 class. And so that is certainly causing a little bit of havoc. This train that we've got here right now working their way around. This is Shea McNeely trying to close in on the back of Ed Nelson and that Exchange Motorsports car up ahead of him. They caught a little bit of that lap traffic coming through the Porsche curves. You can see a little bit more of it up ahead there as they head down through the S's. And this is going to be a big storyline here. You want to catch these cars on the long straightaways. You do not want to catch them in the turns.
Oh, and yeah, just like that, having to really weave around coming in through Turret Rouge, a very fast corner. We've now bumped it up to $8,850 that has been raised. We're seeing some significant gains in the last few moments. So a huge thank you to everybody who has been donated. And please, we have the link in the description below, and it's on your screen right there, charity.pledgeit.org/race4heroes. Up into the braking zone. Things really getting mixed up now between these two classes. And coming out the other side, Volker Krebs and the Alcoro Racing car having to stay off to the right-hand side because they went 3 wide for a brief moment.
Yes, they did get a little bit hairy there between the Exchange Motorsports machine, Matrix Purple and Matrix Green, all three of them running very, very close to one another. It looks like the two Matrix cars may be working a little bit of tandem here as they go, and it looks like Matrix Purple falling back a little bit. They want to slot into line there behind Exchange, and indeed, that's exactly what they're almost going to do, is Matrix Green and Matrix Purple getting very close to one another. That didn't end out well.
Two Matrix teams having to battle amongst themselves. A friendly rivalry, I would assume. on this one. They're currently vying for the last step on the podium, and it looks like the green car is going to try and come back at them with a great bit of speed up into the Mulsanne hairpin now. Early braking from the purple car. Patterson going to give that one up. So looks like that is going to go back to Shea McNeely, at least briefly. I'm sure this will carry on for quite some time. You can see there's still quite a few cars together behind them, as Alcor Racing, Three Stooges, and Dreadnought are all still very close together for that fight in the number 5 spot for GT4s.
Yes, they are, as it does look like Matrix Purple falling off the pace here just a little bit. Let's call that gap about 0.3 of a second. But Joe, remember all that battling that we saw between the two Matrix cars? Well, look at that gap up ahead of them to Exchange. Ed Nelson behind the wheel of that car. It's now holding at about 1.6 seconds. That is massively expanded.
It really has. It's unfortunately going to leave quite a bit of distance between them, making it much harder to try and catch up for that second place as they head towards the Porsche curves now. This is perhaps one of the lesser known little straights. I say little, you get quite a bit of speed coming up there. It is definitely looking at the realm of almost 150 miles an hour on that one before they hit the brakes. And the GT4s here, they're looking at 130 some before they finally get onto the binders as we hop on board with Brodigan. And the Dreadnought number 8 machine appropriately sitting in 8th position, but as you can see, still very close behind those ahead. And I'm seeing one of our open class cars, the 62's, in pit lane and has been for 2 minutes. I'm not sure what caused that.
Looks like there could be a little bit of damage to that car, Joe, so I wonder if that's what could have caught them out here. I saw them take a very sudden trip down pit lane and drop down the order, so I think there may have been some damage incurred over the course of the lap there for them, but I'll have to dive in and see.
Oh, this was a wreck. This was actually a wreck involving some of the other classes. Shabal Banjapaje, in fact, contact as well with Derek Cyphers. And I'm trying to see who else in that open class that he banged doors with. That was Cameron Martineau of Matrix Opmo in the 41. Here's the incident. This was at top speed coming down the Mulsanne.
Oh, and that is some big damage. I'm frankly amazed that Scheibal was able to continue on without having more problems there to that car.
Oh, man, massive damage. You got to think that a few drivers are going to have to visit pit lane because of that one. So this is not what we wanted to see in the first hour of this race for a few of our teams. Thankfully, a spare car waiting for them if they so desire. And I'm guessing that's what most of... Oh, no. Is Celtic out? They're grayed out. They might still be in pit lane. I'll have to double check on that.
I still have them as recorded in pit lane. In the way I believe the system does have it, yeah, they are still in the car. They are on pit lane right now. I think they're waiting for the tow, Joe.
So, as we now continue to watch our drivers come down the Mulsanne here in live time, Shea McNeely still in the 3rd position, but we said they were losing touch with Ed Nelson. Not so anymore. They've right back up on the back of that number 12 machine.
All over the back of Ed here. That gap has been able to go down, so Ed not able to really close that out as he would have liked to. And the battle's going to continue on here. Not looking like that Matrix green car of Shea McNulty is going to be close enough to necessarily get a move here going down into Mulsanne, but still enough to put the pressure there behind.
So trying to see where it does look like race control is looking at that incident, I think, with the 41 and the 62. We'll try and get word on that. And let's see who else. I think it was Banjapaje also a part of that one. Yeah, the 24 car, it looks like. So 3 cars affected in the note. There was a 4th one as well that made a little bit of contact, but I think they maybe got away with it. Side by side, though, as we come up into the braking for Indianapolis before they eventually get single file.
And that's going to be the Matrix Green machine of Shea McNulty, able to pull that car up and on forward. So a great move there for Shea to be able to pull that off. I get the sense the Exchange Motorsports machine didn't necessarily fight that as hard as they could have, as I think that was a little bit of writing on the wall and not wanting to tempt fate.
Yeah, I'm honestly a bit surprised at this stage how hard we've seen some of them racing, DJ. I know they do have backups waiting for them, but again, we've seen some of them have had to take a tow to pit lane, and that does cost you time, even though you can get in there and get that spare car. So to me, I guess just from my experience, having been in the car in endurance racing, I'm always thinking, let's just get to the finish. Let's worry less about being aggressive in battles, and let's just get the car whole to the last lap.
Yeah, and especially when you're not necessarily dealing with the team effort and you're running a rabbit car out in front, that their job is to go ahead. As we see a little bit more passing going on here, that's going to be Los Muchachos trying to get by Alcoru going down into the Porsche curves. They are going to take that side by side. Speaking of fantastic battling, it does look like the Los Muchachos Motorsports is going to be able to hold on to that. But Joe, to your point, yeah, you really tend to think of endurance racing as much more of that sort of marathon way of doing things, and being a little bit too aggressive too early, it can really come back to bite you.
Yeah, coming around out of the Corvette curves and Maison Blanche here. This is Chris Pippen being chased by Peter Kummer and Volker Krebs right now. We're riding on board with Krebs briefly as they head through the last bit of chicanery. And behind them, Brodekin just cut the course. The number 8 might lose his spot here. Oh, no, that's not a car that is with him. It looks like he is going to be passed. Oh, that is, yes, it is. That's Martineau, who is going to go by, but that's a different class. So that is not for position after all. But Brodekin has served his penalty, is able to keep carrying on. That's going to lose him touch with Krebs up in front of him. He's got to worry about that. He doesn't want to lose the slipstream and be able to stay with this fight.
Yeah, and that is what is very, very crucial around Le Mans, is being able to stay within about that 1.5 second window. That's where you're going to be feeling the effects of the draft for the most part, and you don't want to let any of that go away. So Schum's going to really have to dig deep here and probably try to burn a little bit more fuel, run the car a little bit more ragged than he would like to at this stage in the race, to be able to close back in and try to catch up on the rest of these guys.
Jacob Schum and JRT Racing on a recovery. Remember the 84 team getting a black flag earlier with an incident involving the 41 car. Still in 7th place, but they've got about 2 seconds to make up to catch up to Wookiee Racing, who also suffered from a black flag. From there, it's a lot higher up to get to the 25, who's also been given a black flag. I'm noticing a theme here in the mid-pack of the GT3 class.
Yeah, a lot of drivers falling foul of those track limits, Joe, and we had talked about that going into the race on just how easy it is to pick up some of those black flags, and that is not administered by the race control whatsoever. That is all from the system itself, so really no way getting around that. Also, we had a nice jump here on our funds raised for Operation Motorsport, now up to $9,850. That sounds to me like maybe some people had donated over our 220 mark. Again, if you donate over $220, DJ and I will record a personalized message for you at your request on your voice, or for your voicemail, within reason, of course. But it is definitely continuing to rise very quickly now that the race has been going for about an hour out here. So hopefully we're getting some more viewers and some more fans coming in and seeing what a great cause that we're raising money for. And if you could, check out the link below and see whether or not you are able to afford a bit of money to donate to what is a fantastic source to help veterans post-combat. As meanwhile, some on-track combat here with Chris Pippen watching just ahead of him and seeing quite some action going down through the Mulsanne hairpin. Yeah, some very very big action going on there, trying to close in on Gregorado and Ankerberg Zone as they run. And there you can see it. Gregorado thinking about little bits of move there, poking his way this way and that. Looks like Gregorado sees a little bit of a door open, and he's going to go for it. Again, aggressive stuff here early on, Joe. I don't think he's going to have the overlap to get this done. Going down into Indianapolis, indeed dabbing on the brakes, and he's going to have to pull back.
Not going to be able to make the pass this time as they fly through Indianapolis. So we watch the onboard with Enrico Gregorado now. 3-screen setup. A little bit earlier, Schum had himself a VR headset on, which is pretty common these days in sim racing. And it's worth noting, Shea McNeely is into pit lane. This is the Matrix green car. That's not a penalty. Although we do have a penalty for the 996, it looks like. That is Peter Kummer out there. I'm not sure if that was, I think that was given by race control, because I see there was one given out there just a few minutes ago for David Purdy. I'm not sure if that's his team.
Well, Joe, to the point here on Matrix Green coming in pit lane, I think that is a planned pit stop. We are getting right about to the point where we would start to expect that to fire off. So I think that is planned here for them at this point.
And Peter is taking the Los Muchachos Motorsports car into pit lane, serving that penalty immediately. And they're going to get overtaken by this battle that you see on screen coming past the last chicane, as Ankerberg Zona still is doing his best to outrun that 802. He'll give another bit of slipstream unless Enrico is not very quick coming down through the Chapel Rundown and the Forest S's here.
Yeah, not quite able to get the run that I think he would have liked to have been able to do, but still working his way around right now. This is all about that patience that we talked about earlier. You really and truly don't want to go too aggressive, too hard here, and just wait for the driver to make a mistake in front of you. That's going to be the best way to get by.
And that was the Matrix green car getting involved with him after McNeely brought it out of pit lane from the scheduled stop, we believe. So just briefly interrupted them and separated them. A little bit damage on the left front. That's not good news there for the 802 team. It's car 802, and their name is the 208 Racing Green Team. So thank you for that confusion out there, guys. Yeah, man, and look at the speed difference between them. 2 miles an hour faster, even though they're pushing the hole in the air for Ankerberg Zona.
Yeah, so I think that little bit of damage there affecting the aerodynamics on the 208 Racing Green team. As you can see, they're also coming off the corner. It looked a little bit more out of control. There's some understeer getting picked up, drifting off farther on the track.
Another flat-out run here along what is normally public roadways, essentially kind of a country road during normal times. You can see all the Armco that gets put up alongside to keep drivers safer during racing sessions at this track, and down into the second chicane, gaining under braking. Enrico looks pretty strong at that point, and maybe that's what's really helped saving him at this point, to hold on to that 248 machine, just being able to carry better speed into the turns compared to Anker.
Well, and Joe, you'll see some of the best drivers on the sim sort of recognize when they have that problem and try to compensate with it. And that looks a little bit what Enrico Gregorado is doing right now, that he sort of recognizes that he may not have the frontline speed. So as a result, he's taking that and using it to his advantage to be able to dive a little bit later on to the brakes down into the corner. And as you said, that's what's keeping him up in close behind Ankerberg Zona here and Anchors away.
Matrix Purple and Exchange Motorsports are both in pit lane now. So is our leader, Marble Motors. Will we get any driver changes, or is everybody going to stay in? Matrix Green stayed in before. Remember, they were battling with Matrix Purple. We'll see who comes out ahead on that one. So far, Fullwood's not getting out of the car. I think he's going to stay in.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of changes here, and this is the first pit stop. I would expect probably a double stint for the drivers. That's what I would tend to opt for, try to get 2 stints in the car, but we'll have to see how that plays out in terms of strategy. As there is the number 44, the typical full-send geodesic drivers. They opt to stay out here and get another lap.
And it looks like, yeah, them staying out means that they're, even though they're in the second fastest class, they're going to take the overall lead there in that 44. So they have been keeping such good pace. They've been mixed up in amongst those GT3 class cars for some time. They're going to have an open car leading the race. I think even if they pit in this next time, they should be able to cross the start-finish line before Matrix Opmo, who came out the leader after that pit stop, it comes back around. So they've got Cameron Martineau in the car. Ian Simon has inherited second place in the E2JR Motorsports team, but they pitted some time ago. In fact, I think they all have been in for black flags that they've had to serve. So that's why I'm seeing some unusual amount of time since they last pitted there. But coming down along the Mulsanne, our overall leader of Polasek, basically cruising with clear skies and clear air.
Yeah, and as you said, that 44 has about a 20-second advantage over Matrix Opmo right now. So Polasek should be able to get a mark down as being cleared to lead an entire lap. And, you know, as we said, there's not a whole lot of difference here between these Cup cars and the GT3 machinery. It's really just a lack of downforce, a little bit less downforce here in the open class in these Cup cars, as well as a lack of traction control and a lack of ABS, which means you're not really able to lean on those assists nearly as much, and that will slow you down just a little bit.
I don't see any driver changes yet amongst those that just pitted. That said, Wookie Racing, I believe also, yeah, they pitted this lap, and they changed drivers. Nicky Chan hopped out. Liam Routsidas has jumped in. That's one of our first big changes that we've seen amongst the GT3s. And yeah, I can't think of anybody else, not seeing anybody else that has swapped out their drivers yet in that class. So there's the first one to tick that box. Granted, they do have minimum and maximum drive times in this series, so they got to watch out for this. There's Liam Routsidas, there you see in that pink number 258, currently in 8th position.
Yeah, and they're going to be one to keep your eye on here, Joe. I don't think a podium's going to be out of the cards necessarily for Wookie Racing, especially with as much aggression as we've seen early on. Now, granted, things have started to settle down a little bit more here as we've gotten into the closer stages, but as things continue, if they continue to stay spicy, I think Wookie Racing can definitely move their way up forward. Whoa! Hunter Reeve and the team of the North sending it.
And on top of that, he's got Ian Simon right behind him, who's trying to not get involved in this. Another attempt down into Arnage. Can't get the shot off the corner. Simon is boxed in, and thankfully at the last moment, Gomez pulls off to the side to allow him through. Had to take to the edges of the road, really. It's dirty over there, so he probably picked up a lot of gunk on the tires there in the number 1 machine. No change of position there for the lead in the GT4s, but feeling feisty there is Hunter Reeve.
Yeah, very, very feisty indeed. And the crucial thing to remember here is these drivers, if you have to make their pit stop, is that was a little bit of a mistake from the team of the North. And here comes Missile Motors, Team 1, trying to fight back, as now it's a battle for second.
Yeah, Drawhorn gained a lot because of that little bobble down into the Porsche curves. Reeve goes from attack to defense behind them. Patterson in Matrix Purple, I think he should be able, yeah, just as able to get through as it's pretty much flat out through Maison Blanche, thankfully. And no super big dramas there, but Drawhorn is now coming into pit lane. I don't see any sort of black flag next to their name, so I think that is another scheduled pit stop. And Matrix Opmo has a black flag. That's the 41 team.
Wonder if that's a little bit of a cut course penalty there for them, as that's not exactly what they want to see have happen. But in terms of that Missile Motors Team 1 coming down pit lane, Joe, I do believe that that is a scheduled stop. It's a little bit on the early side for these GT4s. You'd normally be able to expect them to be able to run upwards near about an hour and 5 minutes or so, but it's certainly within the fuel window.
All right, we've gotten a couple more dollars, $9,950 now up on the right-hand side of your screen. And the information on the 41's black flag is from the incident with the 24 and the 62. And 311 team has a black flag, and they're already in pit lane. This is Operation Motorsport GT4. So trying to get Smotherman in the car right now. I'll get some information on that one, see what we can ascertain from that. We also have what I think might get plenty of the teams and the drivers to donate on this one. If we reach $20,000, so that's $2,000 short of our full goal here, which is $22,000. If you reach $20,000 raised in this race, DJ Lion from Race Control, so all you teams that have suffered from black flags will get to fire off a paintball gun at him. Let me get the verbiage here from. All drivers can take a paintball gun and use it on me while I'm tied to a chair. So and he's going to wear goggles for that, for safety. But I gotta think that one is going to really raise a few dollars very quickly.
Yeah, I think so as well, as there's always a little bit of
disagreements.
Yeah, there we go. Trying to find the right word between themselves and Race Control. And for a lot of these drivers, even though DJ is a great guy, I'm sure it would feel pretty good to be able to take out some aggression on Race Control.
Yeah. I've heard there was a way to try and raise some money. I feel like that is probably one of the best that we've seen. A little bit of a run down to the inside from Ed Nelson in the GT3s, going by some of our GT4s into Mulsanne corner. Chris Pye's in there as well from the open class. So that's all three classes in one shot there. And Ed Nelson overtaking on Ivan Gomez now. So separated to by about a second between P1 and P2 in that GT4 class, but looks like it is calming down a little bit. I think we're waiting on a couple more pit stops, mostly from our open class, which are all very spread out. It's easily the most separated class on the circuit currently.
Yeah, definitely spread out a little bit more. And that's a little bit of what we've seen from the open class at different points over the course of the running of this season, Joe, is that there tends to be a pretty big gap breaking itself out there.
Yeah. And the 21 car is saying he had some contact with the 29. That would be, and he says in the Porsche curves, was that last lap when we were just watching them? Did we miss that?
I may be, Joe. We may have just missed that on our screens, but definitely a little bit of a problem there for them, and that's not great if that's the case, but Race Control are going to be having a look at that, it seems.
Yeah, they've acknowledged that they're going to be looking into it, so we'll try and get some information on that. We got a lot of stuff flying around in the background, in and off the track, so there's so much to keep track of. Imagine what the drivers are feeling in the car. Yes, they only have to focus on their race, but they're also ignorant of so many things happening around there in the meantime. And I think, yeah, okay, so we're going to be getting another interview here in a moment. We're waiting on just a few more pit stops, and then we're going to give a bit of a rundown of what's happened in case you've missed it. So if you're just tuning in and wondering what's been happening, stick around for a few more minutes. We need a couple cars to pit in to get things sorted, and then we'll go through a quick summary of the race's major highlights and lowlights as well in this race. On screen, looks like a battle for position here coming onto the Mulsanne.
Yes, indeed. This is going to be side by side. Not for position, though. This is from opposite classes here. I believe that's open and GT3 category as they run. So not technically a battle for position. I can tell you, Joe, I've been keeping my eye on the pit lane, and the team of the North has made a massive, massive error coming down pit lane. They missed their box to a pretty large degree. Actually had to come to a halt in the middle of the pit lane, reverse the car, and get it back over to the right. It looks like they thought their box was a little bit farther down and just completely missed it.
Oh, man. That is going to be gutting, especially because the 718 Max Schnell has been in and out and changed drivers already, and they're just trundling away. Joachim Baker is taking over for Ivan Gomez, and he is just getting onto the track right now. Hunter Reeves going to stay in the team of the North car, but I'm not sure if they'll hold on to that second place, so them missing it in such a big way. Enrico Gregorato is also in pit lane. So there's our GT4 classes, GT4 class cars finishing up our pit stops there. We're just waiting on Chris Pies in the 77 and Chad Dick in the 105 to pit in. And then we'll be able to give our first hour update for what's been going on in this race.
Yes, we will. So just waiting for those final ones to fire off here as they go. Couple of these close battles continuing to take place out on the track. But as we've said, everything's kind of died down a little bit here. And we're getting really into what I would consider to be, Joe, the more traditional portion of this endurance race where things have slowed down and it's all really about just putting in those laps and getting everything in together.
Speaking of things coming down, look at that sunset. We are getting late into the day. It is now 8:30 p.m. virtual standard time. And again, if you missed us at the start of this race, it is increased speed of the sun on this. So yes, it's only a 6-hour race, but we're going for 24 hours of time, basically, of the sun in that matter of time. This is ninth with Jacob Schum, who was a lot higher up the order earlier on. In fact, he was our pole sitter in the GT3s, and he's now last in class, but he might be able to change that and become 8th out of 9 if he can get by Liam Mercedes in the Wookiee Racing pink car here.
Yeah, he's going to have to see if he can do it. He'll have a nice little bit of a toe coming down into the Porsche curves here. He's going to be hoping for a little bit of a good run, but not going to be close enough to really send any moves in necessarily. This is all going to be a little backwards here, and they're just going to have to stay in line.
Oh, well, that's going to be an easier pass than he thought. That was a big spin at a fast part of the Porsche curves, and Rutsidas found the wall. Car looks somewhat decent. I'm not seeing too much damage. Let's take another look at it.
Joe, I think he just carried a little bit too much speed here into the corner. Yeah, I don't think he clipped the grass there on the inside. Able to avoid massive damage to the front end, although he did tag the right rear there, and that is going to certainly cause him a little bit of pain.
77, our leader in the current leader in the open class, is in the pits. I think this should give the lead back to the typical full send geodesic drivers team, who have already made their stop. And yeah, they're going on by. They had such a big lead earlier. Now, where is Lightspeed Racers? The 105 team is the last one to pit for the first time, or at least visit the pits, I should clarify, during this race. And yeah, they are heading in. Okay, so that gets us to our rundown for the race so far. And let's, before we get to that, remind you that, of course, the 1 hour mark, the race update is brought to you by Porsche Exchange, who is a title sponsor for PCA Sim Racing's Team Series and of today's Le Mans 6-hour charity event. Operation Motorsport, Carolinas region, and PCA Sim Racing appreciate the support and dedication Porsche Exchange has provided for today's live broadcast. Identified as one of the top 25 Porsche dealers in the United States, the Porsche Exchange is located near Highland Park, Illinois. Visit Porsche Exchange online at www.forporsche.com. So far, it's been a bit of a wild one, especially in the first 15 minutes at the green flag, everybody off, and within the first 3 minutes, we had an incident between the 41 and the 84. 84 got a black flag from that one. Then about 8 minutes in, another incident between the 24 and the 42. And unfortunately, it's also resulted in a black flag between those two. And that was a 16-second stop and go, which was also garnered by the 258 team at only 10 minutes in. So there you go, 10 minutes. We got 3 black flags there. But then we had some great battling between the 1 and the 25 for the lead in the GT4s. They're about 15 minutes into the race. And then, unfortunately, the 25 eventually found themselves getting out of that battle due to a black flag and fell down the order. After that, at about half an hour into the race, a big wreck in the Porsche curves between the 27 and the 802 car. And the 27 was given a black flag for that one. We had another wreck on the Mulsanne. This one 3 wide involving multiple classes. Unfortunately, just miscommunication between them, the 41, the 24, and the 116. And the 41 got a black flag for that one. Also saw a black flag handed out to the 996 team at about 50 minutes into the race. And with about 6 minutes left to go in the first hour, the 44 team got the overall lead despite being in the open class, in the second fastest class. That was because of pit stops from the GT3 class cars. They've since pitted in and handed that lead back over, but they've also gotten the lead back in that open class. And then with 2 minutes to go, we had 2 things happen simultaneously. The 718 and the 19 had a battle for the lead in the GT4 class. 718 team has certainly been under attack for that a lot. And then the 41 car got that black flag for the incident that they had earlier, about 20 minutes earlier. And so it's been a lot of action out here, and it's been a lot of fun, but also a few headaches. I think limiting mistakes and limiting errors that raise the ire of the stewards really has been one of the biggest things that you can take away from that one, DJ, because it seems like the drivers have mostly inflicted their wounds on themselves.
Yeah, they really have, Joe. It is, frankly, to use the term, it has been scruffy out on track a little bit, and the stewards having their work cut out for them. But as we now have started to separate out in this a little bit more, we're seeing some inter-class battles starting to develop. I do think that we're going to see a little bit less of that scruffiness as this now sort of evolves into a standard fair endurance race.
So Mike Patterson currently leads in the GT3s. And Michael Koholik leads in the open class, while Joachim Bacher leads in the GT4s. We also have someone to chat with here, with Lynn Friedman joining us from Operation Motorsport. She's the U.S. treasurer for that operation, and we are glad to have her here today. Welcome up into the booth, Lynn. We're excited to have you with us. And what do you think of the racing so far? We're an hour in. We're almost already to nighttime. Oh, might not have. There we go. We got you now, Lynn.
You got me?
Yep, we got you loud and clear.
Thank you.
So what do you think of the racing so far? It's been a lot of action out there with our 26 cars on track.
I am completely amazed. I'm looking at the long shadows that are happening, the black flags that have been thrown. All this going on is a lot of excitement. I think we've got some interesting things coming up for us. We just
certainly do. And before we get too much into the racing, I want to ask you about Operation Motorsport. I want to ask you about the costs needed to keep it going, and why are these donations so important to the cause? Because obviously, I'm sure this doesn't happen out of nowhere. There's a lot of things that you guys probably need to try and keep this rolling.
Absolutely. As my colleague Jason mentioned earlier, all of the funds that go into Operation Motorsport go directly to our beneficiaries. And there's a lot of different aspects, such as transportation to a race, their uniform, their food, their lodging. All of this is all part of the whole package, if you will, just that happens for those that attend races. And of course, we have some other aspects of Operation Motorsport, like our E-Racing series and all. So there's a lot of ways that money goes to use.
Yeah, and I got to think that the sim racing aspect has been probably such a boon, I would think, because while real racing offers a few things that maybe are slightly different, obviously virtual motorsport allows a much more cost-effective entry into this fantastic concept that you guys have built up. What has that done to the operation?
Well, it's been a great boost, and certainly during the pandemic, this just was a miracle to come in. And what's kind of been exciting for me lately is that we've been able to have some of our beneficiaries who have been doing some e-racing have now been able to come to the track in person, and it's kind of exciting to see that interaction as well. They've raced on tracks all over the U.S. and Europe through sim racing, but to actually go to a track and be there has been just an extra perk to it.
So how long have you been involved with Operation Motorsport, and what got you involved in them?
Well, I got involved about 4 years ago, and I serve on the board and I do event coordination. But I also have to say that I'm a PCA member, and sort of met the family through racing in that aspect several years ago and became part of the Operation Motorsport family. So my involvement in racing with PCA kind of got me involved with Operation Motorsport, and it's been a great family relationship since.
Well, I have to ask then, what's your go-to Porsche? What's your favorite?
You know what? The one you're driving right now, that's always the favorite answer. You know, I honestly say, I've got a 964, and I have to say that's my sweetie. I've got newer ones, but that's my favorite.
I can totally understand that. Oh man, thank you for coming and talking to us. Give us this, because this is an interesting insight, something we don't often think about. Not as flashy, having to crunch the numbers. My dad was an accountant, so I understand all the importance of this side of running nonprofits and things like that. I can't thank you enough, and I hope you enjoy the racing that we continue to have here for the next 5 hours.
Absolutely, and I would challenge the opportunity to have any kind of paintball aggression with race control over Stewart. I invite the racers to go for it, because this will never happen in the real world, and this is your one chance. So I think that's a great challenge, and I'd like to see it met. And I'm just going to watch the racing and see how it goes on from here.
Yeah, for those wondering, we had an incentive declared earlier. If we reach $20,000, DJ Lyon, who is one of the race stewards here and is frequently in the PCA, is going to be tied to a chair and allow the drivers to fire a paintball guns at him. So if you wanted your revenge on the stewards, this is your chance. Let's try and meet that mark. Thank you so much, Lynn, and hopefully we'll get to chat with you more down the line.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
As Lynn Friedman, who is in charge of the Treasury, the U.S. Treasurer for Operation Motorsports. So that was a fun one. I loved getting to hear that. We were gone for a little bit again, DJ, and you've been kind of my eye in the sky on these. Did we miss anything here?
We've got a couple of battles starting to play themselves out. This is currently the battle for the lead of the race right now, with Matrix Opmo and Matrix Purple getting very, very close together. Don't count out Marble Motors. They made a little bit of a mistake, lost that lead, and now they find themselves third in line.
Oof, so intense stuff here at the top of our fastest class, the GT3 cars out there. Patterson ahead of Martineau, but for how much longer? Because he's side by side heading into the Porsche curves and makes a deep dive on that one to take that away.
Yes, he does, really chucking it down into the corner here as they run. It looks like Marble Motors there with Greg Fullwood behind the wheel of the car, trying to see if he's going to be able to catch himself up, try to be able to see if he's able to get anything over the rest of the field here.
So Marble Motors falling back just a little bit now. And Matrix Opmo. Whoa, no, they're going to be into pit lane. Remember, they served a penalty earlier, so it was a short-lived battle for the lead, and they are off sequence on their pitting, so they're going to have to serve their scheduled stop here.
Yeah, they will, and I do wonder if that's going to come back to bite them here, as we've seen a couple of these drivers be able to run it a little bit closer to the end, getting closer and closer to being able to do that. Now, the one saving grace they may have is if these drivers do need to do a splash and dash near the end of the race, they will be able to take advantage of that, frankly, having already done their splash and dash earlier on.
All right. Down through the Chapel Rundown and into the Forest S as they go. This is Ambrosino that they're going to lap, and unfortunately, he causes a huge checkup from Mike Patterson. And just like that, Greg Fullwood brings the number 9 back up to the point. Slipstream's going to help Mike out on that one. But traffic management, another key factor that we're probably going to be harping on all 6 hours.
Yeah, and I talked about how this was going to start to be a little bit of a problem here, Joe, and there you can see you've just got to be a little bit more careful when you try to send those moves in. Try to be a little bit more easy to be able to go into the corners. You don't want to be too aggressive with anybody.
No, certainly don't. It's still about 0.8 of a second, but I think he's going to feel those effects here as they fly down the second part of the Mulsanne, so he should get brought back into it. Yes, he's got a gap, and that's going to give some breathing space to Greg Fullwood, which I'm sure he's going to greatly appreciate in an intense start of this 6-hour race. We've seen so much swapping around, and the pressure is on for Greg Fullwood, who has been in that car since the start and has found himself going from literally last in this class to the lead of this race. That has got to be something that he probably did not expect.
No, certainly not at all. But then again, we did see in qualifying how some of the drivers seemed to struggle a little bit with track limits, and I wonder if it was a situation there for Fullwood that he knew he had the speed. He was just having a problem keeping all 4 tires on the black stuff and be able to move itself forward.
Yep. Tried to minimize the damage on that one. Did Patterson, and Fullwood trying to minimize the overall damage of anything out there by just avoiding the issues today. So getting close, and I think we are at sunset. Yeah, looks like maybe the sun has gone down by this point, and we are already to 9:30 p.m. virtual standard time. Lights are on everywhere you look in each of the 3 classes. So we race in and amongst the dark as Patterson and Fullwood go through Arnage, and also look at how much the track has been changing as well. Seeing that line through Arnage getting darker and darker, which means the marbles are going to be getting worse and worse offline.
Yeah, they most certainly will, and that's going to start to be a real problem here for these drivers, especially around some of the sweeping corners like the Porsche curbs. If you get a little bit offline coming through those areas, you try to run around the high side of there of Indianapolis, those drivers are going to find themselves in a world of hurt. They're going to go on those marbles, and when you get onto those marbles, it's really like driving over ice. You've just got no grip at all.
Right back up with him now. Patterson sees a chance at trying to take the win. Also up from 7th spot himself. He's been taking advantage of so many of those fast teams having a poor first part of the race. And we complete lap 20, start lap 21. Again, this is for the overall race lead here between these 2 cars. 2 unlikely heroes here today. Operation Motorsport in the 25. Let's see, 6 laps ago was the last time they were in pit lane, and I think that was a scheduled stop for them. They're sitting in 3rd place. They were briefly in the lead earlier on in this one, but I think they're slightly off. No, they are on the same sequence as our leaders. They just have to make up 15 seconds. So that's interesting that Guillemets might be able to bring them back into the fray for the win.
He very well may be able to, trying to see what can happen here. Remember, we still have pit stops to fire off in about another, I would say, 30 minutes or so. That's when we anticipate those pit stops getting going in. There's plenty of intrigue to be had here, Joe. I'm kind of rubbing my hands together, getting ready.
Indeed, and a pop out to the side there as we watch our lead change hands once again. It looks like Patterson is going to be able to get back up to the top spots, and the Matrix Purple car is your new leader as they break into the Daytona chicane.
Yeah, breaking down into the chicane, trying to do a round as they go, working their way here. It's going to be side by side. He's going to have to tuck back into line, not able to make the pass there, but maybe thinking about trying to make the pass now.
No, looks like he's going to back off. Fullwood maybe thinking long term once again. He hasn't gotten to this position in the race by being completely crazy and gung-ho at every opportunity. So I suspect you're going to see a little, not trepidation, but maybe just discretion in the way that he makes his moves and when he makes them. Wants to try and keep them safe and make sure that he can stick with this all the way to the checkered flag. He won't be with it all the way to the checkered flag. He's obviously sharing this car. Dave Craig helped him out in qualifying. He's sitting at the sidelines, and they've also got Bob Rose waiting on the team. Not sure if they're going to be using both of them, but we're pretty sure that Craig is at least going to be in the car since he was in there during qualifying for this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that is going to change. And that's something else that we can talk about here, Joe, is that, you know, you're going to have some of these drivers that come into the car, and the drivers that started out the race may not necessarily be the ringers. They may not be the fastest driver out on circuit in that car. And so maybe that's going to change the complexion of the race here when these drivers come down to pit lane, trade everything out. It's going to be very, very different complexion. And that's not only for your own team, but you're going to have to sort of figure out who you're racing against. It's going to change the way you race other people. A different driver in the car is going to have different tendencies, and these drivers that have been spending these whole first two stints learning everybody else's quirks, well, you got to do it again if you stay in the car again.
Absolutely. The track changes, the car changes. It is dynamic out there. You can't expect to hop out of the car and everything will be the same. So we've seen quite a bit of temperature drop, 20 degrees cooler plus as compared to when the green flag fell on this race. And while visibly it might look the same once the headlights light it up, like we just said, it is not the same track in the dark, DJ. So why don't you talk us around a lap at nighttime here at Le Mans?
Well, Joe, at nighttime, it is all about just knowing where you are out on circuit. That this is really the only fully lit area on the track that's coming across the start-finish line before we line our way here into the Dunlop curves. Still bringing the car over to the full left side of the track before then cutting back over onto the apex here. Nice and easy. You don't want to put too many inputs into the wheel. And I like that line there that Patterson ran, straightening out that braking zone as much as possible before working his way through the chicane. Now, as you come back under the bridge, you want to keep the car to the left, then bring it back to the right here to be able to clip that apex. These sweepers flow really nicely into one another. Then bringing the car back through the right-hander, setting up for through Tete Rouge. As you get down a little bit of lap traffic, that's going to be a problem that continues to throw you off of the course of the run. You've got to be careful of where it's all going to hit you. Now it looks like for Patterson, he is going to be tucked up behind in the draft of Greg Fullwood in that Marble Motors machine. Watch those rev limiters. See if he backs off a little bit here, if he's going to try to go for the move. I think he is going to go for the move here. Now, at this point, you're relying exclusively on your headlights. You have to do that, and so you see the reflection of the braking markers as you dive down into Daytona. Not able to get the move done there for Patterson, but he's going to be able to re-rack and restack here going into the second chicane.
Another little breather for the pair of them, but yeah, it always amazes me the difference when you've got the two cars. It's Well, both of you you and I come from a film background, and more light means it's a lot easier to see, which sounds like a duh, but man, double the cars makes the visibility so much nicer here.
Yeah, it really does. You just get a much bigger breadth of the headlight there as they dive down now through this second chicane. And there you see just picking up just enough curbing there on the exit of it to really be able to bring it along and maximize that speed there. Coming out of the chicanes, it's all about carrying that momentum. You don't want to slow yourself down too much, but now you got to start thinking about Mulsanne. Bring the car over to the left-hand side of the road, just as Patterson's doing there. Come in, clip that apex, straighten this out as much as possible so you're not having any steering lock while you're onto the brakes, and then get back onto the power again before you get your way onto this next long straightaway. And this is an area that we've seen a lot of contention, kind of as we've predicted at the beginning of the race, Joe. This has been an area where we've seen a lot of drivers pushing to the absolute limit, but Patterson here looking like he's not interested in tucking behind in the draft. I wonder if he wants to get just a little bit more clean air on the front of that car, so when he dives down here into Indianapolis again, into the right-hander here, brushing the brakes as you go down and then slamming on him into the left-hander that is Indianapolis, using that banking to your advantage, and then bringing the car back to the left-hand side of the track, heavy onto the binders there, wait to get onto the apex, and that's a spin for Fullwood.
The lead has changed hands, and Matrix Purple is going to be able to break the slipstream. Marlboro Motors with a critical error. Greg Fullwood in the car since the start as he's starting to feel a bit of that wear and tear.
I think he has to, but I'll tell you who's not experiencing that. That's Mike Patterson, who's now going to be coming up behind Joachim Baker as they go through the Porsche curves. Going to have to be a little bit careful here, not wanting to be too aggressive when you're coming up behind any of these lap traffics. Again, this is all an area where you really and truly just want to be on and off the throttle, on and off the brakes, constant modulation of those pedals to be able to get through here nice and easy. Good patience there from Patterson. Recognized he didn't need to push that far ahead, and that is a lap around a very tricky circuit in the dark.
Well, we had more than we anticipated there through our lap guide that DJ just took us through, and Fullwood, as you can see, is now in P2. I see a black flag for the 12 car, Exchange Motorsports, and they're in 5th place. So I think that was contact with car 21 is that what that was about. Not sure when that happened. We'll try and get an update. I think it was about an hour and a half in, so that would have been recent. Okay, interesting. We'll dig into that. But on screen right now, we have a battle for 5th. Mason Smotherman in the 311, Volker Krebs in the 242, Garrett Taylor in the 42, trying to decide who is in the top 5.
And here they go, a little bit of racing there. It is a pull out for Three Stooges Racing as they're going to get a nose ahead into the Porsche curbs. I think that was a little bit of a back off from Alcoru, recognizing that that was not the area to actually fight on.
Certainly not, and they are going to separate because of that, which gives us a chance to talk to somebody who's actually been down in the wars, in the trenches, and that is Christopher Pies. Chris, welcome up into the booth, and hopefully you've been able to relax a little bit, but it looks like that 77 car is not doing too bad. You got Billy Smith in there right now, but how do you guys catch up to the 44? They've been so quick today.
Yeah, we're running a little bit of a different strategy, it looks like. I think I was able to go an extra lap than the other car. But we're just trying to keep our tires underneath us, basically minimize that last stint as much as possible. Maybe double tires over the nighttime stints. Billy's going to try that out, but ultimately we realize we're not going to be able to run with them on pace alone, so we're going to have to pull something out of the bag when it comes to strategy to have a chance.
Certainly seems like it. What's it been like in traffic, though? 3 different classes, and especially close with the GT3 class in terms of pace. Does that complicate things?
Yeah, it definitely makes it a bit interesting, especially going down those long straights. In fact, I think a Cup car has more pace than the GT3s on the straight, which leads into a little bit of a cat and mouse game with the fast class on how you're going to make passes work. And of course, with the GT4s out there, they're going as hard as they can, but we catch them pretty easily. And it's just a matter of modifying your driving style to make sure you catch other cars in places where it's easy to pass. You don't want to catch the GT4s on Apex, for example, but if you maybe do a little lifting and coasting and plan where you're going to catch them, you can catch them coming out of a corner, and it just makes it much easier.
On screen, side-by-side racing into the Daytona chicane. Garrett Taylor going to come out ahead of Smotherman on that one. They're fighting for fourth in the GT4s here as they fly down the Mulsanne. So you said, you're going to try and see what you can do strategy-wise. Can't quite catch up to the 44. What about just generally keeping the car whole? Because we've already seen so many black flags happen from drivers getting tangled up with other cars out here. Do you see yourself maybe capitalizing on just keeping it clean at all?
For sure. It's one of the nice side effects of saving fuel and trying to preserve tires is you're pretty easy on the equipment too. And our goal is just to continue run laps. If you're trying to go out there at 100% pace for 6 straight hours, the likelihood of an incident or a mistake is definitely increased. So, we may need a little bit of help. We're not gonna, we'll welcome it if it happens, but we keep our nose clean. We should have a good finish.
Yeah, we don't wish it on a competitor, but we certainly won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Well, best of luck to the Imperial Motorsports team, and I'm guessing you'll want to try and get on the box for Billy and be a pair of eyes for him, so I won't keep you too long. Anybody you want to shout out while we got you?
Oh, just thanks, guys, for continuing the great broadcasting. Operation Motorsports. This is we didn't really talk about them, but they're a great charity, and happy to partner with them. And I know the PCA is happy to partner with them for this race, both last year and this year. We want to raise as much money as we can. So if you're watching, feel free, or definitely if you're on the fence on whether you should donate, it's a great cause. Give them a call, donate some money. You can't find a better charity to support. So thank you guys. And I'm going to get back to Billy.
Indeed, that was Christopher Pies in the number 77 Imperial Motorsports car, which currently has Billy Smith in it in second place in the open class. Glad he was able to come and talk to us. And I want to concur that if you can, please try and donate here to Operation Motorsport. We've raised $9,950. We've got incentives up on offer. These are all kind of unofficial that we've just kind of pulled out, but we will make good on them. We've got DJ and I willing to record a voicemail message for people who donate $220 or more custom. That could be both of us or one. It depends on what you want. $250 or more. Cameron Aubernon will record a message with her VTuber for you special. And then for $2,200 or more, if anybody donates those, DJ and I will dress and drag and get photos, and that is for real. We will actually do this if somebody donates. And the most important one, if we reach $20,000, and again, if you want to donate, it's charity.pledgeit.org/race4heroes. There at the bottom of your screen. We've got a link in the description below. $20,000. DJ Lyon, one of the race stewards in this race, will allow himself to be tied to a chair and have the drivers pelt him with paintballs. So all the drivers or families as well, if you've found yourself upset that your driver, that your favorite has been disadvantaged by the stewards making a decision that you disagree with, now's your chance to get back at them. Reach $20,000 and you can take a little bit of revenge there on that one. Right now, we've got Greg Fullwood leading in the number 9 Marble Motorsports car. Up at the top, the Matrix Purple machine has since pitted and had a different driver hop in rather than another car. Mario Gonzalez is now in there for Mike Patterson. We've got Michael Koholik in the 44 with typical full send geodesic drivers, been leading for almost the entire race in that class. And change that, we've got Tyler Gilmette leading the GT3s. What happened to the 9 car?
It looks like he just had a little bit of incident there with traffic, Joe, as he got very, very close running through some of the field there and has just lost a bunch of time.
It was a spin in Arnage. We've got a replay of it. That's exactly where they gave away the lead before.
You're right, it was, Joe. Just having problems there coming down through the corner. Again, just getting into his own head a little bit about the same area, it looks like.
Wow, that has been an absolute Achilles heel for Greg Fullwood. I don't think he's very appreciative of that corner at this point. Guillemette able to get away by about 5 seconds because of that. So the 25 team, Operation Motorsport, after getting a black flag earlier in this race, are now back to the lead. They're going to be ones to watch out for. It seems like their race pace is something special today.
Yeah, very, very special, it has to be said, is they've got a lot of speed wound up underneath that car. So really pretty incredible stuff there from him to be able to get themselves going around. Going to have to see if they're able to regain, frankly, from some of the problems that they've had.
Oh, I was going through the different leaders. So last one, I wasn't able to mention the 718 of Mach Schnell Motorsports. Jochen Baker, who took over for Ivan Gomez about a half an hour ago, is leading in the GT4. So there is your 3 different class leaders for the time being. Still quite a bit left in this. We haven't even hit the 1/3 mark in this race, although we are creeping ever closer to that. And heading down the Mulsanne, once again, getting that little breather that they get, just keeping the foot to the floor, hopefully not nodding off. Thankfully, we're not going overnight time here in North America. This is just staying middle of the day for us on the weekend. But it's still going to be a slog for those that have to sit in the cockpit and try to focus for hours at a time.
Yeah, really and truly is. You've just got to kind of focus yourself in here. And this is one of the hardest things to do when you're driving around in the dark, Joe. Just keeping yourself focused, keeping yourself on top of your game, pushing yourself ahead here a little bit, and not allowing yourself to be able to go over your limits. Yeah, when you're driving in the dark, it's very, very easy to push over that. And that's the last thing you want to be doing.
Looks like the last thing Wookiee Racing wants to be doing is giving up more spots, but they have to because they need a pit stop. So Lee Brutsitas brings it down. And, oh, we've got a meatball flag for Star Racing. Did something happen recently? Antonio Da Silva in the car right now.
A little bit surprising there. I'm not entirely sure what happened to him, but there they go as he is in pit lane. That must have been an incident with the meatball flag.
I found it. It was in the Porsche curves coming into karting. Big hit with the wall. Looks like we found it here on the replay as well. There's into bridge. Going to be another little flick to the left here. Yeah, the car looked like it was already starting to rotate on the way in.
Yeah, it looks like he just carried a little bit too much speed into the corner, and that threw him off there. So there you will see the car up on the jacks right now, getting that service. A hard break there for them.
So Star Racing, who looked pretty fast early on in the day, have had multiple incidents. They've had black flags, and now they're dead last on the field, waiting for the car to get to pit lane to take another of their spare cars. And this has certainly been a rough one for them, especially since Banjapaje is usually incredibly fast out there. Meanwhile, as we jump on over to somebody all by their lonesome, that was very close up against bridge there. This is, I believe this is Fullwood that we're watching? Oh, this is our leader. This is Guillemette here in the 25, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like he's working his way around right here. Guillemette just trying to hold on to everything that he can. Coming down through the Ford chicanes there. Good lines for the Porsche. The 01 just carrying on as he needs to do. He's going to have a little bit of lap traffic up in front of him in the form of, I believe that's Mungia there, as he's going to have to get by him.
Wood, after his spin earlier, already 10 seconds behind Gilmet. Looks like Matrix Green is in. I believe this is also a scheduled stop. I don't see any black flags that they're having to serve. So 55 with Shea McNeely. Surely they've got to swap drivers at this point. He's been going for close to 2 hours since the drop of the green, taking it into the night now. And he finds his pit stall nice and cleanly, thankfully.
Yeah, nice and easy down into the pit box. And Joe, when you're going at the absolute speeds that you have around here to really and truly carry those massive speeds, you come down pit lane, it can be so disorienting as you do. It can really, really throw you off. And that's something we don't talk about as much here for these drivers.
There's so many different things. It seems on the surface, drive for 24 hours and go as quick as you can. It seems simple, and yet it gets so complicated out there. There's so many things that can go wrong, mistakes that can be made. There's the human element in it that drivers get worn out. Drivers find themselves losing positions by silly little spins like we saw for the 9 team, and valuable positions in some cases. And suddenly what could have been an easy win suddenly slips through their fingers back out on the track. And Klaus Nielsen is in the car for Shea McNeely now. They've fallen to 6th place, but they're one of just a couple cars that have taken recent pit stops. We're still waiting for about 5 of them, it looks like, to come in and take service. And I'm curious if we'll get that 44 car back up to the overall lead again. They're a minute 20 behind the leader right now. So it is feasible, but it's getting a little bit less likely.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit less likely, but it's not out of the equation here. As we said, anything can happen, specifically in that category, not having the traction control, not having the ABS on in the car. Those cars are a lot more fiddly to be able to get right, and that can really come back to bite you.
So a little bit of flashing lights there. So we come down the Mulsanne, another feature of sports car racing, especially endurance racing, that has developed over the years. Can't really communicate with the other cars, so you use various things like that to either express displeasure, or it's, I guess, the racing version of the Seinfeld hand wave, you know, that drivers can extend to one another to acknowledge appreciation for what they just did. So, and yeah, another flash there from Koholik. Not sure what he's trying to say here. Klaus Nielsen behind him. That is a car that is supposed to be the faster class behind, but as we heard from Pies, he's faster in a straight line. So maybe that is Michael trying to signal to Klaus that he's going to let him through once he gets up to him.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see here. I think he's going to have to catch him probably, unfortunately, through some of the slower parts of this track, and that's not what he wants to have happen here. Maybe he'll be able to close down in the Porsche curves, and you'll be able to see him getting out of the way, going down into the Porsche curves, coming down to the Ford chicanes, rather. But we'll have to see here, because Koholik does have that gap up, but we do have some pitters coming down pit lane. Looks like the Operation Motorsports machine and Marble Motors both coming down, Joe.
There we go. Okay, so that's P1 and P2, and not through strategy, that are taking their service now. And I'm seeing behind the scenes, I know we haven't updated it yet. I think we may have hit a milestone. There it is right there. All right, $10,950. That's not our ultimate milestone, but we have cracked $10,000 now here in our attempts to raise money for Operation Motorsport. If you're just joining us, that is a nonprofit that gives veterans a chance to deal with all the challenges that come with being in combat post-service, and they get them involved in all kinds of very cool motorsports, mostly through sports car racing here in the real world and in virtual motorsports as well. So big thank you to all they do to helping veterans and thanking them for their service that they have done for our countries. It's both Canadian and American vets there. And looks like going to be veteran road racers here out on track after today. Most of these guys already have had plenty of experience on track, but they'll know this place inside and out before all is said and done. And Dave Craig, is in the car for Greg Fullwood. So Marble Motors now has someone else in. Can he try and run down Guillemette?
Well, this is going to be the question here, Joe, and remember, this is what we talked about, but already look at the gap that is closed down over the course of that pit stop cycle. It's down to about 15 seconds right now as they run, so that's already taking a little bit out of it.
Okay, we've got some cool information behind the scenes as well. We've got a bit of a competition forming between the drivers, not just on track, but in raising the money. Celtic Racing has donated the most with $1,600 from them alone. Marble Motorsports is in second. They've donated $1,275, and Exchange Motorsports has donated $650. You gotta step it up, Exchange Motorsports. You're a long ways back there in third, so you got some ground to make up. But thank you so much to each of those three teams and all that they have put forward to this cause. And I gotta say, that is so cool to see that not only are they willing to step up and put on this event to help raise the funds, but they're gonna put their money where their mouth is. And I gotta commend everybody who's done so.
Yeah, as do I, Joe. Great to see everybody not only putting their full weight behind it, but also putting their pocketbooks behind it as well. Really, really lovely to see. Kind of gives you a little bit of faith here to be donating to such a good cause like Operation Motorsports. So massive thank you there to the teams who have been able to be so generous.
Saw a little bit of confusion from Michael Koholik here over the radio, and I'm trying to see what he is confused about, because I think he was trying to let a car by and they didn't take it. Yeah, so that may be what he was trying to get all worked out in his head, because he still has Klaus behind him, and Klaus is having a hard time getting by. In fact, Michael's going to overtake. This is 4th position. Yeah, that's 4th position on track, even though he's the leader in his class overall. That puts Koholik in 4th there, overtaking Dave Craig.
My goodness gracious, a definite strange turn of events there as it runs around, and it shows you when you've got a capable driver behind the wheel of a car like that, it can certainly just absolutely fly its way forward.
And that goes to perfectly illustrate what Pies was saying earlier, that the GT the Cup cars are a little bit faster than the GT3 class cars out here on track in the long straightaways at least, and he's going to be able to get by once again. Yeah, he's been lapping faster than Dave Craig, or is lapping faster right now. Craig just got in the car. He actually hasn't set any laps. Fullwood was just in there before they had their pit stop this last time by.
I'll tell you who is going pretty quick, though. That's Cameron Martineau in that Matrix Opmo car, able to set the fastest lap of the race last time out. So a good run there from them. Martineau trying to close in on the E2JR Motorsports machine directly up ahead of them. And that is certainly going to be that carrot in front of the stick there for that number 41.
No doubt. So as they come into the braking for the chicane, once again, we check back in on that battle down in those GT4s heading onto the Mulsanne. Going to get side by side here as they fly down the straight lashway, letting Matrix Opmo with Cameron Martineau inside easily on past. This is the battle for the lead in the GT3s. E2JR Motorsports still needs a pit stop. So does Matrix Opmo as well. That's going to give it back to Operation Motorsports, who are about 24 seconds behind. I think we got, I want to say it's maybe only another lap or two for E2JR before they need to come in. Matrix Opmo has probably 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, I think that's about right in those calculations there, Joe, is that looks to be about what we are looking at in terms of all of that.
2 seconds separating them. That's going to be a little far, I think, for the slipstream to have much effect, although it might tug the 41 a little bit higher up. Still have all 26 cars who started this race out on track. That deserves a pat on the back in and of itself here after nearly 2 hours of racing.
Yes, it certainly does. We talked about how this got a little bit scruffy early on here, Joe, but it definitely has cleaned itself up now that the field has really started to separate.
Yeah, and I hadn't even thought of that until you brought that up. That's a good point, that what we saw early on brought a lot of black flags out from the stewards, and either the drivers cleaned it up or they separated, or they took took heed of the word of the stewards and got on their merry way and been able to just kind of get the race going as we head into the braking for Indianapolis and then up towards Arnage as well here. Very slow a fast entry, and then the next corner is very, very slow through Arnage. A big change from all the fast turns that you experience, or fast straightaways that you experience on the way up to that one. And then it's to the Porsche curves where things will slow down a little bit, but not much. And you also have to get right up against the walls.
Yeah, you've got to be very, very careful to try to get that all right. Not push too terribly hard. Be very, very on it as you go. As there, we're going to see the drivers, Hunter Reeve, trying to come up and through here to see if he's going to be able to get a little bit of a pass done on one of the GT4 machineries. That looks pretty easy, done and dusted.
That puts him into second place, but they are 1 minute behind Mach Schnell Motorsports. Under braking, still staying defensive there, Hunter. Horace Knight right now in the Missile Motors Team 1. Took over for Trey Drawhorn after their first stop, so he's heading towards their second stop soon. We'll see if he hands it back over. But that is not on strategy, by the way, over the minute difference between the 718 and the 19. That is on the same strategy. Mach Schnell has been obliterating the field down there.
Yeah, they really have just absolute domination at the front of that GT4 category. Joachim Baker behind the wheel of that car. And you talk about that gap. I mean, it's upwards of a minute here, and that is nothing to shake a stick at. Only after about 2 hours of running. That is very, very impressive.
We had a spin just now for the 55 car. That lost them a position. Thankfully didn't hit anything or get hit by anyone, because Matrix Purple, their sister car, just about ran into them. So Klaus Nielsen, who has taken over for Shea McNeely, found himself unable to outpace the leader in the open class, has now made a mistake, and Porsches often don't like that weight on the rear if it starts to overtake the front.
Yeah, they certainly do like to tend to switch around there a little bit. Rear engine, rear wheel drive, very easy to throw them out of weight just a little bit, and that looks like exactly what happened there coming through the Porsche curves for the 55.
That sends them to 6th place. That said, I think, they're still waiting on E2JR and Matrix Opmo to pit in, which might be this time. Yeah, it's on lap 11 for the number 1 team, so I think they should be in, if not this one, on the next lap. It's a little bit longer for the open class. They can go the longest of any of the 3, I'm pretty certain, as the 44 car is on lap 13 of their stint right now. And we're getting close to midnight in sim, but not quite to halfway in the race itself. We're actually getting close to the 1/3 mark in the race itself, having just about completed 2 hours. Hunter Reeve has not given up on Horace Knight, who has gotten that second place right on back and is making him work for it.
Yes, he is, as this is not going anywhere necessarily. Missile Motors just barely trying to hold on here, and that's really going to be hurting any chance that they're going to hope to be able to have to close in on Mach Schnell up ahead of them, even if there is a hope here at this point with that big gap, as we've mentioned.
Oh, and Knight's in. Knight is pitting in, so Reeve is allowed to run on his own. Let's see if he can go faster and try and gap his rival there on a, I think, pretty much similar strategy. Yeah, because I think that was lap 12 for the 21 car, and they're on lap 12 now for the 19 car. So they'll probably need to pit in soon themselves. We're watching on board in the GT4. Much simpler car than the fastest class in those GT3s. All kinds of doodads and whatnot to help you out. And yes, this car still has some things that can help it go quicker and help the driver feel at ease, but a little bit more basic than the top class that we've got here today.
Yeah, certainly, and that really starts with the basic car itself. Less downforce, less horsepower as you work your way around, and then that filters all the way through the rest of it here as well, working your way down into the electronic aids on the car and things like that. It's a little bit more of an entry-level car, GT4 car coming on in.
Well, picking up speed. 165, 167, 168 miles an hour before he finally hits the brake for the Daytona chicane. This is supposed to be entry-level cars, and imagine taking a car that is very similar to your road car up to 168 miles an hour on a country road, and that's actually pretty literally what's going on. As I mentioned earlier, this is normally regular streets that they're on, and this thing might not have as much horsepower, but it is getting wound up once it gets to full tilt. And I'm sure that's probably, in the real world, rather scary in the lesser machinery. Granted, I think GT3 is the lowest class that races right now in Le Mans, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct there, Joe. The GT... actually, no. This year, it will be for next year GT3, the lowest class, but this year I believe it was still GTEs up at the front of the field.
Gotcha. Okay, so as we carry on into the darkness, we have indeed ticked over to the morning now. It is just 10 minutes past the hour in sim, and the drivers are into the thick of the night. Who is going to be able to last? Who will find themselves making more mistakes? We've already had a couple, of course, with the 55 team in and amongst them. Sounds like we've got a quick chat with Mike Sachs as well, who is on the 27 team, Backmarker Motorsports. And in fact, yeah, we've got him in here, getting a little bit of our own broadcast coming back through to us. Michael, welcome in. The number 27 team is currently in 8th position. You started in that 8th position, so nothing lost, nothing gained, but what's the ultimate goal for the team?
Well, we'd like to try and be in at least the top 5. I mean, we don't have the pace at this point to catch the leaders, but that's our ultimate goal, try and stay in the top 5 if we can.
That seems like a good goal to me. Being in the slowest class, what's the biggest challenges you've found? Is it hard to be watching the mirrors?
Yeah, this was the first opportunity that I had to start the race, and yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on around you when you start the race. You as we are back marker, you got to be as a back marker. There are cars that are going to pass you quite frequently, and the best thing that we could do is just stay out of the way and hope to get a little bit of a draft to get a little momentum out of them.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea to me. In the midst of the situation, try and get every little ounce that you can out of it. Have you noticed any big difference into the darkness and the difficulty of the race? Has it been pretty similar? Have you guys been able to manage it well, or is it getting a lot harder without the visibility?
For me personally, I don't mind the change in visibility. I mean, obviously we would like to have a little bit more lighting, but the track, as it cools off, our pace has gotten a little bit better. We were able to hit our time markers that we wanted to hit. And, I think I got a lap down in the 420s. And, as the fuel goes down and the track temperature goes down, the cars get a little bit quicker.
Well, obviously communication between teammates is going to be key in helping get the most out of things. What did you tell Jeff as you hopped out of the car and he got in?
Well, I told him that the car's running real nice. The setup that we're using is working perfectly for the three of us, that we can all work with that same setup and get the same out of the car. But I told him to just keep an eye on the markers that we had set on the sides of the road and not worry about so much as the paint, because you really can't see the paint on the ground because we were using some of those paint markers that are all over the track. But I wanted to make sure that he was aware that the markers are still there, the braking points are still there, and just keep the momentum going that we started off with.
That sounds like good advice to me. So, well done to at least maintain position. We'll see if you guys can get into the top 5. And getting very close between yourself and Ed Nelson, the Exchange Motorsports, who wants by. So I'll let you get back to your teammate, and best of luck from here.
Joe, thank you very much, and thank you all on the podium, on the broadcast, because you guys are doing a terrific job, especially for the charity that we're all working towards.
I concur, and that was Mike Sachs there in Backmarker Motorsports, number 27, running 8th in GT4. And as he said, if you're just joining us, we are raising money for Operation Motorsports. We are at $10,100. Looks like we over-reported a little bit earlier. And so we have cracked the 10,000 mark. Our goal is $22,000. If you can donate, please do. We've got a link in the description below, as well as written at the bottom of your screen. This is for the lead with Martineau on Simon. We're going to try and go through a race report here in a moment, but a change of hands. Matrix Opmo is now ahead of E2JR Motorsports, both of them on a similar strategy, but both needing pits here soon. So that is a significant change there. We'll make a note on that one here as I go through what has happened since the last hour, if we can, if they'll stop battling for the lead. And yeah, it looks like he's not going to be able to make the move. So before we get through that, one quick mention that Pirelli is a major sponsor of today's PCA endurance race. Operation Motorsports, Carolinas region, and PCA Sim Racing would like to thank Pirelli for their sponsorship of the Le Mans 6-hour event. And we appreciate the support and dedication Pirelli has provided for today's live broadcast charity race. Visit Pirelli online at www.pirelli.com. Now, at the start of the hour, about 6 minutes past, the 258 team unfortunately got a little bit squirrely there, and that is in the GT3 class, Wookiee Racing. They have been having a bad day. They're currently racing last on the field. Then a little bit after that, we had quite the battle. 3 cars for the lead. It didn't last long, unfortunately. 15 minutes past the hour, the 41, the 29, and the 9 all swapping back and forth. But unfortunately, the 41 was off sequence because of a black flag earlier, so they had to pit and duck out of the fight. From there, for pretty much another 10 to 20 minutes, the 9 and the 29 kept battling, kept going until Fullwood and the Marble team in that number 20, that number 9 car unfortunately spun and found himself out of the hunt for it. Lost a lot of time for that one. After that, shortly after that, there was a black flag given to the 12 car for contact with the 21. We haven't dug up exactly where that contact happened, but the 12 team had to come in and serve that one. Then we had the number 9 team spin in the exact same spot as before, all on their own, just about 15 minutes later. And unfortunately, they have seen more time given away because of that. 5 minutes still. We just saw this one not long ago. The 55 team, Matrix Green, could not hold on to it heading into the Porsche curves. Didn't hit anything, thankfully. No damage on the car, avoided any contact from those coming up to him, including their sister team, the Matrix Purple team, and pulled back onto the track and kept going. That is going to take us, of course, to a handover after the first third of this race. DJ and I are going to get a break for our voices. Rachel Whiteford and Taylor Burris are going to take over for us. Rachel, best of luck in your 2 hours of coverage, and have fun on this one because they've been giving us a lot of fun.
Well, let's hope they all behave themselves for the next couple of hours, and we'll see you guys for the final 2 hours of the race. Well, tonight it is myself and Taylor Burris here joining you to take you through the wee hours of the morning at Circuit de la Sarthe in France. It's going to be interesting to see how this one will go forwards here, as, well, it's been busy so far, as you just heard from the guys who were just taken over from. DJ and Joe will be back, but for now, we're keeping up with the action on track. Matrix Operation Motorsport up at the front, of course, still with E2JR in pit road at the moment. I think those cycles on as we expected time-wise here, and Taylor, this track is difficult at the best of times. Is it E2JR coming out of pit road now? That's Ed Eisenring behind the wheel of that car. But at the night, and when changing light conditions, as we'll soon see, the morning light coming in, it makes a whole different challenge.
It certainly does, Rachel, and this track is going to provide that here, especially when that sun crests over the hills here and around the paddock area. Drivers are going to have to negotiate, trying to deal with the sun in their eyes when trying to race around the circuit, especially when they're trying to work their way through some of their competition or working through some of the slower classes in their field, as we are currently riding on board with Ed Eisenring in that #1 E2JR Motorsports machine. He just got done with a pit stop. He has one of the GT4 cars out there as they come out of Tesha Rouge, and Adam Spence in the Three Stooge machine just in front of him as they make the run once again down the long Mulsanne straight before they head to the first of 2 chicanes.
Yeah, they certainly do, and of course, weather right now is 73 degrees Fahrenheit, which, let's do some math here, puts us in about the 22 degree kind of Celsius range at the moment. Doing some quick weird math in my head of the strange freedom numbers, which I don't use in day-to-day life, but it's still pretty warm for nighttime here, so the track's going to retain a lot of heat, of course, and that's going to be a big factor for these guys, because despite it being cooler air temperatures, we're going to see the track retain that heat overnight, and with this being a shorter cycle, it will be more dramatic, I think. Now, here's a question for you, Taylor. With an accelerated time cycle, is the heat model accelerated too?
It is a little bit, because of course we see how the weather differentials will pick up the pace a little bit. We can keep better track of it as we progress into the early morning hours, as we progress into when the sun starts to break on the sim, and we'll see how that will come to fruition. So currently right now, we just pointed out 72 degrees is the air temperature, 77 is the track temperature. So let's put a pin on that and check back when we start seeing the sun coming up through the trees and the paddock area here at this virtual Le Mans circuit, and we'll see how much big impact it has, given the fact we are currently going to be only covering 2 hours, but for the most part we're going to probably be seeing now over several hours pass through during this 2 hours limit.
Well, indeed, looking on board there with Gonzalez here towards Matrix Green, their sister car ahead of them. It's Matrix Purple we're on board with currently, and these guys could be racing each other pretty fairly through the darkness here, as you can see on board just how difficult it is around here with the limited lighting, and this being roads mostly during, the year, of course, Taylor, but this track is definitely one of those big ones that will factor that in, and I think it's going to be one that I think a lot of people have the experience with, but not often always the nighttime, especially not in this accelerated kind of change in time cycle we have. 4 times faster than the 24-hour race, of course. Now, the reason I brought up temperature, of course, is kind of selfish. I want people to know just how much I'm suffering back here at home in my office, which is not a huge room. With a large computer beside me, it's quite tolerable. It's like 90 plus right now. And the UK doesn't do air conditioning, so suffer with me in your wonderful air-conditioned homes. But the racing on track is just as hot as my office is right now, in fact. We've got Matrix Operation Motorsport up front with Operation Motorsport behind them. Marble Motorsport there in 3rd place. E2GR we were talking about after their cycle coming out in 4th place. Then Matrix Green and Purple. Down in the open class, of course, Premier Motorsports, typical full-send geodesic drivers. Lighter speed racers in 3rd, Team Care and Celtic Racing. Celtic, we mentioned them earlier, having had one of the highest donation totals of any team. Great for those guys. And back in your GT3 4 class, Max Schnell, I think we mentioned a moment ago, the only team with 0 incidents, which is a monumental task around a track like this. It's a good work there. The team of the North, the 208 Racing Green team, Dreadnought Racing, and Three Stooges back there in 5th for that class. So some good variety here, and we'll be keeping you up to date with all the happenings around the track here throughout the night at Le Mans, and we'll see what these guys can really get going for this. But in the meanwhile, Taylor, just talk me through the driving around a track like this. How is it that you handle things changing so much across a race duration?
Well, that's
in terms of the lighting and the heat, most specifically. Obviously, cars change, but what does it do to markers you might use for braking and turning points? It's going to have a huge impact, surely.
It certainly is, because, of course, maybe that marker that you had when we saw the daylight earlier on in this race is not going to be really in the same line of sight for you compared to when we saw that daylight. Now it's a little bit more dimmer, a little bit more darker out there for you to try to pinpoint where that marker that you've been setting up and seeing lap after lap during the day period. Now you have to try to maybe either back up your corner just a little bit, but also still make sure that you're running some consistent lap times to keep up with your competition in your respective classes. Thankfully, of course, for most of these drivers, they can see the brake markers for some of the areas, especially when you're working through the Mulsanne chicanes down the Mulsanne Trade, because they have those big white signs for you to see and determine where your braking zone is quite well, as we watch this battle between the JRT Racing of Raphael Amorim and the Matrix Green Machine of Klaus Nielsen, battling for that final step of the podium in the overall and the GT3 category. But also, as we watch them head down through this little kink before they head to the Mulsanne corner, you got to find a different braking zone, because there is no sign right there for you when you come into the Mulsanne corner. Maybe that cone could be that your brake marker. It could be a different area. It could be maybe a small tree or a plant on the circuit that you utilize to help pinpoint your brake zone, but you have to be repetitious. And also, it's going to be a little bit of muscle memory now during the cycle of the run, where it's now, okay, I remember where this is my braking zone, this is where I get back onto the throttle, and this is where I can continuously stay consistent, since everyone has kind of already spread themselves out to the field. So it's really now just you against the track.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as we keep our eyes here on the Matrix cars running around the track, right now we're just looking at, I believe this is, the same two vehicles we've been watching for a moment now. I want to take a moment to quickly talk about Operation Motorsport and be a little bit more specific about why this is such an amazing charity that you should support and why PCA are supporting them, because it's really important. Now, we've mentioned a few times during the broadcast that they're a veteran-led and operated not-for-profit based out of Brighton, Ontario and Raleigh, North Carolina. They serve both Canadian and American service members and veterans, and were founded on the basis of 3 simple words: excite, engage, and empower. The premise being to engage ill and injured service members and veterans affected by their military service through motorsport activities to aid in their recovery and rehabilitation. For more information, please visit their website at operationmotorsport.org. But what I really want to say is, it's very common in the US and Canada, Taylor, for people to thank a service member. Would you say?
It is probably one of the most common things you would see here in the United States.
Exactly, but for most people that stops there. Right, you thank them for their service and you move on with your life. Well, guess what? They have to live with their life. And when people have been affected by their service, they don't feel the same way. Just the service in general will affect you, but when they've been hurt doing that job and they try and find their place in civilian life, it can be incredibly disjointing for veterans. Incredibly disjointing. And organizations like Operation Motorsport, they help people feel like part of a team again. They help people feel relevant and important in ways they thought they might not ever do again. And it's a fantastic environment of teamwork to bring that to veterans who maybe can't in other ways. Now, what I think was the most important here is that during the pandemic, Operation Motorsport started their Operation E-Motorsport side branch, which basically brought this to the iRacing platform here that we have. And the pandemic was hard for people who are, fully capable and who live a normal life and who maybe weren't, injured by service or having experienced that and no longer have that environment to suddenly be alone all the time. It was horrible. Well, they helped online as well with Operation E-Motorsport, bringing together those who are serving with those who have served and who were experienced by that, and those being beneficiaries of Operation Motorsport. So a fantastic organization that's really adapted and overcome and lives up to its words. I've personally worked with them on their Operation Motorsports series on iRacing, which of course is starting again this week. You'll find that on Podium, of course, but they live up to those words of excite, engage, and empower, and they do something incredibly important. So if you can spare a couple of bucks to go towards helping people realize themselves, and people that have given so much for their countries, don't just thank them. Do something about it.
Certainly is a great opportunity, and we're having the chance to work with you guys regarding that series for the past couple of years. For that, it was an amazing opportunity to work with, and the series is a bunch of amazing groups of drivers, amazing stories to talk to, all of them to listen to their stories on how they were able to overcome any issues and still be able to utilize something that we all love, which is, of course, motor racing and sim racing. And we can't thank Operation Motorsports for their amazing partnership here with the PCA, as well as also to be able to help raise awareness as we are closing into just a little over $10,000, as you see right there in the banner, as they work their way through the Mulsanne chicanes. As we watch this battle for P2 in the class of the GT4s, Adam Spence, Steve Komat, and Matteo Iota. These three have been battling nose to tail for about a lap or so now.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and we'll keep our eyes with those guys. Three Stooges Racing, looking backwards there. Second in your GT4 class, the Team of the North. That's been a swapping position back and forth, so we'll keep our eyes on that as the race goes forwards here. And we're seeing a lot of static positioning here. People are just trying to get through the night, which is how it goes in most endurance racing. It goes over those dark hours, Taylor, but we're still seeing a lot of people taking advantage. Those with experience, perhaps, in this kind of racing are using this time to their advantage rather than just maintaining. They're going forwards.
They certainly are, and nighttime racing is some of the most exciting and exhilarating racing when it comes to sports car and endurance racing, because not everybody is very prone to maybe competing in this style of racing at night. Some drivers may struggle a little bit because they may miss their braking zones. They may have issues with dealing with the faster traffic or slower traffic, depending on what class you're running. And also, you're also trying to find different ways to strategize as well, because with the cooler temperatures, maybe drivers may consider, oh, you know what, we're going to try to utilize not taking tires on this stop, or maybe taking only X amount of tires on this stop. So very interesting to see how the strategies go and how it plays out. We may see drivers who may take no tires during this entire nighttime period and wait till the morning to help make up time on their competitors as well. So stay tuned for more of that as we watch these drivers work their way through. We see one of the GT3 Cup machines work through lap traffic. I could not catch who that one was. I believe it was the leader in that GT3 class. That is Michael Koholik in the typical full send geodesic drivers number 44 machine.
It is indeed, and that's a good call, actually. I think a lot of teams will choose this for the off strategy of maybe a double stinting tires during the night. It's going to be cooler. It will look after your tires more, and with a lot of people maintaining and being about 95% rather than 100, you've definitely got room, I think, to do that and to make a strategy call, shall we say. Save some time, build up some track position, which, of course, those not familiar, when these cars come into pit road, it's not like Formula 1, NASCAR, or IndyCar where they will take tires and or fuel at the same time. No, it is fuel, then tires. So not taking tires really does speed up your pit stop, so it's a good thing to think about. Keep an eye here on the Three Stooges and the Team of the North, because I think winter's coming. Nope, that said GTB. No, that's the 42 getting through there, so I think they just got past another car. They're a lap down machine, I think. Can do there, no problems.
And of course, it's amazing to see how Porsche has made we have an issue right here.
Around.
Arne Clausen is around.
P6 there. I think that was. See if we can get a replay of what happened to him actually there. It's the Alcura Racing. Down your GT4 category.
Oh,
see what happened to them a moment ago.
We'll ride on
the Porsche curves and the S's here.
Flips the grass by the looks of it right here when he's coming off track exit.
No, holds that. Then back end steps. Yeah, a little bit of grass.
Great save though overall for not making contact with any of the barriers or any other cars that were around him.
certainly was there, of course, one to keep an eye on, because those mistakes get magnified at night when you can't see what's going on. You've got to be very careful.
And, you know, of course, it's been talked about now that we'll be seeing these GT3 cars take to the famous Le Mans circuit here in the near future, with the new updates to the GT specs happening in the 24 Hours of Le Mans happening in the near future. And of course, we'll be seeing the brand new Porsche LMH car that will make debut next year, first starting off at the brand new Rolex 24, and of course with the new GTP class in IMSA. So Porsche really stepping up their game with still being a part of motorsports for quite some time. Of course, they just released the brand new GT3R that was released during the Spa 24-hour weekend. And then, of course, the GT4 car just released a new updates this year alone. So Porsche really stepping up their A game when it comes to their motorsports as well, for both customer and factory drive teams. So interesting to see how the rest of this year and into the future we will see Porsche do well.
As we expect to, of course, Porsche are always strong contenders when it comes to that kind of racing, so we'll have to see what they can do with it. But as time goes on, Alcura Racing are actually trying to get themselves back here. I think they were back behind some lap traffic there, so still trying to work their way forwards here. But it's one of the nice things about riding behind another car during the night phase here, Taylor, is you get extra lighting up ahead of you. You get to see more of the track coming, so that's a very nice benefit sometimes.
Certainly is. Get a chance to see what's going on around you, see what's going on in front of you, if you're able to maybe avoid an incident, as we're riding on board with one of the GT4 cars.
Quick update, Matrix Purple coming off pit road here, or coming into pit road, I should say, for their service. That's Mario Gonzalez. Just onto the road itself. And we'll see what they choose to do here. This could be interesting to see what the choice for the Purple Boys is. Long roll down here to your pit box, but it's a good time to relax for those drivers.
Makes his way into his pit box. Will we see a driver change, or will we just see tires and fuel, or just fuel only? Don't see the jacks going up.
It won't until fuel's filled, of course.
Of course. So you're so far going to see if it's a fuel run or tires only, because no driver change is happening, of course, at this time. As Ed Isinghring will pass him as he stays on pit road. Still waiting for the rest of your top 5 to come down pit road. Currently, Tyler is just fuel only for Mario Gonzalez. Very quick stop of 29.5 seconds, and just about a little over a minute on that pit stop. So that will help him keep up with his competitors. As we're on board with your current race leader, driven by the Operation Motorsports 25, Tyler Gilmetti, as Dave Craig is about 36 seconds back from him. So clean, smooth sailing for your race leader at this time till the next round of pit stops begin.
Certainly are, of course. I wonder how many other teams are going to make a similar call, of course. Looking on board here with Rafael Amorim on JRT Racing, a third overall in your GT3 class up at the front. And they are, I believe, if I look forwards, they're not... Oh, they are actually closer than I thought they were. Actually, right behind Marble Motors there.
Yep.
There's a gap, of course, to Operation Motorsport, but JRT right in the wheelhouse here, and that's Dave Craig for Marble, just ahead of him. Rafael Amorim there. We know he's an absolute devil when it comes to dueling on the track, so we'll have to see what he can pull off, but Dave Craig looking quite cool, calm and collected there on his onboard camera. The tactical racing shorts, definitely the way forward, I think, at this time of year.
Have to agree, especially in the middle of summer here, as he works his way to the inside of Rafael Amorim and Dave Craig. Going to go side by side as they make the run over towards Indianapolis. Dave gives way as they approach the banked corner of Indianapolis before heading to the short chute of Arnage. And Rafael Amorim now moves up to P2. 37 seconds back from your race leader. Pit stop cycle still has yet to be completed for your top 5, including the Wookiee Racing Machine of Liam Radzitis as well, out of your GT3 competitors, and then one GT3 Cup car and one GT4 car who has yet to pit as well.
Certainly are, of course, and hopefully we'll see them come back at this one, because Marble shouldn't be done anytime soon. But you know, Rafael's a very quick driver so far. Looking at his laps, He's been in the car for just under 10 laps here, Taylor. So he's taken over from Schum, who's been running most of this race so far. So Amram goes in the night time. And I think I might have Batman on track here because he is absolutely going for this thing. Oh, a huge gap he's pulled.
He has. He's already stretched out to about a 1.5 second lead as they are now coming down almost into pit road. He has to check up a little bit right there as he now enters into the Ford chicanes. Jumping over those curves as he tries to hold on and make it through. Let's see what his lap time is. Currently 4 seconds faster than your race leader right now. So he is really going to kick in the afterburners to see if he can eat up some of that time here of 37 seconds. Currently riding on board with Rafael MRM, who is currently holding on to P2. He's already picked up about a second on your race leader, Tyler Gilmetti, as he works down the long Mulsanne straight. As the headlights are ablaze, it's just him in the darkness and crouching all over him, but soon that will change as it's just a little bit past 2 a.m. in sim time, 5 minutes past the hour. And currently, looking at it right now, track temperature is gone down 1 degree. It's now 76 degrees. Of course, this is a time period where we'll see really some of the cooler temperatures between the 2 to 5 a.m. in sim time is when we'll see the coolest, and then it starts picking up from 6 a.m. all the way through the rest of the racing we will see here tonight. So very interesting to see how that will come into fruition for some of these competitors, as this will affect some of the racing here tonight, as Rafael MRM is really having a good run through the middle of the Mulsanne chicanes before making through the final segment of the Mulsanne straight before entering into Mulsanne corner.
So this is the funny part about a track like Le Mans. You have your race leader on the Mulsanne, and you have GRT Racing also on the Mulsanne, separated by 37 seconds. Welcome to this track. It's one of the few places you can be on the same straight and separated by over half a minute. It's wild, I think. Really, really wild. But, of course, this is what they're here for. This is the challenge to end all challenges. And we're going to see a lot of lap traffic. We've had that sequence kind of flow out for a while, Taylor, where they've been running in clean air. But now we're going to start to get into that traffic where we're going to see what Guillemette and Amram can do and what this gap will actually do for us, because we'll see at the end of this lap what we're going to get in terms of numbers and who's going faster here.
Right now, just to give a quick little update, we're just over the halfway point of this lap, and he's already picked up 2 seconds on Tyler Gilmetti.
I think somebody is putting the hammer down, I think is the correct parlance here.
You think? Just a little bit?
It's a steam hammer. You know, it's like bonk, 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 bonk. You know the ones they have at building sites? Or used to? Got steam hammers. Do they still even have those? Probably not. But it's... yeah, rather that. Okay, terrible analogy, but we'll move on from that, as it's well worth keeping an eye on that timing overall to see where this will play through. But the lap traffic is definitely already becoming a factor. I think Gomez had at least 2 or 3 cars he's had to pass this lap alone, so, and he has a couple more just up ahead of him now as he comes across the start-finish line, start yet another lap here. We lapped 38 here at Le Mans. So what he does is he's heading through the chicane before the Dunlop Bridge, and it's a long way to go. But there's a leader, the only place you can go is backwards, so it is a very undesirable position in a race like this, I think, Taylor, to be out there early on and holding it, because everyone's targeting you, and you've got so long to do well, and only need to make one mistake.
Well, you know, it's a matter of just he is the rabbit out there, and everyone is out there trying to chase him. We see he was about 2 seconds faster than Rafael MRM that time by. Of course, Rafael caught some of lap traffic in some very difficult places for him to make passes on, so that will definitely put him back where he was when he started this previous lap. So we'll see what happens now if he has a little bit of clean tracks up ahead for him to make up some of that ground. But as we watch our race leader, I believe, Tyler Gilmetti, He is now about to approach some slower lap traffic as one GT4 car is off through the first set of the Mulsanne chicanes. That is the team of the North, Matteo Iota, who is gone around in the 19 machine.
It certainly is, and Guillemette passing lap traffic there, no problem for him. The gap has actually widened, despite the fact he got 2 seconds there with Amarim. Guillemette has pulled it out. It's now 38.8, so he's gained 1.8 here, which is wild to be considering that, actually. GRT's last lap was a 3 minute 57.4 compared to a 3 minute 55.6, so we thought that Amarim was doing a banger. Tyler Guillemette is on the treadmill. He is not backing off here. And as a marker by PCA standards, I think we could say Rafael Amarim is incredibly fast at a Porsche. Tyler Guillemette is beating him pretty convincingly here.
He certainly is. There are some areas where Tyler Guillemette is definitely faster than Rafael Amarim, but Rafael tries to respond in other sections of the course. Right now, he's back down to 34 seconds onto your race leader compared to 37 when he started this lap. So he is able to make up some time, but it just also depends on where he catches the lap traffic, as Chris Braun in the Wookiee Racing machine gets back behind the wheel after switching out with Liam Radzitis in the 258. They have not really had the best of nights, still being inside the top 9, now moving out of the top 10, almost out of the top 10 now, as Michael Kohalik will move up into 9th overall.
Certainly will move up to 9th overall, and let's see if we can still get these pledges going higher, folks. We're at $10,100 for Operation Motorsport, a phenomenal charity helping to support and give purpose and passion back to injured and ill service members from the United States and Canadian military. Let's see how much we can actually give them as support here tonight. And of course, don't forget, their own series starts up again very soon as well on the Podium Esports platform, so you'll have to check that out as well. But it's charity.pledgeit.org/race for heroes. Pledge to support such a phenomenal organization. Well, I believe we're going to get a chance to talk to Chad Dick, the driver of the 105. So let's get him up here and have a little chinwag. The Lightspeed Racers driver, Chad Dick. Just taking a break here from being on the box with Scott Kessel. Chad, how's that first stint?
I just got done with 2 stints, and I've got both arms in bags of ice and my feet up on the couch.
That seems like a perfect position to be in after double stinting. I've got an actual specific question for you here. Obviously, heading into this this nighttime stint, did you put fresh tires on before Scott got in the car, or was that just a fuel stop?
Yes, we did take new tires when Scott got into the car.
Okay, did you take tires on your second one, or do you guys consider double stinting at all in this race?
I don't remember. We've been driving so fast. I mean, when you drive at that light speed, hyper speed, it's really hard to remember everything that happens.
Oh no, I can absolutely imagine. Yeah, going that fast, it's impossible to tell. But thankfully, your pit guys have been doing that, because the way things are looking so far, it's.
No, and I'm joking. We were going to take tires, but we forgot to check them. So I ended up inadvertently double stinting. So that was not our strategy. No, a little off strategy. So I think the thing that helped me, oddly enough, was I had an unfortunate little incident going into the Porsche curves that gave me some front end damage that slowed my top end speed. So that ended up slowing the car down enough that I was able to manage the second stint of tires.
Yeah, we saw that out of White House. You had a bit of a moment there. Was it just catching the grass slightly we saw?
No. I was coming in on a GT4, and I didn't really want to try and pass him on the inside on those high-speed corners, so I just lifted and tucked in for the draft, but I think he thought I was going to take him on the inside, and so he hit his brakes, and I just reacted too slowly.
One of those unfortunate miscommunications that will happen in an endurance race, but either way, the car's looking like it's good at the moment. If you got any particular plans you're willing to talk about for Scott's stint?
The 3 of us made a pact that our goal was to keep it off the wall and keep it on the track. So if we can finish without any incidents or damage, I mean, obviously I had that one little tap, but it didn't require us to pit. So I think that's our strategy, is just race clean, keep it on track, and see where we finish.
You know what? Sometimes that's all you need to do in endurance racing. Thanks for joining us, Chad. Before we let you go, anybody you'd like to give a shout out to?
Oh, God, too early in the day for me to be issuing thanks, but Yeah, I mean, I'll thank Scott for putting this team together. He's the one who approached me and Thomas and said, "Hey, let's put a team together. We're all going to be running in the real 24-hour race next weekend. So this is kind of our prelude to the real 24 hours that we're all going to be doing together, and it's good practice."
Then before I let you go, I have one final question. How many bags of ice is it going to take for a race 4 times as long?
It melts 4 times as fast, so oh my god,
no.
What was that? That was
Your
a
car
terrible
nearly-
re-entry.
Yep, your car nearly had a moment there.
Well, he was leaving room for the guy on the right, and then he just got clipped by the guy. I don't know why he rolled forward there. Oh, now he's got to go repair.
Yeah, we'll have to look, because it looks
That
like
car-
he didn't touch him, but he also...
No, he hit him. I was watching. I was on chase view there, and he had his car perpendicular to the track, and it looks like he rolled off the wall right into the middle of the track rather than holding his brakes. So looked like what Scott was trying to do was to make room for, that was Chris Braun trying to pass on the inside, and Chris is in a faster class car, so that's managing traffic in an endurance race right there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We'll let you go to get back towards Scott and...
Yeah, I got to go put the ice bags down and go change some tires.
Yep. Okay, see you soon. Thank you for joining us, Chad Dick.
Bye-bye.
The commentator's curse strikes with full force there, I think, unfortunately, for light speed racers who got into trouble at hyperspeed. That was one I didn't see coming. I don't think any of us saw it. Thankfully, I was on board there watching when that happened, Taylor, but... Oh, God, with no track lights, it's one of those worst places about to happen. It's so hard to see them coming. But they're seemingly out really fast, so I think they're okay.
It seems like they seem to be okay. A couple of close calls indeed for them, as there was a couple of other cars around during that situation, but thankfully no harm on no foul. And it looks like here comes that number P1 driver. That's number 25, Tyler Gilmetti, who will come down pit road. That now opens the door for Rafael Marim to make the hard charge to take over the race lead now once again, as Tyler will come down pit road. Will there be a driver change or just possibly fuel only? We'll find out when he enters into his pit box.
We certainly will there, of course, as keep track of this one. Amram still working on that time. He has gone down now. It was 38, it's down to 34.349 now, so time has swung back in Amram's favor, but we'll have to see how that one plays still. We've got him pitting though, so we'll see how this one will shake through. So gain time, but these things will play out, of course. Operation Motorsport themselves are on pit road here too, so they're on the same strategy by lap here, Taylor.
Yep, Dave Craig also coming down pit road, so this will now see if Bill Anderson, who was just on pit road about 6 laps ago, if he will make his way down pit road next, or in a few laps time, because currently he will be currently the new race leader, possibly, as that's going to be the case, as your top 3 still are on pit road.
Yeah, it certainly is, of course. And I've got to say, though, the issue regarding light speed races, can there possibly be a better place on track to have an incident than the approach to pit road where you can just dive straight in?
I mean, that's pretty much a safe bet, because you can, if you need to, just come down pit road, top off on fuel, and continue on your way. Yes, it may cause a little issues with change of strategy, but due to the fact of how spaced out the field is for the most part, it's really a good opportunity for them to just come down pit road, maybe top off with fuel, and then go back out on the track.
Seems exactly that way. Wow. We'll see them play this one forward. So JRT and Operation Motorsports, well, the one we're really keeping our eyes on for timing here, because this is where the overall race lead is at, and the time is fluctuating. They've both just been in for pit stops, so we'll keep our eyes on that one. But with 20 minutes left in this hour, there's still a lot to play for here. We're approaching that halfway point in this race here, Taylor, and I'm not sure where this is going to go, because there's a lot of time left to play for, and by golly, I think they're all good to make us really bite our nails here.
It certainly is, and of course, even with the driver change of John May now getting behind the wheel of that 25 machine, Rafael Marim is still not able to get around that driver who would be able to then inherit the race lead once pit stop cycles or the next run of pit stops begin for Bill Anderson as well. As we see, of course, he is about 4.7 seconds back. He's closing in on him, but still was not able to make the jump even with a driver change in the process. So very interesting call for Operation Motorsports to stay out ahead of Rafael Marim to the JRT Racing Machine. So we'll see how that comes into play. And Ed Isingering's also trying to get in the mix. He's another 5 seconds back from your third place runner currently at this time.
Yeah, they certainly are. Well, the darkness still holds all the cards here at Le Mans, and we are approaching that halfway point here in tonight's race. And it's all to play for. I don't believe we have any retirees so far, Taylor, which is fantastic, of course, after nearly 3 hours racing. These guys putting on a fantastic show here, but the important rundowns, of course, where we are right now. Operation Motorsport leads by 35 seconds over GRT. Marble Motors in third place of your GT3 class. The open category has full send, a typical full send GS6 drivers out front with Imperial Motorsports in second and Team Care in third. If they're not covered in Care Bears, I'll be quite disappointed. And in your GT4 class, Max Schnell Motorsports with Three Stooges Racing and Missile Motors Team 1 in third there. We're trying to find out from the stewards if they've still got 0 incidents on Max Schnell. I wonder if they can keep up for 6 hours.
One way to find out. Let's see what happens in about 3 hours as we're getting ready to cross the halfway point of tonight's race.
Yep, still 0. Apparently still 0. So keep it up. Max Schnell Motorsports is right behind the wheel right now is Edward Trippett for them. It's been 3 drivers and you've all managed to keep 0 incidents. Ivan Gomez, Jochen Baker, and Edward Trippett, all 3 of them managing to hold 0 incidents, 1 stint each so far. So an even split for those guys as they run. Fantastic run down there in GT4. And Matrix Purple and Green no longer quite as close as they were, but they're still running in good order. Times have shaken up a little bit with the pit cycle, but I'm definitely keeping my eyes on the clock for this race, at this stint of it at least.
Certainly have to keep an eye on this as we look like picked up an extra $25. So now we're at $10,125. So whoever made that donation, thank you for the donation for Operation Motorsports. Let's try to hit our special. Of course, our goal is, I believe, 22,000, Rachel, if I remember correctly.
It is 20,000, I believe.
So we're almost there. We're halfway there. We're at the approaching the halfway point
22.
Of the race. So let's try to at least get to the halfway point of our goal before the halfway point of tonight's race. As we see a couple of drivers trying to work their way through some lap traffic. Right on board with Rafael Amarim, who's trying to find his way around John May for P2.
Certainly going for it at the moment, and we'll see what he can do there. Coming up towards the chicane here, right before the Dunlop Bridge, and it's close quarters racing with lap traffic just ahead of them there, so we'll see if they can balance this one out and pass securely here. Of course, we've got the Mulsanne, where the draft will be humongous. So if he gets past here, you could see him reasonably making that pass back, I think. As JRT there with Operation Motorsport just in front of him here. Matrix Opmo is right up ahead. His time has really changed now. It's 21 seconds overall, but that gap is under a second here. So this is going to be JRT's, I think, on Mulsanne.
Certainly going to be the case here, and this is a great shot for him. They got some lap cars up ahead. That's one of the GT4 cars just up the road. That is James Hemmick and the Anchors away, 248. They're currently running 11th in class as, contact slightly right there for Jim. That's going to cause John May to back off a little bit and give the position to Rafael Amarim. Hopefully Jim is going to, race control is going to take a look at that, because that would have been a very bad incident as John May finally gets around him and Jim pulls down to the inside. Tough break for John May, who was having a strong run right there trying to hold off Rafael Amarim.
Yeah, definitely is there, of course. Whew, wow, yeah, it's going to be exciting to see if they can pull that one off, but we'll definitely see this one play out as we go on there. Times are still pretty close, but of course, hard to really combat things on the Mulsanne straight there. Just so much drag effect. It will really, or draft effect, I should say, not drag, the other way around. Draft effect will have such a big impact on your race, so want to very much keep an eye on there, of course. As curious to see how this will play with Matrix Opmo as the current race leaders. This timing is going to be very unusual.
Timing is going to be a little interesting here as the laps continue to wind down. Currently, the race leader, Bill Anderson, has a 21.6 second lead over Rafael Amarim. And then, of course, go another 3 seconds back to John May, your top 3, as Dave Purdy will let by Rafael Amarim for position on the track, as we'll see that happening change. And I gotta say, no really major issues in the GT3 Cup class. Everyone's pretty much separated themselves quite handsomely all throughout the circuit. Michael Kohalek holds strong, P9 overall, P1 in the GT3 Cup class, and then of course the Muck Schnell Motorsports of Edward Trippett currently holds on to the GT4 class lead by 52 seconds over Adam Spence in the Three Stooges.
Yeah, very much so. And if anyone can hear anything in the background, I do apologize. I have got a fan blowing right at me because I am baking here. I wish I was in the middle of the night in France. It would be nice and cool, or at least cooler, I think. But you never know. One of those factors. So we mentioned the running order. We are coming down to the top of the hour very shortly, but as it runs, no actual battles right now. So we're in this kind of lull moment here between things getting a little bit more exciting, I suspect. They always do tend to, but Taylor, is this worse? Is this the calm before the storm?
I think we're going to be in the calm before the storm for quite some time, I would have to say, because right now this is the time period where drivers are still trying to log laps, gain positions if they have the opportunity to, capitalize on others' mistakes, and just focus on racing on the track. So I think we're going to see this happening probably for another, coming up on 3 hours left to go in the race, so probably another hour, maybe another 2 hours possibly. So really, we won't see a whole lot of major putting the hammer down unless you're Rafael Amorim till the final hour at the very least.
Did you just drop a Darrell Waltrip and suggest that we're probably going to see racing for the last half the race?
Well, that's always the case for most drivers when it comes to endurance racing. I mean, yes, for a matter of fact, we see nowadays that everything is a more or less a 24-hour sprint race when it comes to the major motorsports of IMSA and the WEC, but there's also that stage where there's that lull where drivers are just trying to consistently log laps and keep up with their competition.
Well, obviously you need to, and we had Chris Pires earlier who was talking about how, saving some tires, saving some fuel will generally look after the rest of the car, and you're going to be running at a pace where you're not going to make mistakes. And running a 24-hour sprint, of course, does lead to opportunity for drivers to make unforced errors. We've already seen plenty so far.
Taking a look at our GT3 Cup leader, Michael Kohalek. I do gotta say, these GT3 Cup cars are absolutely stunning to watch, both in sim and on the real-world racing circuit. They provide some really exciting racing to watch as we see him catching up to the back bumper of one of the GT4 cars out on track. But these cars, a great entry level for anyone who wants to get involved with GT3 racing, to work their way up to maybe one of the higher powered GT3 cars, or of course if this was the GTE era, those Porsche 911 RSRs.
Very much so. Looking at the open class though, right now things still playing through here. Typical full send geodesic with Michael Kohalek behind the wheel, really putting down the hammer at the moment for the open boys. Premier Motorsports is Billy Smith. They are just coming out of the final corner there, across the line actually themselves, about half a lap back from typical full send. Team Care a little bit further back there, of course. They're still running down towards the rear end of the lap, and Lightspeed are about a lap back from that, and they're just coming out the final corner lap behind them. So a lot still playing out here, but as it stands, they got lucky. And I keep thinking back to that one. We were talking, of course, to Chad Dick when that happened, Taylor, but when Lightspeed's Scott Kessel, his teammate, got whopped by a car that was off the track. That was a little bit of a tense moment of, I mean, we were interviewing him and it happened in front of our eyes. The timing's not great.
Yeah, it was a hold your breath kind of moment there, and thankfully he was not too severe damage for that Lightspeed racing machine. Of course, Chad Dix had a little bit of a hiccup also out there on the circuit as well, where he nearly lost it around. As we see one of the drivers in the open category works their way through Testra Rouge and back onto the Mulsanne straight. Could not catch who that is. That our Lightspeed racer, that is Scott Kessel.
It is indeed. Hopefully he's on the Kessel run right about now. Although I do always get very upset when people try to refer to parsecs as a unit of speed.
It's very disappointing.
It's a measurement of distance. Parsec is a distance measurement, so saying you did it in such a distance means you took a shortcut, is all. It's not saying that he did it faster than anybody else. Han Solo just did it shorter. He could have been slower, but he just took a
been.
shorter route. So he might not even be that fast. I hate to break it to people, but Han Solo might be a slow driver.
He might be, but sometimes slow and steady, as long as you know to take the shortest distance around a circuit, or around anywhere in the galaxy, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast, which is a mantra that works for so many things. But at the moment, our timing is still dropping here. JRT and Rafael Amarim have got that hammer all the way to the floor. 18 seconds now between themselves and Matrix Operation Motorsport, piloted by Bill Anderson. After passing John May and Operation Motorsport's car only a couple of laps ago, they've already put 12 seconds on them. What?
They certainly have, and they are really dropping the hammer down. And then with how things are going, they have a 7-lap advantage over Bill Anderson with the Matrix Opmo machine. So once we see Bill Anderson come down pit road, unless for some reason Rafael is able to find and pass that 41 machine, they will inherit the race lead and be able to stay out for quite some time, compared to drivers like Bill Anderson and Ed Eisenring, who also pitted around the same time in the E2JR Motorsports #1.
They absolutely will, of course, and I look forward to seeing that. But, oof, they're still going to get through this nighttime portion of this race, and I keep making a big deal of it. But it really is for the drivers on track, because you've gone from a daytime start, you're going to end of the daytime, but you're having to deal with this whole different track where your judgment of distance of the cars is harder, seeing other cars is more difficult, because the side lighting on these cars isn't fantastic, Taylor. So a car that's sideways could sneak up on you, like we saw earlier, of course, with the 966 and with Lightspeed Racers 105. Los Muchachos were just sideways. They barely saw them in time.
It certainly did, and that could have been a costly error for several drivers regarding that situation. Thankfully, they were able to avoid it and move on with maybe small damage that was going to have to come down pit road to get a little bit of a fix on, but not majorly, as we are on board with the 311 machine of Tyler Reed in the GT4 class. He's currently running P7. He's about a second back from Robert Walton in the Dreadnought Racing #8, who's just up the road, so this is going to be a very good battle to keep an eye on as the two are heading down the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, they are indeed. So we'll have to see how they actually play that one forwards as our clock does continue to run down. Mulsanne, honestly, the most restful portion of this track for the drivers. And apart from the two chicanes, of course, which do require a lot of attention, it lets the drivers have that break for a moment almost, which I think is so vital in endurance racing, that tracks are conducive to that. You have a track that's incredibly driver intensive. For example, I'd say somewhere like Mid-Ohio, that would suck for 24 hours. I'm going to just say that right now. I love the track, but it would suck for 24 hours. Because your head must be on a swivel the entire time. There's almost nowhere to rest. Whereas at least in Le Mans, places like Road America, you've got a time to actually rest your fingers, just flex a little bit, adjust your position, feel blood moving in your body.
Certainly agree with you on that one. Of course, we're watching one of our field of drivers as they head down the long Mulsanne Straight. Headlights ablaze on just about every single one of these vehicles. Great racing to see amongst them as they work their way through the second of the Mulsanne chicanes. We're heading over to Mulsanne Corner.
Mulsanne Corner is actually one of the tricky ones I'd like to think on this track myself, just because you're coming at it with so much speed and it has so much potential for passing, for defending, and also it's a very high-speed corner for the power you're coming into it with. And then you've got Indy, of course, following it up straight away. So you go from this relaxing period back into that heads-up driving.
You certainly do, and you're coming at speeds of over 170 miles an hour to dropping it down to about 30 or 40 miles an hour just to make the corner, and then you finally can let it open up again before you head to Indy, where you really have to break it down, watch out for, oversteering where the car gets a little bit too tight through there and can wash up the track into the gravel, and then have to make a short run over to Arnage, one of the slowest corners on the circuit, as we watch some of the competitors work their way down. Great racing, great passing, as we do get a black flag served for David Purdy in for an unsafe entry.
That's the Lightspeed incident, of course, for those who did not notice it. They were off track in the S's and rejoined sideways right into the path of Lightspeed and another car. at the time we're interviewing Lightspeed's teammates, so that was a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment in a difficult place of the track with very limited lighting, so that will of course impact our drivers very much hugely as keep our eyes on the guys now. I believe that's Mulsanne they're currently running down. I could be wrong though. I don't think it is with that much curvature though. I think that's towards the end of the lap. Taylor, can you tell where we are? It's so hard to work out where I am at night time at Le Mans. That's as much as I know the track layout. Getting these kind of on-track snippets in the middle of the night. I think they're in the S's now. Okay, they're definitely in the S's.
So Porsche curves right there.
And okay, I know where we are now. It's just without some of the landmarks at night, it becomes so difficult to tell where you are. Which I think may be the same for the drivers to an extent.
Certainly is the case here as we watch all of them work their way through. Great racing all throughout the circuit here tonight.
Yeah, very much is, of course. And in terms of the layout here at Le Mans, for those who aren't too familiar, of course, the lap starts with, of course, Tête Rouge, that chicane before the Dunlop Bridge. Then we have, the S du Tête Rouge. Then we have Virage du Tête Rouge, the corner before, of course, the Mulsanne Straight. And we have the two chicanes running down there before Mulsanne Corner. We have a short straight leads down into Indianapolis before Arnage. And then we have Porsche into Dubon. And the S's before the White House at the final chicane, leading into Virage Ford. So lots of interesting sections to the track here. There's some good moments for drivers to relax, but some huge braking moments like Mulsanne Corner and Arnage being heavy braking corners there for these drivers. It's pretty fast-flowing stuff, of course, Taylor, but some focus points there being, I think, Mulsanne. Indianapolis is very much a flow still, but Arnage really kicks you in the seat.
It certainly does, and you have to be so careful with that corner because it's probably one of the most difficult corners to try to set yourself up to get a good run off the corner exit, to set yourselves up for that long stretch over before you get to the Porsche curves. As trouble for Chris Braun, he overshoots the corner and ends up having to go through the slow zone. He just overshot the first set of Mulsanne chicanes, and now will have to give up a lot of time right there, so a tough break for him as he will continue racing.
Very much is, and wow, we're still in this intermittent period of maintenance, I think we could show in the racetrack here. The team is trying to just hold their positions on the racetrack, although Marble Motors are closing in on E2JR. Currently on, I believe, the run towards Indy. Yeah, I think they are. But no, that's the run down towards that's not Mulsanne. Again, it's so hard to tell around here at night time, but this is before the S's. Yes, I'm correct. That's before the S's. So my geography is not my strongest point right now, but we're seeing Marble Motors catching up here. They're starting to pull that gap, and there's a lap car between them, but it is coming down. So that's one to keep our eyes focused on further forward. Gap, though, for Matrix Opmo to JRT down to 15 seconds. That one is coming down even further, and the gap now is 20 to Operation Motorsport behind JRT. So Aram is rocket boosters engaged. He's going after the lead, I think, in this stint. 13 seconds now. 2 seconds a lap we're seeing him pull. He can do this stint.
Certainly can. It's going to be critical to see how this will come into play here as we are about to cross over for our hourly update here momentarily, Rachel.
We certainly are, of course. In about 30 seconds we'll hit that. So we'll hit that right about now. Run down your class leaders, of course. Right now it's Matrix Operation Motorsport, currently piloted by the one and only Bill Anderson there, with JRT Racing behind them with Raphael Amrim, and E2JR Motorsports with Ed Eisenring for your GT3 class, the open class. Typical full send geodesic drivers with Michael Koholik behind the wheel. Imperial Motorsports and Billy Smith, and in third place is Team Care's Randy Levold. GT4 class, Max Schnell Motorsports still on 0 incidents with Edward Trippett there. Three Stooges Racing with Garrett Taylor, and Missile Motors Team 1 with Trey Drawhorn behind the wheel of that car. And it has been a relatively busy hour from what we've seen so far, of course. We had a really rough hour for the guys at Lightspeed because Chad Dick had a self-incident out of Maison Blanche, the White House, the final segment there. That was an incident with a latch car. And then we had the 242 with Class spinning solo through for the Alcaro team in the S's after he touched some grass. So that's been a tricky section for drivers. Matrix Purple and Gonzalez, they did a only fuel strategy there, which we seem to have seen from a couple of teams so far. Seems to be double stinting at night is going to be a thing happening. We've seen it a few times. Purple are back in again. Aaron Nation's in the car for them now. As we've also seen Marvel pass for second overall, which has gone backwards now. Amarim, of course, charging down your race leader. That's been a battle all race long. We've seen JRT pushing forward since he got in the car. Matteo lost it in the first Mulsanne chicane. Unfortunate for the 19 car there. With Scott Kessel again, we mentioned Lightspeed Motors being hit by David Purdy after an unsafe rejoin there. They pitted out. They were good to continue, and they've not really lost too much. And then Amarim, of course, we mentioned retaking P2 after a close call with a GT4 car. That's a 248. And we just had Chris Braun overshooting Mulsanne chicane and had a slowdown. So it's been a very mistake-filled hour, I think, is the best way to describe it here, Taylor. These guys have really had a bit of a struggle. But let's not forget, of course, that this race is brought to us by Hagerty. Hagerty is a major sponsor of the Le Mans 6-hour race today. Operation Motorsport, Carolinas Region, and PCA Sim Racing would like to thank Hagerty for their sponsorship of the PCA Sim Racing event. We appreciate the support and dedication Hagerty has provided for today's live broadcast charity race. Visit Hagerty online at www.hagerty.com.
And thank Hagerty enough for some of their amazing partnerships here with the PCA, with Operation Motorsports, as well as we try to break over into a couple of more extra dollars here, trying to hit the goal of $22,000 as we have an update. $10,177 here for currently. So thank you to all who have been making donations since the start of today's action. And we hope to see us hit our goal before the end of tonight's racing, as we still have just under halfway through this race.
Yeah, we certainly do. Just about the halfway point here. In fact, we have just crossed the halfway point in tonight's race. It's still nighttime in Universe. In fact, it's about 4 a.m. here, so we're going to start seeing it get lighter very soon here in France, as this will really start to make things quite interesting for these guys. And I'd love to get a technical opinion on what this does in terms of our heating, because I don't know whether this is an impact. We've not seen the weather change dramatically enough. We've seen a change of a degree in track, and and track is down by another degree. Does anyone actually know if the track temperature is impacted by the speed of the sun cycle? We're only, of course, on 4 times sun here. Is it 4 times track temperature change? Because that'd make for a wild ride.
I don't know about that, but I know for a fact we have gone down at least 1 degree as far as air temperature, and then of course about 2 degrees as far as track temperature ever since me and you have started taking over the action. So it does affect a little bit as far as the handling of the car,
it's
the tires.
Nighttime, so
yeah,
I expect it too. You know, it's gone down, but it's only gone down, I think, by the amount of time we've been nighttime. I think it feels like a regular scale here. So. It's perhaps been a slightly easier night for these guys because it's a shorter one. But we've got Max Schnell there, James Lejeune behind the wheel now, leading that GT4 class. They're into the pit box here, getting their service. But we're going to start seeing the sun come up, which provides a whole different world of challenges here, just like sunset. And that the low sun angle is going to be really difficult, I think, for a lot of these drivers. With lighting starting to change, of course, it's the reason why the military tend to like using... used to, back before night vision was a thing, used to like using dawn and dusk as perfect times for attacks, because it makes visibility incredibly difficult. The changing light conditions, shadows are longer and bigger, and your natural night vision of your eye can't adjust quite as well. So it's an interesting time for a racing driver, because you've got to deal with shadows moving on the track quite dramatically, positions shifting, light in your eyes that you're not going to have, of course, during normal daytime hours, which is going to definitely make the challenge, I think, more significant.
Could not agree with you more on that, Rachel, because also if you think about it, with the moving shadows, sometimes those moving shadows can be accidentally spinning right in front of you, where you have to be careful, as we have to keep an eye on that matter for some drivers here tonight as they continue to log laps around the circuit. As we watch one of the GT4 machines comes out of the Porsche chicanes, as our GT4 overall race leader has come down pit road. The Max Schnell Motorsports now, James Legault, has gotten behind the wheel. That will do a lead change of Garrett Taylor, who will take over in class.
Yeah, Three Stooges Racing leading for the moment, I think, until they get their pit stop in. They are due one Oh no, they've just had one actually, so interesting. They've actually gapped him, I think, in that pit cycle because Garrett Taylor's only 2 laps into his stint here. We've had Chris Pippen, Garrett Taylor, and Adam Spence behind the wheel of that car. And now it is Garrett Taylor back again, so they've had some good outlaps here, I think. That's really benefited them.
Certainly has benefited them indeed, and we'll keep an eye and see how this will come to fruition for Garrett Taylor. If he's going to be able to hold on to the race lead this time around, or will James Legault close the gap? It's currently 8.3 seconds and growing at this time.
Yeah, it very much is, and we'll see that gap change. But one thing I want to keep my eyes on here is JRT and Matrix Opmo, because that gap is interesting. Have we had an incident off screen? They're not in the same order.
Who are we
JRT are listed as leading right now. Matrix Opmo, did they just pit? That's the question.
Yes,
what happened
they did.
to them?
They did just pit.
That's a very sudden, because Bill Anderson's only had a small number of laps here. Am I reading that wrong? He's had 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 laps. Is that our pit window in terms of running? I think it actually is. Yeah, okay, no.
Yeah,
I would say it doesn't get to stop
laps.
there, so... Okay, we're seeing JRT behind the wheel now, as I'm just trying to catch my own math here. Hammerham seems to have gone a lot longer, unless he's pitted as well. He may need to.
Well, Amarim is at the halfway point of his pit stop cycle for him. He's got about 7 laps currently on this stint of tires, so he should be coming down anywhere between the next 4 to 5 laps for his next pit stop.
Sorry, some booth math going on here as we try to work out what day it is. The podium booth.
The good news is it's Sunday.
It is Sunday, yeah. It's the Race for Heroes Day. Speaking of which, let's go have a chat to Jacob Schoon from JRT Racing. Well, Jacob from JRT Racing here. You guys are absolutely on a drive right now. You put in some good stints early on, but now Raphael's behind the wheel. It seems that things have turned up to 11. Are things on strategy?
Yeah, things are on strategy at the moment, so let's just hope that I have full trust in Raphael and Travis to finish out the rest of the race. And hopefully things go to plan, and we're hoping to have at least a podium, but another win would also be nice as well.
So you guys are aiming, of course, there for a win. We did see you guys definitely did an intentional no tire stop during the night time. Is this planned into the cycle?
Yes, we are. We plan to double stint these tires, and we are possibly, depending on how the tires look, we might even do another stint on the same set of tires.
Would that only be for the nighttime race period, or is that something you'll consider doing in the daylight?
We want to try to minimize the amount of tires that we take because it takes quite a lot of time to change tires. So we just want to minimize the amount of tire changes, and we'll see. We'll see whether we'll do another tire change or not.
Well, we'll keep eyes out to see if you guys triple stint. That would be quite a gamble, but one that seems to be paying off so far. Obviously, it's been an interesting night cycle here with these guys. How stressful has it been being on the pit box for your teammates?
It's been pretty relaxed back here. We're just managing traffic at the moment, trying to catch traffic in the best places. Ideally, not in the Porsche curves because you lose at least 3 seconds if you're stuck behind lap traffic. But after that, on the pit wall, it's been pretty chill so far.
Awesome. Anybody you guys would like to give a shout out to? I know it's early days. I'm not going to ask you to thank anybody, but anybody you'd like to say hi to at least?
Yeah, I'd like to say hi to my friends if they're watching the stream right now, and also like to thank Raphael and Travis for being such great teammates. Even after my mistake at the beginning on lap 1, they've been supporting me throughout. And I also like to thank my parents, Jonathan, Cecilia, so my sister Coco. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, Jacob Shum from the JRT racing team. Best of luck with the rest of the race. We hope things go great for you guys.
Thank you.
Well, hopefully we're going to get a chance to chat to Tyler Guillemette as well in a moment, Taylor. I believe you're going to be standing by with him.
Indeed, I'm here with Tyler Guillemette, who is having a strong run in his stages. Was able to hold on to the race lead before pit stop cycles. Tyler, walk us through the ever-changing conditions of racing around this circuit.
It's difficult with the time acceleration going from middle of the day into the night during my triple stint and getting the dramatic temperature swing. I think we changed something like 20 degrees over the course of those 3 stints.
And of course, you know, we are here to celebrate as well as raise awareness for Operation Motorsports, and you being one of those drivers for this number 25 machine. The thoughts of representing such an amazing organization here, as well as for racing at a track like this, what was the thinking of choosing this track, as well as utilizing, of course, 3 different classes with the PCA and the 3 Porsches that we see racing here tonight?
I don't know. It's hard to put into words, you know, what it means to be driving with Operation Motorsports, being a part of their organization, and, you know, the help they've given me and all the other beneficiaries along the way. And, you know, coming out here and driving, I think it's one of my favorite tracks. Being able to come out, haul around a GT3 and, you know, represent up at the front, I think it's important, and it's helping to raise awareness for the cause.
Well, when's the next time will we see you back behind the wheel, Tyler?
We got our Operation Motorsport season starting up soon. Be joining that, and then whenever the next PCA race is, hopefully we'll have another couple teams out there.
All right, that is Tyler Guillemette, who is currently running P2 with John May behind the wheel in the number 25 Opmo machine. We'll see him later back on in the race here today as Rachel. So it's been exciting racing so far amongst the field, but right now it is Rafael Amarim who is currently your race leader. We do apologize for some issues. We'll hopefully have footage back momentarily.
Yeah, we'll have the cameras back in just a moment. We'll get you the on-track action, but right now you're not missing too much. It's been relatively quiet for the time being. Class lead is still JRT Racing and Operation Motorsport, and Marble Motors in third for your GT3 cars. The open class is Imperial Motorsports with typical full-send geodesic drivers in second. That's been a pit stop cycle there, with Doom Care in third. And back in your GT4 class, Three Stooges Racing with Max Chanel Motorsports and Mittel Motors Team 1 in third for the GT4 cars. So we'll have you live pictures back in just a moment, but the one thing we're hearing from these guys is a real love for this track, Taylor. What is it about it that makes it so amazing?
Well, it's a track that absolutely tests the limits of any car that you take out on this circuit, whether it be a GT4, a GT3 car, a prototype, or even a stock car we will see happening in 2023. But this track is so high speed, but yet so technical. And of course, you have to respect the history that this track brings.
You absolutely do, and thankfully no one's done a Mark Webber and flipped into the trees on Mulsanne yet, which is, of course, a very, very thankful thing. It's definitely had its history as a track, and iRacing does continue that in some regards. It's amazing seeing something this historic memorialized in this way. It's been in The Sims, but I don't think it's ever been, we got to come backwards on the racetrack just down there. Operation Motorsport just passed them. I'm trying to work out who that was, actually. But we had someone facing entirely the wrong direction, but at least they were facing backwards entirely and had their lights forward, so it definitely marks you out as being, hi, I'm here. That's the 242 machine that had an incident. Alcura Racing, they were backwards in the Porsche curves there. In fact, we've got it here, actually. McCune comes through. Just lost it there on the grass and hit the Armco and rejoins, but he ends up sitting there backwards. Perfectly timed, in fact, to be passed by Operation Motorsport there, so John May was rather glad to have the beacons shining to avoid him. We got our pictures back, of course. Welcome to the technical realities of broadcasting. Sometimes it will happen, but On board here with Tyler Reed in the Operation Motorsport GT4 car. These guys are running down the order right now, but they're still pushing on hard. 6th place there in their class, but chasing down some of the cars ahead. Going to be quite a distance up track though for them. I believe this is a lap down machine in front of them directly. Not going to hurt though to have another car to run around with. Gap from first to second overall is 46 seconds now. Taylor, that's crazy.
It certainly is, but even though that's still quite a gap to overcome, we still have a lot of time left for that to change and happen as we now go up a couple of more dollars. $10,202 now go up on the board. So thank you to all those who have been making donations here during these past couple of minutes to where we're at right now. Let's keep it going. We're almost to the halfway point of our donations, and we still got a lot of great things happening here today. A lot of great racing action as we are now 2 hours and 43 minutes left to go.
We absolutely are. Not a lot of time remaining, of course, on the board there, but it seems like only a moment ago we were a couple of 3, 4, 5 hours remaining in this race, and now we're on the downward slope here, counting down towards the end of this thing. Only 2 hours and 45 minutes really remaining, which it starts to be where it really matters what you're doing with your strategies here. Those 20 seconds, those 30 seconds, those 40 seconds suddenly seem huge.
Let's see here. A couple of cars trying to work their way through, seeing if we have any battles. Of course, that battle for P2 between John May and Dave Craig looks to be pretty strong. They're going to go side by side down Mulsanne. One of the GT or the open category drivers that is currently up ahead of them, that is Mark Frost in the Team Care machine as they head into Mulsanne corner. Dave Craig dives it to the inside. Frost gives way. John May tries to find an opening, can't quite make it work. And that will allow Dave Craig to stretch it out to P2 now and see if he can go and chase down Rafael Emerin. As we're now approaching 5:30.
Sunrise is very imminent here at Le Mans. This is going to change this track dramatically for the drivers and you, the viewer. Most specifically, you, the viewer, because you'll be able to see what's going on. As we're on board here, running up behind. Oh, big dive into Mulsanne. I'm going to work out who that is there. But that was looking backwards from John May in 3rd place there. In 3rd place, Marble Motors. We've got some cycling around here. Those guys close to the racetrack. Let's quick up here for you. $10,202. I think we just mentioned that, but my brain doesn't work. So I'm mentioning it again. Please consider supporting the cause. Operation Motorsport does a huge amount of work for injured and ill service members and veterans of the US and Canadian military. You can help them out by going to charity.pledgeit.org/Race for Heroes and helping towards our noble cause here today to help those that have given so much for their countries. Well, it's definitely heading into those really interesting moments, I think, for this one, Taylor. Sunrise on the cards any second. It's going to really be the more difficult segment, I think, here, because sunset, yeah, okay, it's getting darker, but everyone's still very fresh. We're approaching nearly 3.5, 4 hours into this race, and wow, it's starting to be more tired here, so it's going to have more of an impact. I think Taylor's dead, so I'll tell you myself, yes, it's absolutely going to have more of an impact. The more tired you are, the more difficult it's going to be to recognize things. As much as physical tiredness is a thing, don't forget your eyes too, because eye strain will be a major thing with these guys, most often looking at either screens or VR headsets. It's going to get tricky. Staring at a screen that long and trying to see something different is going to become hard as shapes start to shift and not quite look the same. It's going to be an unusual perspective for them, which could definitely upset and trip up a couple of cars, but we'll have to see how this one does actually go out. As on board, looking at, well, not on board, but looking down at some of the guys coming out of the final segment of the track. Maybe one day I'll know my way around here in the dark. But, so I'm still struggling to get my way around here in the daytime, which is a surprise, to be honest. Got Joe Stiefel there from Exchange Motorsports in the pit road, 12 car. They are in 9th now, but they were previously running in the 4th spot overall in GT3. Looking to be a pit stop for fuel and possibly tires, we're not sure yet. They haven't got up on the jacks at the moment. We'll keep an eye on whether they do or not, of course, but as it stands, see some of the guys back out on the racetrack there. Quite a long stop here. I think they might be, yep, we saw them go up on the jacks. So that's tyres for Exchange Motorsports. Under the Dunlop Bridge, which you'll soon actually be able to read the word Dunlop on it when the sun comes up. That'd be lovely.
Very lovely indeed, as we watch them work their way through the S's, keeping an eye on a couple of competitors here as they come over to Tetra Rouge. I believe, who was that? That is the Wookiee racing machine of Chris Braun, who's been able to make some recovery with his run. They currently was as far back as P9 in class, and now he has moved his way up to P6, so gained a couple of positions as Ed Eisenring has just got off pit road along with Joe Stiffel. Of course, we should be expecting Chris Braun, Klaus Nielsen, the next ones to pit along with your top three.
Yeah, those top threes have been pretty consistent so far all day. Imperial on a strategy positioning ahead of typical full-send geodesic drivers. That is a mouthful of a team name, just putting that out there. Typical full-send. Why not? Three Stooges and Missile Motors. Exactly, that's exactly an even easier name to say. But Three Stooges got ahead of Max Schnell, who dropped to third place with Missile Motors ahead of them too. But JRT and Marvel's now ahead based on strategy. Operation Motorsport is, I believe, net going to be second. We've also seen Matrix Opmo drop back as well now into fifth. So lots of change in your GT3 category, Taylor. That's been our most tumultuous throughout the night.
It certainly has been. It's been the most tumultuous, but also our most exciting, watching some of the battles happening across the racing circuit with these cars and watching them work their way through around lap traffic. As we have one car down on pit road, that's Scott Kessel in the Lightspeed Racing Machine. We talked to Chad Dix earlier today about how they've been running so far. And it looks like Rafael MRM, well, he's not done running how much faster he is. He just set the fastest lap of the race last time by. Or his personal best, I would say. Fastest lap of the race currently goes to the Matrix Opmo machine, currently driven by Bill Anderson.
Yeah, we'll definitely need to see how that one does, but a lot still to go in this race here. There's still plenty of time to help support the amazing cause here for the Race for Heroes in support of Operation Motorsport. Give them a look up on the charity.pledgeit.org/Race for Heroes page. And you too can help to support a phenomenal cause here, helping American and Canadian injured service members and veterans getting meaning back in their lives, which is a huge, huge thing for them, of course. And sun's, is it getting lighter or am I imagining it, Taylor?
I think you're imagining it just a little bit. We're getting close, though. We're getting close.
It seems like we might be as well.
I start to see the sun starting to peek out a little bit as we're getting ready to approach to 6 a.m. in sim time.
I think we are starting to see that. Yeah, it's approaching 6 o'clock in the morning. Should already be light. Just saying, this part of Europe is going to be light already by 6 a.m. Trust me, I know it's before normally when I go to bed, so I'm well aware of just how bright it is outside. Typical full-send geodesic out of the pit cycle, changing around now, are back in the lead for your open class. That's Michael Polisek behind the wheel of that car. He is in after Koholik. They've had like 4 laps now on those tires. Koholik double stinted. Well, Polisek did 1 stint, then we had double stint in the night for Koholik. And now Polisek's back in that car now. We'll see where they choose to go with that, but running good so far. Lap times have been decent for what we're expecting from that car. The gap, by the way, for your GT3 class, Taylor, 55 seconds to Marble Motors. Is someone going to tell Rafael he can slow down now?
I don't think anybody is, because he's also currently running a really good lap right now as well, as he goes a little bit off track, but he's able to still keep it onto the track indeed, as he works his way like out of, I believe that was the Mulsanne corner, as he makes his run, or actually out of Ardage, makes his run over towards the Porsche curves.
Certainly does, of course. Amram there on board. We're seeing lap traffic ahead of him as well, running down towards Mulsanne corner. for diving down the chute in towards Indianapolis in a moment. Not here, but just down around the corner. Track definitely does provide a very stressful environment to these guys, I think, in many cases. It really is just constantly evolving, and we're seeing lots of light kicking in now. Yeah, definitely dawn has arrived here as we approach 6 a.m. in sim time, as we're seeing that blue and red hue across the skyline, and everything's going to start changing now. The temperatures and times are going to start to pick up.
They certainly are, and that just means more exciting action happening still to come as they crest over some of the bumps and curves here out of the Ford chicanes and continue to log another lap around this circuit. Starting to see a little bit more certain details on the track compared to what was earlier in our coverage here today, as it's now 6 a.m. here in sim time.
Yeah, it certainly does. Wow. Here we go. This is when the race is going to pick up in tempo, folks. We're going to have a really interesting last about 2.5 hours here as this one goes onwards, but it has not been boring in the slightest so far. Absolutely amazing racing throughout this night, and it's mostly been, I think, we've not seen really many collisions perhaps between vehicles that weren't due to someone being off the track from a self-spin, for example. I think we had one at the start and 2, 3 maybe total in just nearly 4 hours.
Give or take.
Surprisingly calm, but JRT race, I just want to point this out in terms of managing to recover from things. JRT Racing, who are currently leading, served a black flag for a lap 1 wreck. So it's kind of impressive. That was the 41 they got into it with. So yeah, somehow they've had a really impressive run so far. That was Matrix Opmo they crashed into. Got a black flag and are back at the lead.
Good night for them so far. They keep on progressing forward here as we're just about to cross over till 30 minutes before we get to the top of the next hour here in the broadcast as they work their way down the Mulsanne Straight. Starting to see a little bit of color on the back end of some of these Porsches as they work their way down Mulsanne. You don't just see a bunch of red tail light when you're watching from behind them.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, there'll be a lot less distraction from changing light positions as we get the sky filling with light once again. Headlights, tail lights won't be so much distraction for these guys here. We'll have less darting in and out of the shadows, so we'll see the bravery pick up, I think, a good notch here. It'll be easier passing lap traffic as well. That's always a problem during the night, I think, Taylor.
It certainly is as we watch them work their way over to the Mulsanne corner. That's, of course, your race leader, Rafael Amarim, who's got at least 2 different classes ahead of him. He's got the open class driver of Billy Smith, the Imperial Motorsports machine, who's now passing Peter Kummer in the Los Muchachos Motorsports number 996 machine.
Very much so. Here is got Siddle there from Matrix Green on pit road. Service for them in your GT3 class. Don't think we're going to see them get tires. No, we'll switch cameras there. Keeping my eyes on whether or not they do. I think that's green or purple. No, we didn't see tires actually. No tires for green. I can report no tires there. That's a double stint for those guys. That's Siddle still behind the wheel there. And although no, Siddle's just gotten behind the wheel, so he's taken no tyres after jumping on after 2 stints from Nielsen. So, optimistic getting in on somebody's old tyres. That's not what I'd go for, perhaps.
No, it's not what I would indeed, but apparently they have a different strategy call than what we are expecting, so we'll have to see how this comes to fruition for them as they will continue to log laps. And, of course, I'm starting to see the sun crest over some of the trees here in Le Mans.
Yeah, we're starting to see that sun coming up now. The sky is lightening significantly and thus improving your visibility of the race rather than watching headlights dart around a dark screen like watching Pong from the 1980s. But it does happen, unfortunately. This is what nighttime gets to be like in video games sometimes. And this is me speaking from a technical perspective here, folks. Watching this in a sim is a lot better because no matter what we do here, the video game's graphics are processing into an encoder, the recording or streaming software, which then gets uploaded to YouTube where you're watching it, and YouTube adds its own compression. So dark gets darker. No matter what you do, you've got to make things super light to get any sort of visibility at nighttime in games, and that is a fight I struggle with on the daily, unfortunately. But looking at Dave Craig here from Marble Motors, second place there. The speedy shorts of Marble Motors there. Craig behind the wheel of his car. Trying to keep the momentum up here, but look at the visibility difference there from his onboard. So much more of the track you could see. This is where we're going to start to see those times plummet.
Indeed, we are going to start to see those times start to plummet a little bit here as the temperature will then begin to pick up, as currently still at 71 degrees air temperature, partly cloudy. 74 is the track temperature. So now let's see how quickly we'll start to see those temperatures start to build up as we see our top three make their way down pit road.
Yeah, pits in now for a number of those cars. We're seeing, I think, JRT are just out, I believe. Marble are on and Opmo are on. We're seeing no pit stop this time for Matrix Opmo, and Matrix Green have already pitted. UTJR are not in the window yet, so we'll see where that goes. Bill Anderson there from Matrix Opmo. Those guys coming up towards the Dunlop Bridge. Looking at Raphael's times, yeah, he's not actually pitted. Was he pitted? I'm pretty sure he was that time, wasn't he, Taylor?
I believe so, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, he was in the exit row. We saw him on the camera, but some of these guys now dropping down here.
But one thing I did notice, he was not in his box very long at all.
Splash to change cycle, maybe?
Possibly that,
Take
or
the splash now and then full stint it to the end.
That's the only thing I can think of, so he's going to try to stretch out just a little bit here.
Oh, actually, they've been double stinting, so maybe, as they were talking about doing a triple stint, maybe this is that triple stint with just a splash of fuel. Take that splash we know they were probably going to have to do at the end of the race now, which means a shorter third stint on the tyres, meaning you can then go hard on 2 full stints with tyres towards the end. It's not the worst strategy in the world.
No, it's not, so we'll have to keep track and see how this will work out for them, as they will now continue to stretch out their lead to about 17 seconds over Bill Anderson. John May, as well as Dave Craig, have also rejoined the track. They have also completed their next round of pit stops.
Yeah, it certainly is, of course, and a lot... no, we have a pit stop time, 40.4 for JRT, apparently, so that does appear to be a full stop, not as short as we thought it was, so that could have been a regular full stop, I think, there. Some cross
timing and scoring being funny with us.
Yeah, timing and scoring being a bit strange. But it's light now. Rejoice! You can see things! We can see things! They can see things! That's the important part, they can see it. Dawn fully braking here across the Le Mans circuit here in France, and the race is most certainly on at this point in time. Just over 3.5 hours in the books, and we're going to be seeing what these guys can pull off now as we come into this closing segment. 26 or so minutes before we hit 2 to go. 2 hours, not 2 laps, though, there. And this is where we're going to see the heat really dial up. They can see where they're going now.
Trouble for one car. That's one of the GT4 cars.
Tyler Reed, I think. Yeah, it's the 7th place, Reed.
That's the Opmo GT4 car.
Yeah, Opmo GT4. Let's take a look back and see exactly what happened for him there. Replays on your screen here, coming through the chicane. And a little bit too much curb. No, yes. Yes, no?
I believe so.
Lots of curb? Yes,
lots of curb and lots of sand.
Yep, too much curb. Oh, no bunk. Okay, he managed to somehow make that one and not get connected to the tyres, so that's useful for him. He dodged a bullet at that one.
Very much so indeed. So he'll rejoin the circuit and still running in 7th position. He still has about an 11-second advantage over the Team of the North, driven by Matteo Ayota, who is currently holding strong in 8th position.
Very much. Joseph Evans here with 208 Racing Team Green there, running down Mulsanne. This is how close the houses are. It really is a normal road most of the time. Yeah. You are running through a French town and all their shops that just happens to become a racetrack once a year. And it's quite surreal seeing that. All these just houses and shops and things just behind the barriers. But this is one of those things we'll have to deal with, of course. And those huge chicanes running down the road always makes things a little bit trickier for them. But with visibility now, it's going to be a lot easier to really see where you're turning in rather than remember where you have to turn in, of course, Taylor. Which does mean they can actually push this a lot harder.
They certainly can, and it's just going to provide a little bit of more opportunities for drivers to see how much they can stretch it out, how long they can push these cars before the temperatures really start to pick up, and be able to test the limits of every single one of these drivers here during this stage of the race. This is another one of those famous transition periods. As we now start to see the temperatures will begin to pick up a little bit as we are approaching 7 a.m. in sim time, and just about 23 minutes left before the top of the next hour.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. And look at the cars already. They're piling up here, ready to go racing. That's the 242 there, running down in, I believe, about 5th for class Alcoa Racing, with Andrew McCune behind the wheel. They've had a bit of an up and down race, but we've got some traffic to work with, at least at the moment. It's going to be 20 seconds between JRT and Matrix Opno at the front, by the way. That time's coming down, of course, after JRT's pit stop, and the other pit stops for those teams as well. But it's still a solid lead, 20 seconds. It's not wonderful for 6 hours, but it's definitely functional considering the race they've had.
Certainly has been, so we'll see how this will come into play for them as they continue to log some laps between these two competitors. As we watch Andrew McCune trying to hunt down Joseph Evers for the top 5 in class. He's 1.2 seconds and closing.
So just got information from Jacob Schoon. We spoke to him earlier on the broadcast, but full fuel, a 40-second stop there for JRT in the box, which is why we got our timing a bit strange. It was quick. They are tripling the tyres, so hey, more power to you. If you can make those things run for 3 stints, I'm pretty sure Pirelli will be very, very happy. Because that's one of those things. You know, making tyres last long is very important. And let's not forget, Pirelli is a major sponsor of today's PCA Endurance race. Operation Motorsport, Carolinas Region, and PCA Sim Racing. We'd like to thank Pirelli for their sponsorship of the Le Mans 6 Hours event. We appreciate the support and dedication Pirelli has provided to today's live broadcast. Charity race. Visit them online at www.pirelli.com. Like that segue? That was a great segue.
Very good segue. Round of applause for you on that.
Michelin's or Pirelli's on these cars? I can't tell. That'd be awkward if it's Michelin's.
Very.
No, they're Pirelli's. They're Pirelli's. It's okay. It's okay. It was definitely a legitimate segue that was intentional, and I didn't guess. Okay, we're good. Well, so look at our run
down back here. With Rachel. It's good to be back.
It is. Yes, it is. I love my segues. They're fantastic fun. JRT leading Matrix Operation Motorsports in second and Operation Motorsports in third for your GT3 cars. Open class, typical full-send geodesic drivers for the first time I get that one right. With Imperial Motorsports behind them, with Billy Smith still behind the wheel there. Light Speed Racers in third, so they've moved up one ahead of Team Care. And in GT4, Three Stooges Racing ahead of Missile Motors Team 1 and Max Schnell Motorsports in third. We'll look more deeply as we get to the top of the hour, of course, but okay, cool. We were talking about a GT3 car, and they have Pirellis, and the Open and GT4 have Michelin, so it was totally fine. I didn't imagine it. We're good. Thank you to Cameron Oberon, our social media savant, who is handling that side of things for us today. Still looking at $10,202, folks, for the support here. The charity.pledge.org/race for heroes there. You too can help support Operation Motorsport for this Race for Heroes special event. These guys, of course, a majorly fantastic charity that everyone here is incredibly happy to support. Of course, Operation Motorsport is a not-for-profit organization that is based out of, I believe it is Brighton, Ontario, sorry, the Canadian one I keep forgetting the name of, and Raleigh, North Carolina. They serve both Canadian and American service members and veterans, and they were founded on the basis of 3 simple words: excite, engage, and empower. The whole premise is to engage ill and injured service members and veterans affected by their service in the military through motorsport activities to aid in their recovery and rehabilitation. For more information, visit them at operationmotorsport.org to learn more about them. And don't forget, they do have their Operation Motorsport series starting up again very soon, where we get to see supporters and the actual beneficiaries of Operation Motorsport themselves all racing together and having a fantastic time. Something they started, of course, during the pandemic, which has grown its own legs, really, Taylor, and become its own thing, which is a fantastic series where we get some of the most sporting, fantastic racing ever. I'd say on a par with what we see in the PCA. And it's for a fantastic cause. It's giving people who've come from this team environment, this, world that surrounds about teamwork, suddenly find themselves in civilian life because they can't continue for some reason or other. And it puts them back in that team world of motorsport where working together to achieve a goal makes them feel empowered again and useful and functional. And it helps to bring people out of these dark places that a lot of veterans can certainly end up in, especially when you look at things like PTS and mental health. Having the right environment and the right people around you and feeling valued can mean more than anything else. And that's not just a thank you for your service, but feeling useful could often be the most life-changing thing for someone who feels that they've lost their utility, that they're no longer fit for purpose. And Operation Motorsport gives them that opportunity, and I couldn't be happier to work with them, with their series, and of course with this event today. An amazing charity. You should all go and donate if you can to help support the cause I have, others have, and we are making some big strides in helping them here. So it's $10,200 on the board already. Can we get it any higher? Let's go.
Let's go indeed here as the clock continues to wind down. Track temperature has bumped up to about a degree. 72 degrees track temperature, as we have just crossed over into the 7 a.m. and the sun is really starting to shine across the track here momentarily, and it's going to cause a little bit of hindrance for some of our competitors depending on where they are in the track with that sun getting into their eyes, which if they're by themselves, no issues. If they're not by themselves, well, they got to be a little bit careful as they work their way around this circuit.
That sun's now very much at a threatening angle. It was pretty low before, but now it's really on the horizon, which is going to get in their eyes. We'll look at onboard here in a second to see just what you mean about that. But with some of the crests here, it can really get into your eyes with certain corners, leading things to be a little bit more difficult for these drivers. A couple of them heading down Mulsanne there. It's Operation Motorsports car we just saw go past. Go check them out on their website if you haven't already, and go check out the Pledge It charity drive for this event, this 6 hours of Le Mans. On board Rafael Amarim here, the JRT, the 84, leading this race, 21 seconds. Oh, we had a spin. Max Schnell. Well, they got their first X. Unfortunately, they are no longer the 0X crew. James Lejeune behind the wheel there. We'll show what happened to them. That was in one of the I think the second of the chicanes on the Mulsanne. Back stepped out before they'd even fully turned in.
Tough break for them, and hopefully they're able to get themselves straightened out and continue on. And nope, no,
didn't hit anything.
No, great job.
Could be a lot worse. Taylor, seems like this is just another edition of the so used to night now, the daytime's getting weird for them.
It certainly is, and of course now they got to reset themselves and now have to utilize, hey, I can now go back to utilizing what I was using during the daytime hours compared to what I was using at the nighttime hours. So for some drivers who maybe had a different braking zone compared to in the night, that is now going to be the case. As Rachel, I think our answers are being our prayers are being answered. We just picked up another $200, $10,402 now up on the board.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to people helping to support this wonderful cause. Thank you again. And this isn't some shallow, we're just trying to drive you to support this. I didn't know about them before I actually came on board with Podium's coverage of their series here on iRacing. And that was during the pandemic. I hadn't heard of them before. And as somebody who has served in the military in the UK, thankfully I got very lucky when it came to my time, and I have no lasting effects. But I know way too many people that do. And it's a different world to what civilians experience. And I mean that in no derogatory way. It's just different. It's like being a police officer or a firefighter any kind of first responder. It's a different world where teammates must rely on each other. Even in non-combat situations, you are working together to get a job done, and without each other, you fail. And I've seen people who've gone through their experiences and come out changed mentally and physically, and really have a difficult time trying to adapt. And we have charities in the UK that do a similar thing. But seeing the passion and drive with which the people behind Operation Motorsport, as we get amazing racing here on track, as Max Schnell and Defier from behind, the guys at Operation Motorsport do such an amazing job. Their passion is so strong. They are wonderful people, and what they do to help people after 20 years of war. We have a lot of veterans. All the major nations that took part in Iraq and Afghanistan and other conflicts around the world have. There's a lot of people that have come back, and they're not the same. And maybe they can't do that now. Maybe they're working in Civilian Street and they're doing a regular job. It's not the same. Never will be. And groups like Operation Motorsport and their undying passion to help, they have a huge difference, and they bring down, and it's going to sound really, not going to say the word now because I don't want to affect things on YouTube, but they bring down the number of cases of those extremely dark events that can happen to people in those places. Yeah. So, thank you every single person that has supported this event. Got a change for the GT4 lead there. Three Stooges and Missile Motors are currently running around. Missile Motors put a missile in their motor because they're out front now ahead of them. Trey Drawhorn made the pass on James Lejeau. Sorry, on Garrett Taylor. Get a replay for you here. Nice simple draft pass. We'll refrain from my little rambling sessions, but there we go. Nice, easy pass done incredibly well. Drawhorn has definitely been one that's been a potent driver, Taylor. He's been biding his time there, I think.
He certainly has, and he's been an amazing drive for Trey Drawhorn. Of course, he has always been a strong competitor in PCA competition, and of course, he is looking to see if he can continue that trend for him here in the Endurance Series.
Absolutely is, and at the top of things, GRT is still good right now. It's 26 seconds. They've opened that gap again. We're not going to see them fighting anything here. E2JR Motorsports, though, and Operation Motorsports are pretty close together. It's about a 2-second gap for those cars, which is unfortunately quite a distance, but not that far in the grand scheme. Down in the open class, it's still typical full-send geodesic drivers ahead of Imperial. And they're a good part of a lap apart here, so yeah, it's definitely a wide gap in the open class. Although Lightspeed are holding solidly onto that third spot now, ahead of Team K, who definitely had a bit of a struggle. Mark A. Frost is getting themselves going again. Oh, big hump there over the curbing for the 21 machine. That would be Missile Motors Team 1. Pushing hard here in your GT4 class. Enacting those end-of-race plans now, Taylor. These final 2 hours are really where you're going to want to start putting that in.
Certainly is the case here, and these drivers are going to start making sure that they work their way through and stay continuously battling side by side, and hopefully maybe make up some ground on their competitors here as we watch Drawhorn and Garrett Taylor do battle.
Yes, certainly are. Keep an eye on that one, of course. He's always kicking some behind when it comes to the racetrack, as flying up behind lap traffic. This will be a huge advantage here. Gives him a real push up in terms of boosting on power, which helps pull him away from the guys behind him, which would be the Angie car of Three Stooges Racing. A little bit of draft will help. Although, what am I seeing here as... Oh no, Missile Motors dropped back behind Three Stooges again, and Three Stooges just got unlapped by... I think that's another class of car ahead. So, Garrett Taylor takes it back.
Certainly does. Is definitely a man on the mission here and trying to see if he can overcome and make up some time and see if he can get back up in front of the field, as this is a great battle between them as they work through the first set of the Mulsanne chicanes. A little possibly off track right there for Garrett Taylor. This might open the door for Trey Drawhorn to make a run. He's going to utilize the slipstream to close the gap a little bit as they come out of here and make the run to the second set of the Mulsanne chicanes.
This one's been the tricky one we've seen. Most of the people who've had spins, Taylor, have been down here. As we're on board with Trey Drawhorn there. Going for the inside for this one. Brave, he clears him though. So no problems there. Missile Motors back towards the lead of GT4. But we've seen most of those incidents have happened in that second chicane.
They certainly have, and that's going to be very critical to see how the rest of the race goes as the temperature begins to start to pick up here in a little bit. So this is going to be very critical for drivers to be careful with when we start seeing driver style utilize tire changes during this next set of runs, as we are now getting ready to close in halfway through the 8 o'clock hour in the morning. So drivers are now getting ready to set themselves up for this final 2-hour run to the finish.
Yeah, we certainly are. Just 8 minutes until we hit that final third of the race. And we really come down to the closing arguments of this case. We'll see whether or not JRT have won their settlement or not, because it's going to be tight. The gap is still there, and we are, of course, seeing them running an off-strategy play here. It's been fuel and no tyres. They're on a triple stint right now, which is, of course, a crazy call. One that's apparently working.
Working out quite well for them as they continue to log laps and still keep an eye on this battle as they head over into Indianapolis. Garrett Taylor trying to stay out ahead of Trey Drawhorn as they enter into Arnage. It's a great passing opportunity. Garrett Taylor sends it in a little bit deep. It's a little bit off corner exit. Loses some of that time as they make the run over to the Porsche curves.
Yeah, they do indeed. And he's still got a good gap, but it's one that could definitely still come into attack. And with them being this close, we're seeing them battling back and forth. This could bring back Schnell back into things, so they've had that spin, which is going to cost them, of course. They had a big enough gap over Dreadnought Racing to not really be too worried, but if these two fight much more, it's going to bring them down towards Max Schnell and make this a 3-horse race yet again.
It's going to take a little bit of work. They currently have about a minute and a half lead over James Nicole.
Maybe not quite, but unless they get
they would have to make contact for that time to go.
Don't say that. It can happen. The commentator's curse is real.
Oh, we know.
And we caused it earlier. We don't need to have it again. Whew. Yeah, so I am still dying. Just for a personal update, it's apparently 22 Celsius here in the UK, but I can personally tell you my office is usually 15 Celsius hotter than what it is outside due to a large gaming computer churning out thermonuclear energy from the side of it. The downside to being a gamer and having an office that's not exactly huge is, yeah, you tend to die a lot. And 1% of houses in the UK have air conditioning, unlike America, which means our houses are designed to keep heat in, not out, because it's cold in the winter. And my personal whining session is over. Back to the racing. JRT, that gap is 31 seconds now. So are we expecting, Taylor, the next stop will definitely be tyres? Maybe this is the final one as well?
I don't see really tires coming into play for Bill Anderson and Ed Eisenring this run. Maybe the next stint they will consider changing out tires, but for right now, since it's still cool, track temp is still at 72 degrees, I don't see anything as far as changing with tires at this time.
No, perhaps not, but we'll have to see how it does. And going onwards, I think it's going to have to, with it being daytime and warmer. Temperature-wise, track temp's back up a couple of degrees. Air temp's not changed. So it's still pretty cool there, and it's about 8 a.m. nearly in-game. So the temperature changes, I think, is definitely not on a 4 times cycle that Sky is. So we've got a track that's behaving.
Trouble! Leader just crashed.
Oh gosh, we just had JRT have a big whoopsie there, and I think that is heading into Porsche. What happened? Oh, back end steps out. Those triple stinted tires might not have been enough, and that's a huge impact. Slammed into the barriers.
Lost the bonnet.
Maybe 3 times was not a lady this time.
Put the curbing a little too much hard into the concrete barrier. Around he goes. And
you spin me right round, baby, right round.
Like more than a record, I would have to say.
Yeah.
More like a record, I would say, as he quickly makes his way.
That record.
Yeah, that record is scratched up, banged up, and almost broken.
Why does everyone crash here? Have the big crashes right before pit entrance? It's so convenient. But what is not convenient, though, is the repair work that's going to happen to that car. And what's going to happen to that lead? We're in the final third of the race, very much, nearly. And all of a sudden, 84, who's come back from a black flag to lead this thing by a mile, is now in danger zone.
Well, it's time to drop down the aviators and try to see if they can get out of the danger zone, but right now they got a lot of work to do to that number 84 JRT racing machine.
Yeah, time to do some pilot stuff. Well, no, he managed to get that spare car out of the pits, and he's back off again, so I think he's all right other than losing a little bit of time in pit road, but it's down to about 8 seconds. We'll take a quick look at what that's doing in terms of positioning. Matrix Opmo came with their pit stop. Oh, they've taken advantage of the crash. Get your stop done now. They're going to have to come in again. They'll pass them, I think. Clever girl. Huh. Chris Walsh in that car now for those guys, and we'll see what they can do with this, but he's in for Bill Anderson, so this is possibly an audible? This has to be an audible call by Matrix Opmo.
Well, if it is, then that's a stellar audible right there to be able to continue on racing.
It's either complete luck and I'm overthinking this, or that is a brilliant call.
Certain to be the case, as Ed Eisering will stay out another lap, so he will stay on the track, come down pit road next time by for him. As
certainly
Chris
is, and
joins the circuit.
He does. An update on the money. $10,452. Thank you very much to everyone helping to support this wonderful cause. You can also help and support, if you haven't already, at charity.pledgeit.org/race4heroes. We have another car off just ahead. You can see him on the screen there, in the sandpit. And I'm pretty sure, is that... No, it's not Missile Motors. That's Alcura Racing once again, playing in the sand. I hope they built a sandcastle this time. Oh, big pit stop time. We have Drawhorn in for Missile Motors. The 42 is in as well, and the 21. Everyone's hitting pit road. Just everyone.
Big time indeed here. So this is going to be interesting to see how this will work out, as James Agull also should be coming down pit road. Jason Brodigan and Joseph Evers should also be coming down pit road as well momentarily.
Yes, they should indeed. We'll keep an eye on how that one plays out, as pit stop times as we just cross 8:06 in the morning in game. But yeah, this changes things a little bit. Joe, who's going to be joining us again in a moment, just said he's not sure why GRT didn't take fuel and tires when they came in. They were halfway through their stint. Now, yeah, it does throw the strategy off somewhat, but it does mean your next stint could essentially be a double stinter, because it's only 1.5 stints now rather than 2, which they can clearly manage. But I think that the hope was to repair it, but they're going to have to actually fight this thing down to the wire, I think, on the final stint, because they will be net second by the time we come down to the final pit stops, which will mean they'll have to do this on the ground. And that's a gamble. That is a gamble. You want to make sure you've got this thing in the bag strategy-wise, not gambling to make a pass on the track when anything could happen. So it's going to be interesting. We're still taking a long stop here by your GT4 cars. Getting those new tires. New fuel. Almost like it's forever. Here they come, coming up pit road now. We're not seeing any change of order, I don't think, as it's still going to be the 42 ahead of the 21. Three Stooges ahead of Missile Motors Team 1. And they rejoin. And I believe a lap down car ahead of them is the 996 of Los Muchachos. And it is indeed, well, as time has run down to the 2-hour mark, it is time once again for us to give you an update. And that update, let's not forget, is brought to you guys by Porsche Exchange. Porsche Exchange has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Located in the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Along the way, they've won the Porsche Premier Dealership Award for years in a row, and has been chosen to be one of the few Porsche exclusive manufacturer dealerships in the entire country. Find out more at forporsche.com. Follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. Well, looking at our classes, it is currently JRT Racing after a whoopsie-doodle leading by not very much from Matrix Operation Motorsports with a snap audible pit stop for them, with E2 JR Motorsports in third place. Down in the open class, it is full send geodesic drivers. Once again, I forget the typical part. How typical of me. And second place Imperial Motorsports, piloted by Chris Pies, and Lightspeed Racers taking over from Team Care in the last hour of Scott Kessel behind the wheel. fixing their problems of the previous hour. Down in the GT4 class, it's Three Stooges Racing with Missile Motors Team 1 and Max Schnell Motorsports in third after a self-spin. What has happened, in fact, in this last hour? Well, 242 Alcura Racing, McCune nearly collected the Operation Motorsports GT3 car after spinning in the S's, and he got backwards on the racetrack. He had a bit of a moment there. He was facing backwards, though, which is at least slightly safer. JRT took and hold the lead after a double stint on tyres. It paid off in that pit cycle. They got the lead, which they very nearly just lost. And Operation Motorsports GT4 spun out in the final corner with no contact, so that was a narrow miss, and that was about 25 minutes ago. We had a spin in the second chicane, for the, of course, Max Schnell Motorsports guys, James Leger there. Second Mulsanne chicane, and we had the 42 and 21 swapping the leads in GT4. That is, of course, the guys of Three Stooges and Missile Motors. And we just had Amram crash while leading in the Porsche S's with another big hit, unfortunately, for that 84 car. Well, that is your breakdown on how things have been going so far in the race. Folks, do not forget that Haggerty is also a major sponsor of the Le Mans 6 Hours race today. Operation Motorsports, Carolinas region, and PCA Sim Racing would like to thank Haggerty for their sponsorship of the PCA Sim Racing event. We appreciate the support and dedication Haggerty has provided for today's live broadcast charity race. Visit them online at www.haggerty.com. And with that, we enter the final 2 hours of this race, and we'll be saying goodbye to Taylor Burris. Thank you very much, Taylor, for your company for the last couple of hours. And we'll be welcoming back Joe Peak.
Indeed, I'm glad to be back. I'm excited to see how we wrap things up. Looks like the sun has given us a beautiful sunrise here in France, and seems like we've had some drama and some intrigue as well. And I have to say, Amarim and the JRT strategy is a bit confusing to me. Not on the not taking tires part, but definitely on why they came into the pits and didn't bother to top up on some things at the very least.
Do they not get that with a quick repair, though?
They don't. No, it does not change the tires or the fuel. It's as if you kept those in place and they just plopped another car around them. So, yeah. But anyways, it's good to see that the race is absolutely still on, though, because they will have to come in and make a stop within a few laps. And with Matrix Opmo deciding to make their stop, they are going to come out quite close to the back of that number 84, which will keep us certainly very interested. I think
they might be ahead.
That could be, yeah. It's about a minute.
Thing is, Joe, it's either the most amazing, fortunate timing of the century, and that was their planned stop, and by looking at Matrix Opmo's laps, they were I think they might have been on time. It might have been time, but I'd like to hope that was an amazing snap audible call to come in because they'd crashed, because they were having to repair the car, and they knew they had a spare, but they'd still have to stop again. That this somehow gave them the advantage, because I think they'll come out ahead after the cycle.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain as well that if they're not ahead, it's going to be mighty close between the pair of them. So yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, no, because they came in and they got to the stall before they had left, hadn't they? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know, but the crash would have happened and they'd have entered pit road before they got into it, so there was time for an audible. We'll have to talk to them afterwards, I think, but I guarantee it's going to be something as boring as it was just a fluke of luck and it was on strategy, and it just happened to be. They may not have even noticed the crash. But the small part inside me thinks they're sitting there and they were watching this and they saw it happen and they just called it. I want to say that. I really do.
It did seem a little out of the blue, so yeah, I'm pretty sure they had someone on the box watching and making sure. Real quick, though, we want to mention that Spark Virtual Racing is a major sponsor of today's PCA Sim Racing event. Operation Motorsport, Carolinas region, and PCA Sim Racing appreciate the support and dedication of Spark Virtual Racing that they provided to today's live broadcast charity race. We would like to thank Spark Virtual Racing for their sponsorship of today's live broadcast charity race, and you can visit them at Spark Virtual Racing online at www.drivesvr.com. So a huge thanks for them on that one. Right now, Amarim leading in JRT, Michael Polasek in the 44 for typical full-send geodesic racing drivers. Basically have been holding down the fort in that open class since the start, have not been phased at all. And then Missile Motors Team 1 with Trey Drawhorn in that number 21. Had a nice little battle there for a while with the 42, but they've seemed to have separated them from their rivals by about 8 seconds. So that's helping them out a ton here. I'm just really curious if anything could, well, I say this and I'm sure I'm going to regret saying this. Could anything possibly go wrong for the 44? Because that's the only way I think anybody's going to have a shot at this. There's currently what looks like, I think, about 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes between themselves and Imperial.
Yeah, there is. They're in for a pit stop right now. Of course, a driver swap, I think, there, which means we're going to likely see Kaholic back in that car from Michael Polasek's one stint. So we had one stint from Michael. We had double stints there from Kaholic. One stint from Michael. And Kaholic's back in again. So this will be second stint for... Well, the second stint for Kaholic, or second time in the car, I should say.
Yeah.
After 2 times in the car for thingy. So they've both done even so far. They've both done 2 stints. Just split up, I guess, which Michael probably better in the night. Seems like a good call. But right now, they're both Michaels. I just noticed this. They're both called Michael. That doesn't help when I say Michael's in the car for Michael. There's a third Michael. It's now the Council of Michaels. That's their new team name.
Exactly. They should have renamed it. And so I was trying to figure out what's happening with Pies here. As what he was doing with his hand. I guess he was just chatting and gesturing as he spoke or something, because I'm not sure if he... At first I thought maybe he was trying to wave to us or something weird there, but...
Maybe he is. He would do that.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, I'm not surprised that Kaholic has really helped them run an incredible race here. He joined in on the official series, the Series 8 for the PCA, and just came in and dominated from the get-go, essentially. So Michael has got quite a pedigree underneath him and is likely to show himself still for the remainder of this race, as long as he can keep it clean, because it's going to take a lot for somebody to be able to catch up to him.
Oh, Joe, we have news from Jacob Schum of JRT. Ooh. There is apparently method to their madness. If they finish the rest of the stint that they were on before their spin, they will be able to go to the end on their next stint. They will not need a splash. If they'd have taken fuel and tires then, they would have had to come back in again for a splash.
But okay,
so by continuing on, they will actually be good, and they believe Matrix Opmo will have to splash and dash.
So okay, I'm going to be contrarian.
Okay.
I'm going to be a contrarian on this one, because they'd already spent the time coming down the lane, which is costly. So that's the extra pit stop right there. So if they had,
should net even out then, right? If they've had to come down pit road, but even if they had to come down pit road just for the repair, they're not doing the extra splash of fuel time. So theoretically, they should still maintain their gap.
If it winds up being the same amount of pit stops, then it'll all work out in the wash.
But it's a shorter, small pit stop rather than the 2 short. Well, they basically did a stop and go essentially, rather than a splash.
Yeah.
So it's technically faster. So they should still come out 8 to 10 seconds ahead by the end, I think.
Okay. So I guess in that case it does work out. So it was kind of like, well, it didn't matter whether or not we took it. That said, I feel like the fact that they had triple stinted the tires, if I could get those words out, if it was me, I'd be like, you know what, I just wrecked, let's put fresh ones on, because I've already come in, and
they're going to be a little warm and squishy.
Yeah.
So driving on marshmallows after you spun out like that, and there wasn't a slow spin. That was a spinning top job. That was someone got the fidget spinner out there and it turned it into their car.
I mean, it's always easy to be an armchair quarterback from up here, so they are in the car. They know where they sit on that one, and I will defer to what they feel is the right strategy in the moment. We'll see whether or not the race proves them on that one. So we've got this battle here on screen for third, with the 25 being chased by the 9. Marble Motors at one time fighting for the win here, and they're already down to fourth. Unfortunately, they are close to the end of their stint, so they are probably going to be in about 2 to 3 laps, it appears here. They're going to get by Operation Motorsport in the meantime. 25, another team that's been up there and battling for the win on this one. So they've also got this one a little bit of work to do, unfortunately, on this one, to get up there and back to where they were before. But it seems JRT's been very quick and also been using some savvy strategy as well, considering their full minute ahead. And that was with an extra little stop and go, as we put it there a little bit before. So a minute ahead of the 41 team for those JRT drivers. And we expect they're going to be right about with Matrix Opmo when they finally have to come in and their stop is done, which is a bit weird right now because I'm going to have to try and do the unfortunate math on air, figuring out they were halfway through the stint. So I guess 4 laps in. So they probably only got a couple more laps to go as well before they can't go any farther just due to fuel. We'll see whether or not they take tires on that one. So we watch our drivers head down into the Porsche curves here in the battle for third position, back up onto the podium, and looking very quick, actually, after overtaking the 25 team. Marble Motors is already putting them nearly a second behind, and not really in a very twisty portion. This would be where you expect them to start to jump away from them if they have more speed. Wondering if that 25 has a little damage that we can't quite see that is slowing them down on the straights and making that more difficult to keep up here. Cuts it back down to 0.7 of a second. So they're gaining a little bit back in through the Porsche curves. Let's see if they do here through the Ford chicane, and the answer is an absolute no. It went from 0.7 up to 1.6 seconds, so they seem to have really botched that. John May struggling his way through the Ford chicane there for a moment. We will have to wait and see what happens once they get to the straightaways as well. Also, a reminder, as always, as we have been throughout this race, this is a benefit charity race for Operation Motorsport, not the team that we just mentioned, for the nonprofit that helps veterans who have experienced combat be able to come back out of service and be able to help them readapt into the basically civilian life by introducing them to motorsports, getting them involved, and offering them awesome opportunities through that. Right now, we've raised $10,652. We have some incentives that we have decided to try and bring forward to help encourage people to donate. We're trying to reach $22,000, so please do. If you've been thinking about donating, now is a good time to try and chip in, as we got a couple cars in pit lane, it looks like. This is the 7th place Exchange Motorsports, now 8th place. They just lost a spot as E2JR went on by. So they are, looks like, I think, yeah, Joe's staying in the car. He's not hopping out. He took over for Ed Nelson a little bit earlier, who Ed basically ran the first full half of the race, and Joe has been in there since then. Looks like he is going to wrap that one up. So, but yes, please, if you would like to donate, charity.pledgeit.org/raceforheroes. We've got that on the screen, and there's also a link in the description below, so that makes it nice and easy for you. Joe is back out in the number 12. We didn't see it on screen, but he's returned to the circuit just in that 8th position. Well, Rachel, it was fun having a little bit of time with you on here, but I understand you've got to take off, and well, I hope things cool down a little bit over there across the pond, and maybe you can catch a breath.
I hope they do, but it has been fantastic, and thank you for being here with me for the night, viewers. It was a wonderful night, and we got to see some great racing, so I'll leave you in the careful hands of Joe and DJ to the final checkered flag. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Joining me once again, as we have done many times together, DJ Clark. DJ, welcome back. We see Rafael Amarim in the lead, but there's been some fascinating stuff going on. The JRT Racing team had a wreck less than a half an hour ago as they were leading, and it was a big lead. Gave up a bunch of it, obviously, to come in and get the spare car, but did not take fuel or tires in the process. The team is claiming that it won't take away a pit stop. We're trying to see if that's going to be the case, and if so, it makes sense. But at the time, we were kind of confused why they came in and didn't do anything except take the spare car.
Yeah, a little bit of a strange run there from them, but clearly they think they are going to be okay and going to be able to hold on to everything as JRT continues to work their way around right now, coming up behind some of that slower lap traffic. Obviously, the sky transitioning back over into the daylight here as it was a little bit earlier on, but yeah, Joe, definitely some interesting developments as this race has played itself out.
Absolutely. So less than 2 hours left to go. And we are expecting a couple pit stops. In fact, JRT probably going to be coming in pretty soon. They pitted halfway through their stint. They're on lap 5. So you got to think that that fuel tank's probably over. And this is the third stint on their tires, DJ. Part of why we suspect they maybe had that wreck is that they had worn them out too much. And another reason why it was so confusing that they didn't come on in and put fresh rubber on. Meanwhile, as we jump a little up the way to the 41. That's how big of a gap it is. JRT was heading their way along the Mulsanne, and Matrix Opmo is just starting the lap now.
Yeah, very, very big gap there, but I'll tell you what's a very small gap. That's between Marble Motors and Matrix Opmo right now, as they only run about 0.3 of a second away from each other. This is a live battle out on track between the number 9 and the number 41, and we're going to get a full display of that draft here as they work their way through.
Yep, so Dave Craig and the Marble Motors car looking for second place now. They recently overtook the 55 to get back onto the podium. And here we go. Matrix Opmo is going to be overtaken by Marble Motors. Are they going to get it done before the braking is over? No, they're going to go side by side through the Daytona chicane. They'll come out ahead. Lost a little bit of time in that, but they overtake James Himmig on anchors away in the process.
Yes, they do, and a little bit heads up there to sort of check themselves up off the braking zone, but we've got to keep our eyes here a little bit closer. Matrix Green, whoa, here comes Matrix Opmo coming for the fight back.
So they're not going to take this line down. They are going to try and make this difficult for that team. And I kind of don't blame them. We were so critical earlier as they stay side by side through the second chicane. Is it good enough exit? He went way wide off there. He's got to be careful he doesn't get a slowdown penalty on that one. And they don't. So Marble Motors is okay. But we were so critical of them early on, DJ, about why are you fighting so hard? Now, I'd say, hour 41 to go. They're in the last third of the race. It's time to fight.
Yeah, exactly. This is the time to get your elbows out. Little bit of a look there coming down into Mulsanne. Whoa! Trying to work their way around Chris Pippin there in the 16th overall Three Stooges racing car. That is second in that GT4 category. That could have gotten very hairy.
Indeed. So glad he saw that coming, saw that it was a battle, kind of pulled out of the way. He's not in a direct fight right now. He's got 16 seconds to make up to Missile Motors Team 1, leading in that GT4 class. So there was no reason for him to try and make this difficult for their race. Taylor Parsons for Team of the North. Also going to find an awkward spot for them to try and sneak by, and that definitely compromises the line for Matrix Opmo.
Yeah, it does, and that's going to drop them back here a couple of tenths of a second as they run, but still able to keep up the pressure here onto Marble Motors. That is the crucial thing at this stage in the race. You want to be able to stay in the draft range, and you want to keep that pressure up. Do not let them have a moment to breathe. You've got to fill their rear view camera as much as possible.
So this is for the GT3 class, by the way, that we're seeing between these two teams. They're over with most of the long straights now that they've hit the Porsche curves. So probably won't see as many back and forths, at least until they hit the Mulsanne we're expecting. And definitely looks like Matrix Opmo is dropping back a little bit. 9 team on quite the heavy charge. They have left behind Matrix Green a bit, but not as much as I quite expected based on their pace when they initially got by them. See if that changes now that they've disposed of the 41 team as well. So getting ready to start lap 65 now. These teams up at the top of the order, and still the 84 team has not come in. They're on lap 6 now. Since they had their little unofficial pit stop, and they had about 5 laps in before that one. So they're on lap 11 or 12 here. Surely they can't go much farther than this.
Yeah, I've got to think so, as there we see Matrix Green coming on down pit lane. I will also say Matrix Opmo looked like they had a little bit of a feint down to the inside. I'm thinking about maybe them coming in to be able to pick up a little bit of a pit stop strategy here as well, but obviously everybody's staying on out.
All right, so, and we got to remember that most of the classes can only go about an hour 10, maybe an hour 15. So what most of them are probably looking for, at least the longest one is looking for, which is the open classes of that hour 15 mark. However, for the GT3 class, farthest they're likely to get is about 50 minutes. So that is as far as they are trying to go before they come in for that final stop and say, let's make it to the end from here. We're hearing that JRT Racing put another fastest lap of the race in. How are they doing that on 3 stint old tires? I'm trying to double check to make sure that's actually the case, because that's what I was told coming in. And dear Lord, if they're doing fastest laps of the entire race this late in the race on tires that old, Rafael is flying.
That is absolutely ridiculous, Joe, and I'd be very, very scared if I were some of the co-drivers there in that number 84 machine, as I'd be worried about pushing the car too far out of its limits here at this point. That's not exactly what you want to be running. You want to be calm, cool, and collected if you're that far in the lead, and the fact that they're still pushing here for fastest laps, absolutely crazy.
I mean, we've known Amarim is fast from our coverage of the regular PCA Sim Racing Series events that he's taken multiple wins at, usually fighting for championships over there. So we kind of knew that coming in. He took over for Jacob Schum, has been in the car for most of it. And here, as I was predicting, he's at the end of the stint and just about goes a little too hard into the pit lane. Thankfully, yeah, he stayed within the boundaries. You can get an unsafe pit entry if you go off there on those double chicanes.
Yeah, it's very easy to do, and that'll be a pit stop penalty of about 30 to 40 seconds if you do pick up that unsafe entry. So that is not the thing you want to have happen to you, as he is going to come on down pit lane, looking a little farther back in the field. We've got to wait a little bit longer for Marble Motors and Matrix Opmo to come on down into the pits, but we will see if they opt to do it as well. As we said, Matrix Opmo with a little bit of a juke into pit lane last time, so they are certainly thinking about it up front.
There we see them on screen right now, blasting their way towards the Porsche curves. That is Scott Kessel in the Lightspeed Racers car. That's the open class. So you're not going to see them catch up a whole lot, except for through here, where the mechanical grip and the downforce is just that little bit better for the GT3 cars, which actually might be unfortunate here for Craig, because if he gets held up, that's going to be lost time.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be lost time there for him, and I think he did lose around half a second trying to get his way through there. Now he has got to try to clear Scott Kessel there if he wants to come on down pit lane. Let's see if he fades. Yes, he is, and Kessel's going to come down. Oh, that is disaster there for Matrix Opmo. That is going to massively slow them down.
Oh, so the 41 suddenly find themselves caught up by lap traffic. Scott Kessel, though, a little early for that pit stop. Not sure if, I think that means a splash and dash for them to get to the finish. We'll have to double check to see if the fuel numbers are right on that one. Travis Brody, in the meantime, has gotten in the car for Rafael Amarim. There we go. So Schum, Amarim, and Brody are going to be taking the duties for that team. It looks like Craig is going to be staying in the car, and it's going to be quite a distance between first and second still with the pit stop. So where are we with everybody else, though, because I thought by our estimations, they should have been pretty close to one of them, if off sequence, and nobody is even near. So this is indeed working out. And so all our doubts are proving misplaced, because JRT, with finally fresh rubber, I believe, and fuel, is out there and ready to blitz.
Yeah, they're going to absolutely be pushing here, and as we wait for that gap, I can tell you right now that Marble is out and rolling. E2JR just now crossing over the start-finish line. They're going to be about 58 seconds behind JRT.
And can confirm they finally took tires that last stop. So JRT has got themselves some much better grip underneath them, hopefully from here, with an hour and a half left to go and one more stop to make. So that should definitely put them in the window for that one more stop pretty comfortably. They don't have to worry about trying to fuel save and cut it close. And they have 56 seconds over Rattray in the E2JR Motorsports team, which does need to make a stop. It's a full minute over Marvel Motors in the number 9. That seem to be their main rivals right now, unless Rattray is able to take them up to a different strategic advantage. Meanwhile, side by side for P3, Matrix Green is going to be able to overtake Marble Motors' Bob Rose as they break into the Daytona chicane, and he gets it done.
Yeah, good run there from him, taking it very, very wide, though, on the exit of Daytona, and that could give a little bit of a response here for Marble Motors to be able to fight back, and Bob Rose trying to hold, or Chris Ross, rather, trying to hold on to that for Matrix Opmo. Let's see, excuse me, Marble Motors, I'm losing my mind. Bob Rose behind the wheel of that car as they come up behind. A little bit of a move there for Matrix Green to get out of the way. We'll have to see how it all plays.
Both of them braking hard into the second chicane. Both of them compromised by Hemmig, who kind of placed himself a little bit awkwardly for them. And now they get out the other side. Suddenly Matrix Green is an absolute firebrand out there. And the 55, who not long ago were overtaken by Marble Motors, have had the tables turned now. So they are up back onto the podium. Matthew Siddall is in for the first time this race. He hopped in about a stint ago, taking over for Klaus Nielsen.
Yes, he did, and so all of that changing around their Marble Motors, looking like they lost a good amount of time, though, coming down out of Mulsanne. They're going to have a little bit more to do here. 1.8 seconds behind. That's going to be a big, big window to try to make up for them.
Certainly is. And I'm seeing with, actually a bit shockingly, if anything, all of our classes are as they should be. The first 9 are the top class, next 5 are the second class, and the bottom 12 are all the same GT4 class. Although it's not impossible that it could still switch around, not because of cars DNFing, but because the pace of typical full-send geodesic drivers has put them a mere 23 seconds behind Matrix Purple's 29. Back in 9th place, so no time to laze about if you are Aaron Nations, because he could find himself with the ignominy of being beat by the slower class up in the fastest class if he's not careful.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit on his nose about that. You certainly don't want to have any of that happen to you. We continue to watch, though, right now. Marble Motors trying to close down. They have lost buckets of time there, too. Matrix Green, it's now down to 4 seconds right now. I'm not sure what happened there, Joe.
I wonder if they had a slowdown penalty or something, or Dave Craig has been in for a long, long time. Oh, and he was... It seems like Rose was way off there. For some reason, Rose just looks like he is struggling. His first lap is done. So remember, this is his first laps in the car all race long. So I wonder if he's having trouble adapting as we check in on Chris Pies, who's still in second. We chatted with him before we took off earlier in the first third of this 6-hour race. And he had himself admitted it's going to be extremely tough to catch up to the 44 team. I wonder if this second place is going to feel like a win.
I mean, I kind of have to think that it may a little bit, Joe, as they go. It certainly could feel like a little bit of a win for them. And sometimes you've got to take that sort of moral victory, as it were, to be able to hold in on it.
Often hear about teams saying, you know, not trying to stretch the car, trying to stretch what it's capable of. And if a win isn't on the cards, you get max points. Remember, we do have a championship that drivers are fighting for. That said, though, there is no championship down in the open class, so that is all for pride. But if you have a second place car, well, don't try and squeeze a first out of it unless Lady Luck is smiling upon you. Well, I said the 29 team might get overtaken. That's going to come true. The 44 team is actually just going by as Aaron Nations has taken it in the pit lane.
Yeah, so there he's going to come on down right now. That Matrix Purple team coming in, going to lose that position to typical full send at geodesic racing drivers as they come on in, and that's going to move things back around, as we said, Joe.
It looks like we've got one of the other open class drivers ready to talk to us, Mark Frost, who had stepped out of the car a little bit ago, maybe about a half an hour ago, as he had one short stint taking over for Randy Lervold and Logan Grotto. Derek Cyphers, Brett Holmes is now in there. A lot of drivers out there in a 6-hour race. So as we take a chat with Mark for Team Care. Mark, you guys are currently in 4th out of 5. You've got about a minute to make up. Is this just kind of take care of the car and bring it home from here?
Oh, we're looking for, we're going to crawl back onto that podium. This is such a fun event. Thanks for putting it on.
So it sounds like you've got your eyes on the prize. Then you're on a slightly different strategy from light speed racers. Do you see yourself maybe taking it in pit stop strategy here? What do you think is going to cut down the gap?
I'm not going to give away our incredibly detailed plan, but we are going back to our pro driver. We've got actually a mixed team. We've got one from each category. So we have a pro driver. We have 2 from the club category, 1 from the sport, and 1 from the challenge. So we really put a team together, inclusive, and we've all learned so much along the way. We're just excited to be here.
I love that. And that is just a testament to how this series really is not just about developing the drivers, but about the camaraderie out there, that you guys all banded together and decided it's not necessarily about having the most drop dead fast team, but just getting together and getting everybody a chance to have a good time here. So it sounds like Brett Holmes then, I take, is one of your anchors.
Brett Holmes is one of our anchors, and Logan is also in that top category, or the sport category, what's it called? The club category. And really we've been put under the wing of Derek Cyphers from our pro. He's been a great mentor to us and a coach, and we've really enjoyed this process to get here today.
I got to think you probably learned a lot sharing the car with him and getting tips and advice and whatnot. So how was it in the car, though, during your stint? I take it you kind of brought it into the daylight?
Yeah, a lot of traffic on the road, as I'm sure everyone else is saying, trying to choose your moments to pass. Be passed by the GT3s and past the GT4s. It's pretty hair-raising.
Yeah, it seems like it has caused some problems here and there, but I got to commend everybody out there for the traffic they've been dealing with, as it seems the Care car has just overtaken Max Schnell. That's not for position. That's a different class there going by, you see on screen. Well, we'll keep an eye on you, and best of luck on getting up to the podium. I'm sure you'd love to spray the champagne at the place where it was first sprayed by any driver. But anybody you want to give a shout out to, or thoughts you want to give before you take off?
Yeah, thanks to PCA for putting this on, and of course Opmo for this charity event. This is excellent, and thanks to the folks on the team and everyone else who's joined us in our practice sessions along the way. So built a lot of good friends along this race. And we hadn't, I don't know if I said this, but this was the first team event 4 of us on the team of 5. So this is really a great introduction to the event, and we've really built up some camaraderie.
Another great testament to things. 4 drivers in their first team event and getting to experience sharing a car. That was Mark Frost for Team Care, the 116 that are currently 4th and are hoping to get a podium here today. They got to catch Lightspeed Racers up next the road by about a minute if they want to do that. Meanwhile, on screen, we've got a battle heading into our Naj here, it looks like. And this is Smotherman trying to actually put a lap on. So this is not for position. This is Star Racing, who have had all sorts of issues all day. In fact, they are the only ones that have a single spare car left. If they have another accident, that's it. They're out of spare cars.
Yeah, they will be out of spare cars, so they've got to be a little bit careful there about that. But I will tell you that Smotherman was able to send a good pass just a little bit ago while you were chatting there, Joe, on the Dreadnought Racing machine there. So a good run to be able to get past on them. That'll move them up into 4th in the category. Now, this Operation Motorsports GT4 machine, they still have a lot of work to do. They've got about a minute up the road to try to close in on Max Schnell. But if they're able to do that, they will be able to get onto that podium here in the GT4 class.
Another one with more than a minute to try and make up into pit lane in the meantime. Star Racing making another visit. Adam Gerling has shared this one with Shaibal Banjapaje, Antonio Da Silva, Randy Teague, and this is the 4th different driver in the car. Now, will he hand it over to a 5th here before this is over as we check out P7 with Stiffel in that number 12 Exchange Motorsports machine? Started 8th. They're up 1 position from the start of this race. Probably were hoping to be a little bit higher up than that. And at times they were, but it's about the race as a whole, not just the beginning of it. Up in front of them, that is for position. That's Operation Motorsports number 25.
Yes, it is. So a little bit of a battle starting to brew here up in the top class in this GT3 category, as they're certainly going to have to close in. There's also a good one looking like it could start to fire off here between Operation Motorsports and Exchange Motorsports. So plenty of good battles. Matrix Opmo and Marble Motors keeping it close again as well.
Exchange closing in here. Let's see, last lap at 3:58.2 for Joe. Matthew, a 3:58.8, so 6/10 faster last time by, and it definitely looks like they've gained some this time. Let's see what it is when they cross the line. They're coming up to the final chicane right here. Way too early for a pit stop for either of them, so they're just going to carry on. They're trying to make it to that 50-minute mark before they take the last stop of the day. And across the line, Smotherman here is going to put down a 59.3, whereas Joe had a 58.8, so that is about a half a second faster that time by. You got to think that's going to get cut down quite a bit as he has to try and make a move to get to the inside, try not to waste time on Banjapaje, who's back out in the Star Racing car, and there's the gap gone now.
Absolutely deteriorated. It is down to about 0.2 of a second, and that is news to the ears of Joe Stiffel, as he is going to be on the attack here coming out of Touch Rouge.
So does he take it immediately, or does he bide his time? Maybe wait until it's later in the lap to try and use the Porsche curves to pull away. That's another lapped car in front of them. Taylor Parsons almost going 3 wide. Does look like he's going to try and make the pass as he sticks his nose in. Doesn't have a whole lot of momentum, but it's enough that he's able to get fully side by side by the time they come up to the braking zone. He's got a little bit of a nose ahead even, and the job is done.
Good move there into Daytona. Going to keep everything nice and clean on the exit as they now work their way forward. Now the question is going to be is if this Exchange number 12 is going to be able to move their way forward. They only have about 30 seconds up the road to Marble Motors. Try to turn that into a 3-car battle. Little bit of weaving here going down the second part of the Mulsanne, just trying to break that draft as much as possible.
Down into the braking. He is still within it. He could catch him back up. See if he tries to do so here on the last stretch before they head into Mulsanne corner. But he'll get another bite out of Mulsanne as well, just because it's quite a long stretch coming up to Indianapolis. We hop on board now with Rose, who is also in a fight here. This is with Matrix Opmo. We saw them fighting a little bit earlier in this race, but looks like the 9's not going to try and nab it here coming into Indianapolis. Doesn't really want to risk the car. I can tell you that Smotherman did not fight back on the Exchange car and stayed behind him.
Yeah, decided to hold into line here, just kind of let this play, and I like that strategy here at this point in the race from Chris Walsh, is now you can see that's Chris Walsh moving his way around, Bob Rose rather, just holding on back, waiting to try to see if there's going to be any opportunity. It looks like they're going to have to get their way around Franznik going down into the Porsche curves. They're going to be able to do it, but that's going to cost them a little bit of time.
So they separate slightly, and so does the 25 off the back of the 12 as they got held up by Christopher Costas in the back marker Motorsports 27. In the meantime, we do have the 105 cars, Scott Kessel in with us, and this is going to be interesting to get the other side of things because Scott, welcome to the booth. We just talked to the 116 cars driver, Mark Frost, and he says their goal is to get third place away from you guys. Are you at all worried about that?
Yeah, they're fast, but I mean, we have Thomas Briggs in there, and if Thomas can keep it on track the whole time and we don't have any issues with back markers, I don't think they can catch us. But it'll definitely be close. It's a fun race.
I'm sure they're going to be pushing every inch of the way. We saw a lot of black flags at the start, and it seems like there have been far, far fewer as the race have gone on. I don't think you guys saw any of them that I can see in my notes here, but did you guys notice a lot of those being handed out, and did that kind of make you tell your drivers, okay, like step it back a bit here?
There were a lot of them, but we weren't really close to any of them, luckily. I think there was the big one where there were 4 people with, what was it, Scheiball, Cam Martineau, and Pies. That was the big one that scared us. Luckily, Pies got through, and that was a good one.
Yeah, that was something to watch on the straightaway at such high speeds. It definitely did not go well, as it looks like the battle's back on here once again. And that looks like Alcoro is going to be able to overtake for 5th in the GT4s on Racing Green Team there. So we'll keep track of that. Scott, with an hour and 16 left to go, it's the last race of the season for the Team Racing Series. Are you looking forward to when this one will come back? Have you done much team racing before this?
So before this race, I've only actually filled for other teams, but this was the first one where I decided, hey, I want to put a team together, and it worked really well. I want to thank Chad. He put this livery together. It's awesome. I don't know if you guys have noticed all the little Easter eggs on it, but it's really cool.
I haven't had a chance to look that closely. I'm going to have to try and check some of our camera angles here and see if I could find what you're referring to on that one, because I'd love when drivers do that with their liveries. It's been a joy to watch the team. I'm sure you guys would have liked a few more out here in the open class, but it's so close to being able to wrap it up with at least a podium finish. So that's got to be a net positive in the end.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, thank you for coming and chatting with us, and hopefully we'll get to talk to your team once more before the broadcast is over. Anybody you want to shout out before you head out?
Of course, thank you to my family, and then my friends Ian and Evan are watching, I think, so thank you for watching, guys.
Always. We're glad that we get friends, family, and maybe a few fans that have developed over the years of all the different team members. And I'm going to see if I can maybe get a nice close look here on this car to see if I can find what he's referring to. I think it might be on the roof. I don't know. Can you? It does look like the Kessel run. I get it now, DJ.
There it is. That took me a minute as well, and I got it at just about the same time you did there, Joe.
Less than 12 parsecs is on the back of the car. I hadn't looked at the back closely. I had been kind of looking at the front and couldn't quite understand what in the world he was referring to. Nice stuff on that one. And am I understanding right that we are going to be talking to a driver in the car, or am I reading this wrong behind the scenes? I think I'm getting a joke from our director here. But while we clarify on... Oh, no, we are going to talk to Mike Koholic, who is, in fact, in the car right now. Michael, this is Joe up with the booth. You're leading this race by quite a wide margin. Does it feel comfortable, though?
No, not for a little bit there. In the first hour or so, we heard Chris talking about their pit strategy, and we felt confident with our pace. So we didn't really do that at all. We just kind of kept taking tires, and every stop they would bite into it a little bit more and a little bit more. And this most recent one, we're like, oh crap, they might actually do it on strategy. So I'm on old tires right now, and we're just trying to overlap that pit strategy.
I guess you got to try and adapt and evolve in endurance racing, because sometimes you get thrown curveballs like that. We saw the lead in the GT3 try to do something similar, triple stinted their tires and actually had a wreck not too long ago. Any concerns? Are you having to adapt your driving to try and avoid a similar fate?
I mean, a little bit, but honestly, it's not that bad. It's a little bit more an issue in the front tires than it is in the rear. So I'm not sliding any more than I usually would. It's just a little bit of brake bias adjustment to not lock up the fronts, not wash it out too much.
What do you think has made the biggest difference that has brought you guys such a tremendous pace compared to a lot of the others in class? Because it's really been astonishing to watch.
It could have been practice time, but in all these practice races, I saw the other guys in there putting in the time. So it might just be, maybe we just have more pace from the get-go. And of course, Michael Polisek, he's a beast, and he's a lot faster than me even. And so I think us combined has just done wonders.
Yeah, watching the two-man team is certainly been impressive. Is there any reasoning that you decided to go with two drivers? Because we've seen 3, 4, some even with 5 out there.
No reason other than we were actually supposed to have a third one, but they kind of disappeared on us. And we felt confident that, Michael does a lot of really long solo endurance events. He's done 12-hour races. Next year he's going to do Nürburgring 24 hours solo. And so, and I'm used to doing endurance races too. So we really had no issue going with just 2 guys.
Well, it sounds like you guys have got it pretty well covered. I always feel a little nervous about talking to drivers as they're racing, but you seem incredibly comfortable doing so. So I'll have to ask you, how do you do that later as you watch another car go on by? Best of luck for the remaining hour.
Thank you.
Michael Koholic, your literal leader in the open class, out there on the track right this second that we were talking with in that 44 typical full-send geodesic driver's car. Sounds like the 12 car had a bit of an issue there during our chat, though, DJ.
Yeah, indeed, as it looked like he got a little bit of contact there from the 802 from behind. That is the 208 Green Racing Team coming into the back end there of the Exchange Motorsports car, sending them around for a little bit of a slide.
And we're getting word that Wookie Racing, who's had a bit of a rough day, also had a spin themselves. Actually, maybe even a full-on crash. I'm double-checking. I've just been getting word behind the scenes. Oh, this was just bizarre. They crashed on the straight. They pulled over to the side onto the side of the road on the Mulsanne and spun it touching the grass. I don't know why this happened, but it's Nicky Chan in the car right now that wound up doing that.
Yeah, a bit of a strange incident there, Joe, as Wookie Racing, oh, there they are, off track right there.
So, more problems happening. as the damage must have been enough to really mess up the car. That one happened on the way down into Indianapolis, it appears. Something seriously messed up with this number 258. I'm going to try and look into some stuff here.
Yeah, oh, look at how bad that car is crabbing. I dare say that is going to be near the end of the road for Wookiee Racing. They're going to have to come back down pit lane, probably get their spare car here at this point.
Yeah, and that would be their third car of the day for them. Unfortunately, they will have others, but that's probably contributed quite a bit to why they are down in 8th position after starting in 3rd. Man, look at how badly that thing is crabbing. I'm kind of shocked he's driving it as quickly as he is. And am I seeing another black flag for the first time in a while? Yes, indeed. Here is, and Chan, that's why they wound up at the side. They clipped a car coming back across. Now, was that might have been involved with what I just mentioned with the 12 and the 802.
It may have been, Joe. It may have been a big coming together. There are a couple of drivers just having a little bit of aggressiveness, I think.
Okay, so gonna double check here and see if I can find if that was that. I'm trying to see. Is that the 802 that? Okay, so yeah, so the
Yep.
Okay, so the 802 fell victim to a car pulling back on the track, which just was given a black flag. The 12 was black flagged for that. And then the 802, which I'm assuming is going to get the same penalty in a second, did the exact same thing to the next car that came through.
Yeah, and you can already see the damage there on that Wookiee Racing machine. Very, very heavy there. But, yeah, just almost a comedy of errors there from the drivers. Is I will say, give some credit here to Nicky Chan. Somehow able to get that severely crabbing car all the way back down to pit lane. That is some impressive stuff.
And was the one to break the cycle. Thankfully did not pull back on and wreck anybody else during multiple incidents throughout the lap. That was an absolute domino effect of accidents. Eventually, we kind of sussed out that they were all connected. But very bizarre moments here late in the race. And unfortunately for Wookiee Racing, I highly doubt they're going to be able to get to the finish. They're probably about 17 minutes shy of what would have been their last pit stop.
Yeah, so they're going to find themselves in a little bit of trouble. They're having to deal with that, unfortunately. But we've got some pitters coming in here.
All right, so a few drivers affecting strategy, but these are GT3 cars, so they're not going to be able to get to the end. Again, this is too early by about 16 minutes from our estimations. The E2JR Motorsports are going to give up 2nd place on the track. They were already well behind JRT Racing. And it looks like that's going to give 2nd to Matrix Green. Matthew Siddall in that car in the 55. Still at about 50 seconds behind JRT also.
Yeah, so they're trying to close in on that gap to the best of their abilities. I will tell you, Travis Brody in that JRT Racing machine, very slow on the last lap, and Matthew Siddall was able to gain in about, let's call it 5 seconds there as they run. So there'll be some chinks in the armor starting to appear for JRT.
Yeah, you never know. And we heard that it sounded like it was possible for someone to catch our incredibly fast leader in the open class based on some strategy calls, some very clever strategy calls, I have to admit, as well. So you never know that maybe JRT could fall victim to the same thing. We also have one of our drivers from the 21 car. That's the leader in the GT4s. Trey Drawhorn's currently in that Missile Motors Team 1 machine with about a minute 19 lead over the nearest car. And it's Steve Komatz that we've pulled in to chat with us to see how things are going there. We've heard from the leaders in the open class that some tire strategy has made them a little bit nervous about the cars behind them catching them up. Do you have any sort of concerns like that yourself here?
Not in the GT4s. The GT4s, because they take fuel and tires at the same time, we're changing out on every stop. So We've always got fresh rubber. But Trey is currently behind the wheel and would like to be pulled in and have a talk to you on the track.
Okay, we'll try and talk to him in a little bit then.
Sure.
But before that, I'd love to get your thoughts about how things have been going. You kind of took on a little bit of a smaller middle stint. Is there a particular reason that you kind of limited your time in the car? Did you not feel as confident?
Oh no, I was feeling fine. I was getting ready actually to head back into the car, and we just missed a big accident because if I would have, my computer completely overheated and shut down. I would have been tooling down the racetrack, and I would have disappeared from the car, and who knows what it would have hit. So it was kind of struck a luck to not be in the car when that happened.
Oh, absolutely, my goodness, that would have been absolutely gutting to see that lead disappear in that fashion. Are you going to be doing any adjustments to your tower then to help the cooling next endurance race?
Absolutely, but I'm not trusting it today.
That makes sense. So yeah, that clears up that mystery then. What are the chances that you give yourself for the win today? Like I said, it's looking very comfortable, but nobody likes to count their chickens before they hatch.
Well, we're making sure we keep something in the bank in terms of a lead. We're saving fuel, saving the car, reducing our risks. There's some chaos, some of those terms out there today, so we're trying to keep our nose as clean as we can and make sure that we get to the finish line.
That makes sense to me. It's always about protecting that car, bringing it home clean. Well, why don't we talk to your teammate then, Trey, since he's out there and seems to be willing to talk to us while in the car, and get our second in-car interview of the broadcast here today. This is Trey Drawhorn that we've pulled in. Trey, you're leading the way. Steve seems to feel pretty good about how things are going for your team right now. How does it feel actually inside the car?
It feels great. Really actually quite enjoying this car around here. Just the aspect and feel that you have to, it's like a momentum car, if you know what I'm talking about. Got to keep the speed through the corners. It's just a different type of feel, because I've driven a lot of other really, really fast cars around here.
Yeah, the GT4s are definitely kind of their own thing out there, but a lot of fun as well. So you've obviously you started the race. Are you going to be finishing it as well? And is that a point of pride that the team has elected to do you for both, if that's the case?
I feel that I think we're in a position to choose, I guess, whatever we want, and I'm perfectly fine with whatever they choose. I'd be honored to drive the last stint. Perfectly fine by me.
So it sounds like things are still a little open and flexible out there. Have you guys felt like you've stayed pretty flexible, or has it been really stick to the plan all day long today?
Very flexible. Wasn't quite in as an idea of, or it wasn't planned of doing 2 stints in a row in the car. So we just kind of go with the flow.
I like seeing that. I like seeing teams that are able to do that midway through and just kind of let things play out how they work best and not be too rigid. And well, you're coming on in. Has the team decided? Are you in or are you out?
The team hasn't decided yet, but we'll see.
All right. Well, we'll let you guys get your pit stop done, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you later. And well job on a race well run so far.
Thank you so much, guys.
That was our leader in the number 21 in the GT4 class of Trey Drawhorn and his teammate Steve Komatz talking to us right one another, including while Trey was out there in the car and racing. This is Travis Brody That's two of the class leaders that we've talked to. I have no idea how Travis feels about trying to chat while he's in the car, and I'm not going to press the issue on that one. Again, I always feel so weird talking to drivers as they're just because I can never. Can you do that, DJ? I can talk all day here on the mic. I can never do it when I'm driving.
Yeah, I'm not good enough to be driving as is out on circuit, so I can't imagine throwing another element into it of talking while doing it. So, yeah, I can't imagine that level of consistency and calmness that it really takes for those drivers to be able to have a chat with us while they're in the car.
There's a reason that I've made more of a career being up here in the booth than down in the car, and yeah. So it seems like some of these guys could maybe make a career out of both as we watch the 84 continue on his merry way with now less than an hour to go. And I believe that should take us to our latest hour update, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check with our producer behind the scenes, see if we are ready to hit that mark. So yeah, let's head through it. And of course, we get to our last sponsor, which is our first, Porsche Exchange. It's the title sponsor for PCA Sim Racing's Team Series and of today's Le Mans 6-hour charity event. Operation Motorsport Carolinas region and PCA Sim Racing appreciates the support and dedication Porsche Exchange has provided for today's live broadcast. Identified as one of the top 25 Porsche dealers in the United States, the Porsche Exchange is located near Highland Park, Illinois. Visit Porsche Exchange online at www.forporsche.com. So don't have as much to report in this last hour as we have had some big developments, but not as many of them as we've had in previous hours. With about an hour and 40 to go, we had that battle for P2 back and forth for GT3 lead between the 41 and the 9, and yet neither of them are leading right now. That's Matrix Opmo and Marble Motors. Neither of them are in P2 right now, rather, I should clarify. Hour 21 left to go. We had that moment between the 25 and the 24, two different classes. 25 lost a position because of that, slowed them up, and critically found themselves falling down another spot. Meanwhile, a minute 12 left to go. Things kicked off with a strange sequence of events. The 802 car ran into the 12 after the 12 car had spun and tried to pull back across the track. And a bit of irony, the 802 tried to pull back onto the track after that accident and got hit themselves instead by the Wookiee Racing team in the 258. 258 had to come in and get a spare car with severe damage, limped almost the entire lap around to do so. That was with about a minute 12 left to go that all unfolded in front of us. And now we are at 1 hour left. It's go time. Drivers have got to get up on the horse, DJ, and try to see what they can salvage out of this race.
Yes, they do, and I think particularly for some of these drivers a little bit farther back in the field, like the Wookiee Racing team, they have just got to try to hold on here and get a little bit of a spiritual win, as it were. But we've got a pretty close battle out on track right now between Matrix Purple and Exchange Motorsports, the number 29 and the number 12, running within a second of each other here through the Porsche curves.
Absolutely. So the battle's on for 7th. Biggest chargers in the same class. Marble Motors has gone up 4 positions from the start. Actually, that's only, I believe, in the GT3s. I'm seeing Dreadnought Racing's number 8 car up 6 positions. That could be on strategy. I'll have to double check and see if that's the case, because it does look like they're due to come in the next 2 or 3 laps there themselves. So that might not be accurate there. But there you see on screen, that is that number 8 machine with Bob Moore in the car, having taken over for Jason Brodigan, who started the race as well. And then they also had Robert Walton in the car briefly in the middle of this event.
Yeah, so plenty of driver changes being taken out over the course, and now something we're going to have to talk a little bit about, Joe, as this race starts to wind its way down and we get on into the meat of the day here, with track temperatures continuing to rise up once again. It's up to about 93 degrees Fahrenheit out on track, and that is not necessarily great, especially on some of this worn rubber that these drivers have been going around on. That may spur some tire changes in this last pit stop cycle.
Also got some information on those who have the fewest incident points. Remember, there's a 20 incident point penalty, a drive-through every 20 incident points that your team accrues. It's not just a driver, it is the team overall, so the car. So that's not easy, especially in 6 hours. And the GT3's E2JR have the lowest incident points, and they're in fourth. So they're actually flying pretty high, considering they're the cleanest in their class. GT4, it's Max Schnell Racing, also doing extremely well for how clean they've been racing. They're sitting in third position. And then in the open class, well, it's typical full send geodesic. Not only are they just dominating up at the front, but they're doing so with the fewest off-track spins, contacts, you name it, and has got a spick and span car out on track right now. So just going to really put one over on everybody here today, unless they run into any sort of problems out there. So there's your cleanest drivers in the race with 5 hours down. We'll see what it is when we get to 6 hours down. Also, one more mention is you might see the Operation Motorsport up in the right-hand screen. If you're just tuning in, this is a charity race benefiting Operation Motorsport, which helps veterans by getting them involved in motorsport, getting them a chance to get their hands in and really enjoy this wonderful sport and activity. We've raised $10,702. We highly encourage everybody, if you can, to chip in what you can. And you've got to go to charity.pledgeit.org/race for heroes. There's a link in the description below, along with what we've got here up on the screen to help you find your way over there. Huge thank you to everybody who has donated so far. Let's see if we can get to that 22,000 mark before these 6 hours are up. I still think we can do it, as if the drivers aren't going to give up on some good finishes out here, DJ, I'm not going to give up on our goal.
No, certainly not, as I definitely want to see just how much we are able to get some close racing here in the final stages. And I know that you out there, you certainly have the ability to get us some of the fantastic stuff here. This is a great charity to give to, and I cannot recommend it enough.
And all of you fans and family members and friends of the drivers out here, another reminder, if you reach just $20,000, not even our actual goal of $20,000, a chance to fire paintballs at one of the stewards this race, DJ Lyon, as he is tied to a chair. So if you don't like how it's gone for your team, for your friend or your family member's team, try and donate, and you can get some little revenge out there on DJ Lyon. And he has volunteered for this. He knows what's coming. We're not going to force him into this, but I really hope that we can get to this. Not because I have anything against DJ Lyon, but because I just want to see what happens. I want them to videotape it because I want to see the looks on their faces, DJ.
Yeah, I very much want to as well, as it's not normally something you get to do, taking out your revenge on a fellow competitor there. So, yeah, certainly going to have to see what ends up playing out there, as I know it'd probably be a pretty happy exchange, I think, for some of the drivers.
Man, poor DJ Lyons. He's going to need some aspirin after that, because he's going to have some welts, no doubt. Meanwhile, the 44 has pit in for what should be their last stop, and it is not going to be Koholik who rounds them out. It is going to be Polasek, who has jumped into the car, and that should be it. They should be able to get to the checkered flag. Even after that pit stop, they have... Oh, it looks like Imperial's also taking a stop a lap ago. So Chris Pies is legitimately 1 minute and 18 seconds behind.
All right, right, and so there is some of the standings starting to play itself out here for a couple of these drivers up at the front of the field, as you can imagine. And not entirely surprising there to see Koholik handing the reins off to Michael Polasek there. You heard Michael Koholik really talking about just how good Polasek was behind the wheel, so that's not utterly surprising to me.
Same here. Well, he's in the car. I'm sure it won't take him much to get back up to speed, since there's only been 2 drivers split in it, and they've basically just been handing back and forth pretty frequently. It's not really costing them time during the pit stops. As somebody going through the, looks like Brett Holmes just cut the chicane coming through, I think the second chicane on the Mulsanne, the 116 team. That's not good, because they're trying their hardest to catch up to Lightspeed racers, and that will hinder that effort.
Yeah, it certainly will, as they're not going to be exactly what they want, but they're also going to get a little bit of a draft there as they come into the corner. That can help them out just a little bit as they go. So we'll have to see if they're maybe going to get a move down into Indianapolis here as they get working.
As we ride on board now for the battle for 7th in the GT3s. That's Matrix Purple in front of us. Joe Stiffel racing for Exchange Motorsports has been back and forth. This has been an ebb and flow battle. I've seen it as far away as about 1.3 seconds, now down to 1/10 of a second, but he's not going to risk it heading into the Indianapolis bend, and ooh, that was close as Brett Holmes was trying to stay out of the way there in that open class car.
Yeah, I give some credit there to Brett to trying to keep as much space as possible in between himself and those GT3 cars. You could tell we've talked about that the top speed's relatively similar there between those 2 cars. Brett just now knows that he's going to lose time coming up through the Porsche curves, and he did not want to be that car in front there at that point.
All right, so Brett's going to be able to stay up with them for now, but he'll begin to fall back as they hit the Porsche curve. Stiffel not able to attack on the way into there. He's going to have to wait patiently. It's very difficult to pass through this section, although he's taking a lot of track, and that sends him wide through karting, costing him a little bit of time. More traffic in front of them out of Corvette. Kemp has to compromise his line because of that. Ankerberg Zona tries desperately to stay out of their way. Thankfully, they're both through. Stiffel gets a 10th or 2 back, but he's not going to have to fight it long, because there goes Kemp into pit lane.
And remember, this is within that 50-minute window that we anticipate drivers being able to come into the pits, no problem, and be able to make it to the end of the race. So while that does dispel the battle, it certainly will rage on a little bit, as we can also see the 116 coming in behind them.
All right, last stop from Matrix Purple. Will this pay dividends for them? Obviously, no full course yellows in this series, especially at this stage of the race. So there's no hope of trying to beat the yellow with the early pit stop. Maybe just get yourself clear road and racing on your own and out of traffic. Meanwhile, heading down through Arnage. This is Trey Drawhorn, our leader in the GT4s, as he's overtaken by Robert Rattray, who is currently 4th in the GT3s. Are they close? No, they've had a pit stop pretty recently. So E2JR is probably only going to have a splash and dash for the end, as it looks like Matrix Green now pitting as well.
Yeah, I think they're coming in as well. You called that right, Joe, as they're going to bring their car down in pit lane. We ride on board of the hood here of Bob Rose for Marble Motors. This battle currently for 5th in the GT3 category, though.
Down to nearly 45 minutes left, 3/4 of an hour to try and get to the end from this one. Let's see who's close to making a pit stop. Looks like JRT should be making their next one. So should Matrix Opmo. They're both on lap 12. Operation Motorsport and Marble Motors also on 11, so we could see them come in. In fact, here they are, they're right here. And one does not, the other does not. So they're going to continue all around on to lap 12. It's not time for them yet. They want to maybe try and make this a short final stint, have nice fresh tires, They get them to the checkered flag. Green keeps it all in the car. No change of driver, and he'll return at what looks like sixth position. Yeah, sixth position.
All right, as that is going to bring them back around here, trying to see what it will lay itself out as for the rest of these drivers. This is where that strategy all comes to play here, Joe. We're not sure how everybody's going to shake themselves out.
Also looks like we might see in Lightspeed Racers in somewhat soon. They've got maybe 3 or 4 more laps, and that's the last of the open class cars that will need to pit. The rest of them have been in and out in recent times, including Imperial Motorsports. 3 laps ago, they pitted in and finished their last strategy call. There's the 105 on your screen. That's Lightspeed Racers. And suddenly the name hits me and makes a whole lot more sense.
With the Kessel Run and all of that, the Lightspeed. I get it. Okay, now there we got it. All right.
We're focused on 100 other things. We're not that stupid, I promise.
We're trying to focus in on the zoom, these tricky names and things.
Yes.
They're throwing us for a loop.
McCune P7 down here in the GT4s. Alcoru Racing started in 9th in class. They're up 2 positions. They're gaining on 6th. They could get another one. This is Backmarker Motorsports. Mike Sachs in that car currently. Talked to Mike a little bit earlier in the broadcast. Seemed to be in pretty good spirits at that time. Wonder if he still feels that way now that he's only got 0.8 of a second separating him from a rival breathing down his neck.
Well, this is the point where they're just going to want to try to drive their race as much as possible. About 0.9 of a second in these GT4s. That may not sound like a whole lot of time, but it is indeed a healthy breathing margin. Now, you're going to be able to catch up in the draft a little bit if you're Alcoru Racing, but they lose a little bit of time there coming through the second chicane. That's going to cost them, and they don't get the run here going down towards the Mulsanne hairpin. That's not going to be ideal there for them.
No, that wasn't what they were looking for. They got to be closer than that to really affect a pass, a lot closer, and especially to feel the slipstream. So it's not going to happen here, that's for sure. And, we've got our leader in. JRT has just pitted. Travis Brody's still in the car. Not seeing sign of him hopping out. And Chris Walsh for Matrix Opmo, I'm expecting to join in pit lane here in a moment. There's Travis on your screen in the bright purple and green car. Can't miss it. And I assume he's going to put some fresh boots on there to try and make it nice and steady all the way to the finish line. And yes, Matrix Opmo is in pit lane as well.
Yeah, and I think especially there for JRT, you don't really have anything to lose by taking on that extra set of tires. You know you've got a big advantage, and so putting on a fresh set of boots, it's only going to help you.
Something's happened to Team Care, unless I've got a glitch on my end. They've got a meatball flag. This is extremely frustrating news for them, because they were chasing down Lightspeed Racers for 3rd in their class. I'm trying to figure out, look at how damaged the car is. I think this looks like it happened on the way up to Indianapolis or something here. Did it, or was it before that? Hold on, let me double check here. Oh, it was before then.
Yeah, this is, as you said, very, very heavy damage to the car. You can see that whole front end bent out of shape. Also some damage on that rear wing on the right side. You can see it there as well. So certainly some hard licks there being hit by Team Care. As we check back on the replay here, looks like, yeah.
I found it. This happens coming out of Tertre Rouge. So the fast right-hander leading onto Mulsanne straight. So we'll need to wait. Yeah, here it is. This is another very strange one because he's going to hit the inside wall and then bang it into the outside wall, almost like he had a hardware failure.
Yeah, that's about the only explanation I can give there, Joe, is you wouldn't see a car veer off to the right like that under normal circumstances. So I'm not entirely sure what that was all about.
They've since come in, taken a spare car. This puts them last in their class, but with a shot at fourth place because Rodney Campbell is directly in front of them. Operation Motorsports taking their last stop right now. And that's going to allow Marble Motors to get back up into fifth. That means that the only two cars I think still need a pit stop to make it to the finish in the GT3s is going to be Wookiee Racing and E2JR Motorsports.
Yeah, those look to be the last drivers that do need to come on down into the lane here. So we'll have to see when they opt to come on in. As we did say earlier on, everybody here on good strategy. So that if they come in at this point or any point forward, they will be able to make their way through the pit stop cycle with no more problems in the final 40 minutes.
And this just goes to show how you cannot give up at any point. Watching Cyphers here on board as he still tries to keep up with Celtic Racing and maybe get the spot back. But Celtic Racing moments ago would have been thinking we're last on the field. And I mean, what's the point in fighting? We're not going to catch them from here. Well, that's the reason why. If they hadn't have been putting the laps in that they did, they wouldn't be in this position in fourth place, and now with a shot at finishing in that fourth.
Yeah, very good shot indeed, but here comes Team Care. A great run there out of the second chicane. They're going to pull out to the outside, and it looks like Celtic Racing doesn't really have much of an answer for them.
No, but they could latch on to the slipstream here. Let's see if they get a good exit coming out of the Mulsanne hairpin, and that looked decent, but it did look slightly better for Cyphers, who distances himself by about 0.5 of a second. So as we head towards Indianapolis, it's not over, but he's got to make sure that he doesn't have any poorer exit than that along any of these long straights.
Yeah, he's going to have to keep everything up under him. And remember that these Cup cars, no traction control, no ABS. So you've got to be very, very careful getting onto the throttle. And really, as opposed to the GT3s and the GT4s in the field, there's a lot more of discrepancy that can happen on the launch off the corner courtesy of no traction control.
Coming out of Arnage now, and getting ready to head into the Porsche curves. This is where Derek could maybe make the difference over Rodney. If he's got a car that handles very well through those Porsche curves, he could separate himself enough to try and split away from the Celtic Racing car. Let's see what they look like in comparison.
Working their way through the curves now, trying to see what is going to be able to happen here as they go. Keeping it pretty nice and tight, it has to be said. Getting some good front air to the front of that Celtic Racing car. Little bit of kicking up dirt there on the exit, but that was a good run there for Celtic.
It was indeed. So definitely not what Team Care was hoping for. And in fact, there's going to be a tack down into the forward chicane. Big lift on the way in, though, as Rodney didn't feel like trying to attempt that into the swift entry of this double chicane. But that may have cost him. Look at how far back he is after that one little part.
Is not what he wanted to see have happening right there, as he has now lost, let's call it about 0.7 of a second after being right up behind on that last run.
Well, if the drivers had not needed to come in and take that spare car in the 116 team, it did look like it was possible that they could catch the 105s, because they still need a pit stop here, and they will need a splash and dashboard, in fact. So it would have allowed 116 to run them down a good chunk. I don't know if it would have put them ahead. That's a bit of a moot point regardless at this stage, but it has lightened the load on that 105 team in a tremendous way, so that they can really not worry about the strategy and just kind of do what they're doing all the way to the finish of this one. Just about down to a half hour to go, and we are about 1:50 p.m. virtual standard time in France in the simulation. So it is back up to high temperatures, nearly at 100 degrees Fahrenheit once more. And I'm sure that might be adding to some of the woes of the drivers that we're seeing these slightly silly mistakes that some are executing.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit trickier around here, I think, to find that grip. 99 degrees Fahrenheit right now. The track's going to be getting greasier, going to be getting slipperier out on track, and that is not going to be helping them at all.
Thankfully, only thing they got to worry about along these long straights is traction out of the corners, and then maybe some back and forth here through the chicanes. But for the most part, won't hurt them too bad as they pick up tremendous speed down the Mulsanne. It's been an interesting 6 hours, 5.5 so far. And we've seen some drivers make some brilliant moves and some not so brilliant moves out here side by side coming down in a Mulsanne hairpin, or almost side by side there for a moment, and definitely looked like Cyphers is pushing as hard as he can as the rear of that car looked a little wiggly.
Yeah, looked a little bit squirrely there as he's definitely trying to keep off that Celtic Racing with Rodney Campbell behind the wheel. And Campbell's going to move to the outside there, going down into the corner. Let's see if he's able to keep it going, keep that momentum up as much as possible. It looks like he's got a nose ahead, and indeed, Cyphers is going to have to slot in behind.
So it goes right back to his rival, and I'm pretty sure the 62 team's going to try and make that frustrating as possible all the way through. Man, look at all the marbles that are just building up on those corner exits now that we've been out here for 6 hours in this race. Let's not forget the real reason for this race, though. We're still looking to try and get up to 22,000, but let's try and at least make our halfway. We're so close, $300 more, and we'll hit the halfway mark at 11,000. So if you have any inclination, please donate to charity.pledgeit.org/raceforheroes to help raise funds for Operation Motorsport, help our veterans both in Canada and the United States readjusting to civilian life through the wonderful world of motorsports. And I know we're all passionate about motorsports. Imagine getting to share that love with veterans and giving them a chance to really adapt and have to deal with what they need to mentally and physically, getting back into non-service life is really clouding the chicanes there. This battle for fourth in the open class here. So definitely trying to hustle that car. And man, Campbell has come back with a vengeance. He's already a second ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive stuff there for him, running around as he does. So we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to keep up that pace. Now, he is going to be coming up behind Mason Smotherman there as he works his way around him, trying to see nice and easy on through. Now it's going to go back to Cyphers. He may get a little bit bogged up here coming through the S's.
Yeah, that's not the place that he wanted to catch Smotherman. And he just gives him enough room on the way into Tertre Rouge, but it's going to give him a little bit of a tighter entry as well. It's about a second, so he should feel some of the slipstream from that 62 car, but it's not going to be really enough to catch up to him, at least on this first run into the Daytona chicane. I'm getting information that Brody in our JRT number 84 may have lost a little time to Robert Rattray. Let me check the lap times here.
Yeah, Joe, his last lap time was over 4 minutes there, so I'm not sure what's exactly happening to Travis Brody.
We did get some information from them at one point before we left, just before we came in, really, if anything, that they didn't take fuel on that one stop because they basically wouldn't save them anything, and they wanted to just get their spare car and get back out. I wonder if that's locked them in to a strategy that's just a little uncomfortably tight, and he's saving fuel to get to the finish. Is that 50-minute mark that he pitted in just a little too tight?
Very well could be. It could be just right up against it there for Brody, and he's having to do a little bit of fuel saving. I don't love that there for Travis, but this could get interesting all kinds of quickly.
So we're hearing that he's not clutching. He's Still trying to hustle the car, but for some reason it's not up to speed like it was before. Let's see what this lap is. Last time by 4:01. Time before 5 flat, 4:06 before. Not seeing any damage on the car that we've got here. And this lap by is going to be a 4 flat again. Remember, they were able to run 353, 355s earlier on. And it seems like Brody can't quite match it unless this is just Brody's pace. He did hit some 359s, 358, 358. Maybe this is just Brody's pace here.
Maybe it is. I mean, we talked about how things can change when you swap out these cars. He may just be a little bit slower than some of his teammates, and he's having to account for that.
Oh, this is gonna get interesting. I didn't think that there was any chance of someone running down our leader. However, Rattray is lap 9. He's not going to be able to get to the finish either. He's got to come in and pit. So that puts it more into the Matrix Green car, the 55, which is a good chunk farther back, 38 seconds behind the leader. Well, that makes it a little bit better for Brody.
Maybe with that in mind, Joe, he is just backing off a little bit, not pushing nearly as hard as he needs to because he knows he's got the time to be able to do that. And that could explain for a little bit of that loss of pace because Travis Brody is no slouch. Let's be very, very clear.
And that's why I was so confused because usually Travis is incredibly quick. And yes, he's with some fast drivers in their own right, Schum and Amarim. But I wouldn't think that he is as off as he is. And that's not to put his pace down. It was confusing. So, yeah, maybe just kind of managing the race from here. Maybe he feels better not trying to push it at 10 tenths and just knowing that the car just needs to finish. They're not under threat from the ones behind who still need to make a splash and dash. And those behind them are so far back that they essentially need them to wreck. So watch out for your equipment and take it to the finish. It looks like we got, I think, another donation I'm hearing, another $50 donation. We'll see if we get that updated here on our screen in just a moment. Again, if you'd like to donate yourself, it's charity.pledgeit.org/raceforheroes. This is to benefit Operation Motorsport, to help veterans readjust to civilian life by getting their hands in motorsport. There it is. Yeah, we have hit 10,752. We want to try and get at least to half of our goal, our original goal, which is 20,000. We want to hit 11,000 here. So if you can help us get to that, we need less than $300 to do so.
That's right, folks. Just about $250 and will get us to that goal. So please, please, please open up your pocketbooks there and please get some of this money to a great, great organization.
I think we're going to see a change for 5th in the GT3s. Smotherman is on Greg Fullwood. Greg's going to lose one of those 4 gained positions here in a moment, side by side, as it's Marble Motors versus Operation Motorsport breaking into the second chicane on the Mulsanne. And there goes P5 to the number 25.
All right, a good solid move there for the Operation Motorsport number 25 machine. They are up and on ahead here, but looks like a little bit of a fight back from Marble Motors. They certainly have some momentum as they pull their way on the straightaway.
We've got word from Brody's teammate, Jacob Schum. He's let us know that Travis is double stinting the tires, so that explains the pace. And he's also getting traffic in some bad places. So it's just a mix of bad luck and bad tires out there. But there goes the threat from the first one because Rattray is now in the pits.
Yeah, that'll send him down to pit lane right now, so that'll see him being on in, and that gap is going to be at about 30-plus seconds. But we've got to keep our eyes right here because Marble Motors and Operation Motorsports side by side going down into Indianapolis.
Are they going to be able to come out the other side? That's the question. They are, and they still haven't given up on this side-by-side battle. Arnage, usually this is where the fight ends in most cases, and a lot of wheel spin coming out of Smotherman's car, but he gets the traction down good enough that Fullwood is not fully passed. He does manage to get side by side, and here we go again, another game of chicken into the braking zone. This time, the Porsche Curves, which has just the slightest brush of braking on the way into there, and who's the braver? It's going to be Fullwood.
Yes, it is, but something tells me, Joe, that this battle is nowhere near quite done yet. I think this is going to be a little bit closer here. Operation Motorsport trying to hold on behind.
Update on E2JR Motorsports after their last stop. They fell down to third. Matrix Green did get promoted up into second place. And Wookiee Racing, we're still waiting on them to come in last on the field. Still on the lead lap, though. I'll give them credit for that. In fact, all of our GT3s are on the lead lap. So, well done. It's close, though. Matrix Purple with Stephen Kemp in the car finds himself about 15 seconds shy of losing that lap.
Yeah, a little bit off as they run. He's going to have to try to be able to keep themselves up forward if they want to stay on the lead lap. Now, obviously, that's not going to be any points going into it, but they certainly are wanting to get it just for that a little bit of moral victory, as we say.
I mean, speaking of moral victories, I also want to send commiserations to the Wookiee Racing team. It's not over, but it's effectively over. They came in second in the points behind by, it looks like 16 points from the JRT Racing team. And Wookiee has not seen anything go right, it seems like, all race long. They're still down in eighth, while JRT had to overcome similar issues and somehow fought their way up to the lead and are looking to clinch the championship for the GT3 class once the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, so that very tough break for Wookiee Racing, which has been one of the strongest teams out on track. We continue to watch this battle, though, with Marble Motors and Operation Motorsports side by side coming out of the first chicane on the Mulsanne. Marble Motors not quite getting the launch that they really needed to out of that first chicane.
No, so it's once again back to side-by-side racing. I got to think there's a huge grin on both their faces right now. Late in the race, a hard battle for a top 5 finish. Marble Motors going to break a little bit earlier. Smotherman needs the good exit, though, and he gets it. So nicely done by Operation Motorsport there. Fullwood now gets the draft right back as they start to approach a little bit of traffic, and we've seen that offer a chance for a pick a few times already this race.
Yes, indeed, it certainly has, and those drivers they're going to be coming up on is, it seems like the perennial backmarker here, Ankerberg Zona. Seems like every time we've got a battle out on track, Joe, Anker just happens to be right ahead of it.
He's not the last car, though. He's actually second to last overall. He's in 11th in the GT4s for Anker's away. Los Muchachos Motorsports, the last one. They actually just came into the pits. Not sure if that was scheduled or not. We'll check in on that in a bit here. No, it was not scheduled. They have a meatball flag. Something happened to Los Muchachos, and not sure that they're going to be able to make up that time and catch 11th place in the next 21 minutes.
Yeah, not entirely sure if they'll be able to do that as well, but their Anker just getting out of the way, giving plenty of space there to these two battling cars, Marble Motors and Operation Motorsports. Fullwood and Smotherton behind the wheel as they plow their way towards the Porsche Curves. Now the last big straightaway here on this circuit.
Fullwood back into P5. Can he keep that Marble Motors car there, or is Operation Motorsport going to frustrate him all the way to the checkered flag? They break into the Porsche Curves, and nice run in there from Smotherman. It does seem like that 25 car is very good on corner entry. Whoa, that's a different line.
Just a little bit of a different line there as they ran into the corner. That got a little bit sketchy there, Joe.
Thankfully, did not do anything to hurt the car and actually stayed up with Marble Motors. Is this a pass attempt? Oh, and Fullwood is in pit lane. What is happening here? It is not a black flag. Surely they had enough fuel to get to the end.
I would have thought so. I'm not entirely sure what's bringing them down here at this point. This could be precautionary. Maybe, dare I say, this is an incident point?
Well, I would see a black flag if that's the case.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so, and I'm not seeing that. I don't think it's drive time, although it may be. Let's see if somebody else gets in the car. That's something else they got to be concerned about. So Fullwood hopped in not that long ago. So if it's got to be fuel. He's getting ready to go, it sounds like, and they probably only needed a splash dash if they needed. No, he's still not going. Now he's on his way. 24 seconds, and he's still in the car. This is another one that we'll have to try and see if anybody watching from the team can help enlighten us as to what forced them to pit in that time by and give up that fight with the 25, who's naturally way long gone.
Yeah, way off. They did come up onto the jacks and did take tires there, so that may have been part of it, that they were just worried about grip. But I would got to think here, with under 20 minutes remaining, that you would opt for not having to come in and just try to nurse the car a little bit more rather than give away track position.
And that's a lot of track position, too. But it does feel like tires with the length of that stop, tires only kind of thing. Unless just maybe Fullwood did not feel comfortable. He felt like the car was going to wreck. But I don't feel like we saw the car dancing around underneath him on that stint. So again, I'm just trying to spitball ideas, but none of them really seem to make sense right now.
Yeah, it's a very strange position to, frankly, be seen here. It's very, very tough.
This is Taylor Parsons for the Team of the North, and the Matrix Purple car is behind him. So that's two different classes. That's GT3 and GT4, so it should be an easy pass here for Purple. Yep. Kemp is on by. Kemp, unfortunately, has been passed by Pulasic for the overall ninth position, rather. But he's still within the overall top 10. I'm sure he would have preferred to have finished ahead of one of the slower class cars. It's not impossible that he might still do so. I think we're still waiting on, Wookiee Racing's on lap 12 of their stint, so they're going to be coming in. I think Exchange Motorsports as well. 10 laps into this stint, I don't think they can get to the finish from here.
I'm not sure if they were going to be able to as well. Let's see, though, with Nicky Chan and Wookiee Racing, as this car, we have said, certainly been in the wars over the course of the day.
And a huge, huge thank you to everybody who has donated. We've hit the halfway mark, 11,000. Thank you for donating to Operation Motorsport. I'm glad that we saw that before the race is over. And that's going to be a lot of fun to see how high we can get from there. So please, if you can, keep donating. See how high we can take this in the final 17 minutes. But thank you for at least getting us halfway to our first goal, which was $22,000. And the 11,000 is something to be proud of for sure. Meanwhile, ducking around Banjapaje, there our battle carries on between Chan and Stiffel.
Yeah, this battle just continuing on here. Nicky Chan starting to pressure a little bit, coming down into Indianapolis as they go. Chan just applying all of that pressure on the back of Stiffel, trying to see if he's going to be able to get it.
Ooh, bit of a bobble coming off of Arnage. Joe now defensive once they get up to the Porsche curves, if he's still got overlap at least. I'm pretty sure that Nicky Chan, he is by. So job done for Nicky Chan, bringing the 258 back into the hunt. Unfortunately, though, they need to come in and take a pit stop here because they're 12 laps into the stint, and I don't think there's a magic extra fuel tank in that car.
Yeah, I don't think there is as well. And once again, just so unfortunate for Chan and the rest of that Wookiee Racing team. They have had great pace here today, able to get themselves up forward, putting themselves into contention as many times as possible, and just having bad luck bite them again and again and again.
Let's see if they come in this time by... No. Gonna make it 13 laps on this one. Probably saving just to see what they could eke out of this. And looks like they're going to eke out a 13-lap stint, which is not easy in these GT3 cars. And we did have one of our special incentives involved in getting over 11,000. Whoever dipped it over 11,000 gets a special video from Cameron Aubernon's VTuber character, Lady J. So definitely reach out, and we'll try and connect you to get your special message read out by Cameron's OC. And I think it looks like it was an anonymous donator. So we'll try and figure that out. But it is also $248, which is higher than our 220 mark, which means they also get a special voicemail message done by DJ and I, if they so desire. So reach out to us for that as well. And anybody else who donated over $220 also can claim that one, and make sure and get a hold of us, and we'll try and make that happen. Meanwhile, on screen, coming into the Dunlop chicane, this is Mason Smotherman ahead of Mike Sachs. This is for the 5th position in the GT4s, Operation Motorsport GT4 and Backmarker Motorsports, separated by less than a second after 6 hours.
Very, very close running. Only 14 minutes left to go in this race as they work their way around. And it does look like here that Sachs is going to be able to get a little bit of the draft here coming off of Tech Rouge. That is going to be one of the faster class cars that is going to be able to sneak their way on by, though maybe disrupt the battle a little bit. But I'll tell you what, Mike Sachs looks like he's coming on like a train with a full head of steam.
Certainly seems like it. He's got that draft. And Mason just kind of pulling off to the middle of the road, going to make it hard no matter which side he decides to go on. There's barely enough for 3 wide on these narrow streets, and it's not wide enough coming into the chicane as Mike decides to back out of it. They've got our overall leader, Travis Brody, picking and choosing his spots carefully too.
Yeah, trying to see if he's going to be able to get anything there. Brody getting by nice and easy. That's going to be a little bit easier there for him. And that battle from Sachs not materializing quite yet, but he's still within touching range.
Well, we were worried about the pace of that 84. It's back down to 358s, 357s in recent laps. So wonder if he got the tires cooled off a little bit, and they've come back into the working range, and he's been able to clear traffic a lot easier in recent laps, because he's definitely ticked it up a notch and is now trying to continue that run away from the rest of the field there. He's that purple car that you see on your screen right now. 12 minutes left to go at almost 4 minutes a lap. That should be, I think, 3 laps left.
Yeah, it should be just about that for Joe here. Again, that gap at about 35 seconds, so he doesn't really have all that much to worry about as they go, as they wait to see what they are able to pull out here as he's just working his way through everything.
So let's see, it's Brody running just under 4 minutes by about 1 or 2 seconds, so yeah. We are past the mark then. It is definitely going to be 3 to go next time by for our overall leader, which will definitely determine things for a lot of other drivers as well. Unfortunately for Wookiee Racing, that's not going to come soon enough. They've finally come into pit lane.
Yes, they have, and so that's going to bring Wookiee Racing in. They will lose that position out to everybody around them. Going to have to get that little bit of a splash and dash, unfortunately.
Just a little one. Should only need 3 laps worth, I guess, technically, since Travis is going to be coming through momentarily, which will put him a lap down, maybe? Actually, no, I think we still have Stephen Kemp on the lead lap in the Matrix purple car. It's starting to get close to only 10 seconds between them, so there still is a chance that Brody could catch up to him and pass him. And Chan is out, stays in the car. It was a 15-second stop. Should be enough fuel to wrap it all up, but fell down to 8th position. Stifel in the Exchange Motorsports car easily passed them by.
Yeah, easily able to get on by and around them. So that is going to be certainly a good boon there for Stifel and the rest of that team. Just to be able to have that one extra position is going to be absolutely mega.
Now down to the final 10 minutes of this 6-hour race. We're close to 24 hours for the sun going around here in the sim, up and around, as we watch your current leader leading since, I need to double check when exactly he used that strategy, his team used that strategy to get up towards the top, because he's definitely been up there since I returned. I gotta imagine, so it was probably in those middle 2 hours that they executed on that and then found themselves where they wanted to be and have not given up since. Not without mistakes, though, as they did have a wreck earlier on, just about with 2 hours left to go, that almost cost them the lead. They were able to get in, get a spare car, and get back out before they had to give it up to those chasing. So Exchange Motorsports probably also going to have to get in here with a slightly shorter stop. Pretty soon, the 258 will be allowed to catch up because of that, but I don't know how close and if that battle for 7th in the GT3s will carry on.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but here in the GT4s, this battle between Smotherman and Sachs continues to carry on as they go. Sachs just not quite able to get that edge that I frankly thought he would be able to have, but he is certainly keeping that Operation Motorsports GT4 machine under a whole heaping amount of pressure.
Really is. So, down the Mulsanne, you can see them kind of riding the middle of the road. Ooh, that's a bit of a fade there out of Smotherman. Sachs is not having any of it. In fact, he's going to send it in and says, "Excuse me, coming through. I did not appreciate that fade."
No, he did not. I think he's had enough of waiting around there for everything, and he absolutely chucked that car into the corner. I'm frankly a little bit surprised that he was able to get that done and get the car woed back up underneath him.
Brilliant move there. Nicely done by both parties. Sachs now leading, but how much longer? Early braking from Smotherman. And he's going to try and cut back underneath, see if he can get a better exit off of the Mulsanne hairpin. Does look pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to have a pretty good run here at that Operation Motorsports GT4. Smotherman behind the wheel, tucking up behind. He's going to poke his nose to the outside. Here comes the move, Joe.
All right, is he going to have it done before Indianapolis? It's going to be a bit of a longer run here around the outside as it kinks off to the right a couple times here. You can see. So longer distance just by maybe a foot or two for Smotherman. He's not going to be completely past him. Wheel to wheel into Indianapolis. And it looks like Smotherman is going to be able to get that one done. A little less rough than what we saw from Mike Sachs. He's going to try and come back again. Behind them, Matthew Siddall, who is second in the GT3s, hopes to try and avoid getting caught up in some sort of melee. And yeah, he's going to get a great chance to do so here along the run to the Porsche curves.
Yes, he is, and remember, more horsepower there in those GT3 cars, so able to get that muscle out and on a by. But right now behind, this battle continuing to rage on, only about 0.2 of a second separating Smotherman from Sachs right now as they go into the Porsche curves. No passing going on here.
No, sir. It's going to be single file unless somebody makes a big mistake. They're coming up. Nope, that's Siddall that I was just seeing up ahead, so he's running away. Rattray, though, is approaching from behind. He should catch them before this race is over. He could also offer another pick. A little wide, though, from Smotherman. Slow off the corner in a big way. We heard one of the drivers say these are momentum cars, and perfect illustration right there. Sachs made that look easy.
Yeah, indeed he did, Joe. Just absolutely getting by going into the Ford chicane. Some good heads up there from Mike Sachs, recognizing an error from Smotherman and taking full advantage.
We've got about a lap and a half left to go for JRT Racing to wrap up this race and the championship. That's going to feel good if they can do that here in these last little bits. So we keep watching in the battle between Sachs and Walton. Walton currently with the advantage over Mike Sachs and Mason Smotherman, rather. Sachs with the advantage over Smotherman. Down into the Forest S's surprisingly difficult corner. Really spits you out on the exit.
Yeah, it certainly does. Is this battle not looking like it's going away there? Rattray trying to figure out a way to get on by these two battling GT4s. He's going to now poke his nose around, and that's going to slow down Smotherman a little bit.
Interesting that the teammate to Travis Brody actually got on the radio saying to Thomas Briggs that they're not fighting for position. So he wasn't terribly happy about how the open class car was fighting them hard for what was mainly just track position and not actual position. So down through the chicanes once more. The hard to miss bright orange machine of Mike Sachs is ahead of Mason Smotherman once again.
Yes, he is. Is Sachs able to get that advantage, get that holdout here? Let's see if Smotherman's got a response, though. There's still plenty of time for him to be able to do it. Probably about 2 more laps for these drivers, maybe 3.
And we'll have to wait and see. I'm keeping an eye on Brody and what he's doing. I think he's heading up to Indianapolis now. So, in fact, Brody's still struggling to try and overtake his rivals, unfortunately. He's finally done it. Thomas Briggs gets out of the way for him. Thomas in the open class trying not to get lapped. And something happened to P2. And Adam Spence is apologizing. I assume this is some drama.
Yeah, that's P2 in the GT4 category. Ivan Gomez and Adam Spence getting a little bit close together. As Spence, looking at the car right now, doesn't appear to be any damage on it, so it looks like there was nothing there. But late race pass there from Ivan Gomez for Mark Schnell to move themselves up into P2.
Very clever pass, too. It's hard to get by down to the Forest S's, but he made that one stick. Maybe felt like he was in a rush here. So puts him into second place and already is 1.4 ahead of Missile Motors Team 1. Meanwhile, white flag is getting ready to come out for Travis Brody. The only flag that's going to be more beautiful than that to him is going to be the checkered flag.
Yes, indeed it will. As there you can see that pass. Kind of a strange incident there, I've got to say, for Adam Spence. It almost looked like he let him on by, and I don't want to necessarily say that, but that's kind of the only explanation I can think of.
Yeah, it seems to me that he probably saw the timing left on the clock and really didn't want to push it all that much. This man's been pushing it quite a bit in this race. Next up in front of him is Stephen Kemp, who is the last car in his class. Will he allow Stephen to finish all 89 laps, or is he going to dock him one? Or is that what Stephen wants as well and just wants to be put out of his misery and finish a lap down?
Maybe we will have to see. That is a strategy that I know I've employed a couple of times during races when things have gotten a little bit tough, to just sort of step away there and let the leader pass you so you don't really have to deal with it.
I remember talking to Richie Hearn, one of our real-world former IndyCar drivers, ask him about those situations. If you'll ever do that, let them go by. And he'd always say it depends on how the race is going. If it's going well, he doesn't want to see them lose that lap and finish with pride. But if it's been a miserable day and there's nothing to fight for, speaking of fighting, that was a bit of a moment there for Kemp, and I guess he's not going to be able to fight it because he just lost that lap. But it seemed that he used to say that if there's nothing to fight for, you just want to get back into the pit, so you let them by and you end the day.
Yeah, exactly. You just kind of want it to end there at that point if you are some of the drivers there. But for your leader, Travis Brody, I think he is so locked in at this point, he could probably go another 2 hours here the way he's been driving, Joe.
Indeed. Well, temperatures didn't get quite as hot as it did at the start. We're back down to 96 at the end of things. 30 seconds left, and that's going to be 6 straight hours here at Le Mans for the last race of the season for the Team Racing Championship. So we get a fight here, I think, between, I think this was Light Speed. Yeah. That we saw involved in there, but that's not for position. That was going by Missile Motors. So that was Trey Drawhorn leading in the GT4s. He's going to finish, I think, just behind. Yeah, not too far behind Brody. And Pulasic is going to be one of the last cars to be lapped. So he's going to be the only car in his class to complete every lap of this race, it looks like, Michael Pulasic and Michael Koholik.
That's an impressive run there for that typical full send geodesic drivers for them, as being able to keep that out here with the lesser downforce in those cars. Oh, that's a spin around to the back from Stephen Kemp.
Oh, no. I think he maybe clipped the wall. He's letting everybody carefully go by. He knows there's no point in trying to rush this one. Just get a clear track and return to it. One last call before we hit the checkered flag. If you feel like donating, it is not going to be closing here. It will eventually, obviously, but charity.pledgeit.org/raceforheroes to help donate to Operation Motorsport. We've reached our $11,000 goal. We'd love to do whatever we can more than that. So please feel free to donate. Meanwhile, as Travis Brody wraps it up for his JRT racing team to not only take the checkered flag, he's going to take the championship, helping along Jacob Schum and Rafael Amram get to celebrate as he drives it to the line. And look at the anticipation on his face. He knows it's coming, and that's the win for JRT Racing.
Yeah, there you can see the smile starting to break over the face of Travis Brody. Double points on the offering here today to be able to get that checked up. And here is your leader in that cup category in the open class. Michael Pulasic here, still a full lap to run.
And Trey Drawhorn just took the win down in the GT4 class. Had quite the last stint, a very long one after he started things. And he shares that with Horace Knight and Steve Komatz. So very well done to the 21 team to take the victory in that class. In fact, he's doing donuts on the front stretch right now. I don't think that I can't remember the name of the organization now. I think they would frown upon that in the real world.
Yeah, I don't think that would exactly be the way to go there on it, but nevertheless, it's still a great run there for him, and well-deserved celebration.
So we get to wait another 4 minutes practically for typical full-send geodesic drivers to do their victory lap and be the last one across the line, most likely. They're trying to catch Joe Stiffel, who is still battling with Wookie Racing, but they're about 11 seconds up the road. So they're going to be just shy after each of them took their last little stops. And it was only Matrix Purple that wound up out of place out of the 3 classes, unless Pulasic catches up to Stiffel here in the next half a lap.
Yeah, it probably won't be able to come down into that, I would have to imagine, but nevertheless, still keeping our eyes on it as these two drivers work their way through the Mulsanne hairpin, down through the last parts of this track.
This has got to be the best feeling if you're in that cockpit for the 44 car. You don't have anybody to race. They've all finished. You get to really enjoy this last lap after seeing this countryside time and time again. 89 times the team has, not necessarily each driver, but they just basically cruise to victory and get to savor the moment.
Yeah, and it certainly is a thing when you know that it's coming through, you know it's good. And there are few sweeter feelings in the world than coming to the line to be able to take that victory, to spray that champagne.
Usually in racing, you really don't get to celebrate, or you shouldn't try and celebrate until you're really there and past the line, because so many things can go wrong. And I've seen drivers maybe take advantage of it a little too early and give away a race or a championship just by making one little oops in the last lap and the last corner sometimes. So for this to be something where Michael can take himself and his fellow Michael around the track and really just kind of watch and celebrate and cheer and know that this lap means a win for them, I'm sure they are loving that. Out of the Corvette curve one last time, it gives it a nice wide berth. No need to try and risk that as well. And into the Ford chicane. He's not going to lap Joe Stiffel in the Exchange Motorsports car, who's still going to finish on the lead lap and ahead of the slower class. And it's going to be a win for the 44 team here today in the open class from Michael Polasek and for Michael Koholik. Well done. Well done. So all three winners and all the podium finishers here today, which we will go through. JRT Racing with the win, and pretty decent win. Not as big as it was at some times during the race, but still 26 seconds shows that they were on it and had the winning strategy. Matrix Green finished in second today, with E2JR Motorsports winding up in third. Matrix Opmo, unfortunately, having to give ground away on this one, finishing fourth in the end after beginning on the front row. Operation Motorsport was P5. You've got Marble Motors finishing in the sixth position. And then after that, another one that had a bad day, Wookiee Racing, who maybe had hopes and visions of taking the championship away from JRT, watched it fall apart pretty much from the first lap on when they went off. It was Exchange Motorsports who finished eighth. And then you get to our winner in the open class there, with Typical Full Send Racing finishing ninth overall. Matrix Purple wound up in 10th position, last of the GT3s. Second place to Imperial Motorsports today, finishing in 11th spot. And then you had Lightspeed Racers, who at one point were a little bit nervous about their rivals coming up behind. Their rivals made a mistake, had an accident, and Lightspeed got that podium. Team Care did get back up to fourth and finished ahead of their rivals in the end, but not the ones that they wanted to finish ahead of. But it wasn't last. That went to Celtic Racing fifth in the open class. DJ?
Back down to that GT4 category, it was Missile Motors Team 1 able to take the victory over Mach Schnell Motorsports and Three Stooges Racing. Dreadnought Racing was in fourth, followed by Operation Motorsports GT4 and the Team of the North.
Well, it looks like we lost DJ there, so apologies. But there you see the last of them. Backmarker Motorsports, Alcoro Racing, 208 Racing Green Team, Star Racing, Anchors Away, and Los Muchachos Motorsports. All 26 teams got to see the checkered flag, thankfully. So let's chat with our winners here of the GT3 class, JRT Racing. Not just our winners, but our champions in that GT3 class. And this is Jacob Schum, Travis Brody, and of course, Raphael Amarim, who had that middle stint slogging through the night. Guys, congratulations. It seemed like it wasn't completely guaranteed, even though you had a pretty good lead by the end. There was a scary moment there with about 2 hours to go. What happened?
It was definitely exciting. I was trying to push really hard. I was trying to open a gap, and also I was trying to beat my personal best. and ended up clipping the grass and just lost it. So I'm glad we had a bit of a kind of a gap there to the car behind. So we still left a P1, and Travis did an amazing job to close. So yeah, really great win and an amazing race.
Jacob, I often was put on the opening stint for my team because they considered me the safest driver. Was that the thinking here for you? And did you enjoy getting to kick things off? I know I personally didn't, but I know some people like it.
Well, last year, for last year's Operation Motorsports event, I started as well. This time around, it was just mainly about optimizing the nighttime stint to try to put Raphael there and do a triple there. And Travis didn't want to take the start, and I've done quite a few endurance races where I started, so I was pretty comfortable starting the race.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. And you guys did have to kind of fight back to get up there. But let's talk about the end with Travis, because Travis, you obviously had to deal with trying to keep it together all the way to the end. You inherited a car in the lead. Do you feel that pressure when you hop in the car?
A little bit. It's not too bad. I know that a lot of the goal for this race was to do the championship. It wasn't to win this, specific race. So a little bit of the pressure was off in that sense, because the P2 in points was unfortunately fairly down the order, by the time I got in the car. So we knew if I could just bring the car home clean, just finish the race, really anywhere, we kind of would have been all right. So I kind of took some of the pressure off myself, with that mindset. So, Raphael handed over a great car. He had a little trouble there, towards the end of his stint, but it ended up not really costing us anything. So it was just really lucky. Like all the bad luck we had earlier in the season, I feel like we finally got some good luck out of the circumstances this time.
One more quick question for you, Travis. We talked to the leaders in their car in the GT4 and the open class during that last hour of the race. We debated about going to you, but I always feel uncomfortable going to drivers. They came to us. If that had happened, would you have been comfortable talking to us live from the car?
Yeah, for sure. No problem at all. I would have liked to do it, but kind of navigating Discord and trying to do everything, while driving can be a little difficult. But I was going to try to get into an interview earlier, but Jacob actually jumped in at the same time, so I just let him take it and go from there. But always enjoy talking to you guys.
Oh, it amazes me how you guys can chat and drive at the same time. All three of you, anybody that you want to shout out that helped make the win and the championship possible today?
Well, I got to shout out, of course, Jacob and Raphael, and then, they did a great job this whole season. And then PCA, Podium, you guys, amazing events, amazing broadcasts. Keep it super interesting. Tactical Baby Gear, all my guys back at work watching and cheering me on, my buddies, texting me and everything. So just all the support, everybody was really great during this event. So, we had a great time.
Jacob, Raphael, anybody you want to thank before you go?
Yeah, same thing. I want to thank you all of you guys, and Jacob and Travis for an amazing season. This was a lot of fun, and that's the most important thing. So already looking forward to next year.
Yeah, also the same. I'd like to thank Raphael, Travis for being my teammates. Also like to thank you guys, PCA Sim Racing, Podium. I'd like to thank my dad especially for letting me use this rig. This is not my normal rig. My rig is about 6 feet to the left of me. But after Spa with the issues with the wheelbase, he let me use this rig. Also like to thank my mom, Celia, and my sister, Coco, as well.
Great stuff there. That's your drivers for the JRT Racing 84 car, Raphael Amarim, Jacob Schum, and Travis Brody. We've got our GT4 winners for Missile Motors Team 1. That includes Trey Drawhorn, Steve Komatz, and Horace Knight, another three-person team on this one. And we did get to talk to Trey. So let's and Steve Comat. So let's talk to Horace up first. And Horace, you took over the car after Trey, so you're the first one to hop in that didn't get to start with it. What did it feel like having to pick up and try to carry on to what eventually became a win?
Oh, I guess me jumping in, Trey was putting down some really fast times. For me, I was trying to pretty much be safe and keep it together more than anything. That's what I felt like. I was trying to get a little rust out more than anything, so my times were pretty slow at the moment, but just trying to keep it together.
Yeah, I can understand those emotions for sure. Steve, we'll head over to you. We've already chatted to you about coming to the end. Now that it's over, what are the feelings? Is this a sense of relief, or you're already raring to go for another one?
Oh, we're always ready for another season, another race. If you had one tonight, we'd probably jump into it. So it's not joking. We had a great time. It was a team effort. We worked together, putting this team together in the kind of the final throes here to get it to where we needed to go. And Horace has been traveling quite a bit, so we didn't get much practice together, and he's been off the sim for a while. And my sim blew up in the middle of this race. Fortunately, as I mentioned earlier, I didn't get into the seat when I was thinking about it, and it overheated and blew up. So real happy that we didn't have to go through that.
I can only imagine. Let's go to Trey then. Trey, you by far did the most laps of anybody on your team. Are you tired at all after all that?
A little bit, but I'm still itching for more. After every endurance race I've ran, I'm always itching for more driving time. I feel like I just can't quite get away from driving all the time. So exciting.
A real glutton for punishment, it sounds like, you three. Well, a win in the GT4 class, I'm sure that feels fantastic, but who helped get you guys on the top step of the podium?
Well, there's a long list. PCA Sim Racing in general is such an amazing organization. So many volunteers. They've been helping my driving. I started in the challenge class, the lowest run here, less than a year ago, and it's just been amazing how much support that they provided. It's fantastic. All the fans, everybody that's watching Podium Esports, what you guys do to bring the enjoyment of watching this sport is fantastic. I want to also mention a couple of sponsors that we have. Vanamar, my company, made a major contribution, as well as Big Mission Motorsports. I was with them last week at a live Saturday, Sunday 8-hour endurance race, and they provided a real nice donation today, and I'm really appreciative to them. Our teammates, including Jeff Ferguson, who was not able to get any practice time from excessive traveling, stepped out of this race, but has helped propel this team along. Leif Peterson also was a big, huge help on our last endurance race. Was great. Brought us to a third place on that one. And then, of course, Horace, welcome back. And then Trey was truly amazing. I've never seen a lap time as fast as he got, a 4:16.441. Just an amazing run that he had today. It was amazing. But I mean, all the coaching and all of the help from PCA in general is just phenomenal.
Well, guys, a big thank you from us, and another congratulations, as that was our winners in the GT4 class here. And by the way, all of these results are unofficial until confirmed by timing and scoring. So yes, we're celebrating now, but understand that these are unofficial wins currently. And as you've seen on the screen, we have reached $11,500. We've got a bunch more donations, it seems. That or one big one that we got since the end of the race. And thank you to everybody who has added to that. We have one more person to talk to, two of them, I do believe, unless we don't get Michael Koholik, but we do have Michael Polasek ready to chat with us. Michael, congratulations. It wound up being your win in the end, but man, that had to have been something else to be the last one on the lead lap and literally get to run a victory lap there.
The car felt really good. I'm really happy with the setup, and I was really happy with our preparation for it. We put in quite a lot of time and quite a bit of practice into setting up the car and just driving it and everything, because this is a really unforgiving car. So you basically have to be on it at all times. And if you're on it, it's really good fun. But if you don't, then the car just kills you instantly. So I'm really happy with our pace. We did take two unnecessary tire stops. Imperial did a really good job at strategy, and they were able to triple stint the tires, which we should have done during the night because we overestimated how much tire wear was going to be happening to the tires on these Cup cars. Normally they're pretty susceptible to wear, but apparently during the night not so much. So I was very happy with our pace, and it was really cool to actually be able to be the last car finishing on the lead lap. That usually doesn't happen here.
Yeah, gave you a lot of time, I think, to really soak that in, no doubt. You guys racing the open class, there's no actual official championship for that one. Do you have eyes set on maybe jumping over to one of the others next season and going for the big prize?
Maybe we'll think about it. I have a lot of stuff coming up with like school and everything else, so I don't know if I'm going to have time to run in the Team Racing Series or any of the PCA Sim Racing Series, but they're a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this just as a fun one-off, and I'll probably be back for more.
We'll be glad to see you anytime that you're able to come back. Sad that we weren't able to get Michael Koholik. We understand he's unable to be here for the post-race interviews. Did he give you any special messages he wanted to send?
Yeah, so he'd like to thank his mom and Brian, the guys back at Geodesic, Alpine Stars, GSI, GoPro, Wave Italy, SimLab, and Omologato. And he'd also like to thank me for running it as a joint team and for me hosting all the practice sessions. And I personally want to give a big thanks to Full Send and all the support they give, as well as my mom and dad for all the support they give as well. The entire PCA for putting this on. I really appreciate the amount of hard work and just everything that goes into making all these different series, from like the Zone Series to the Summer Fun Series to this Team Racing Series to the Pro versus Pro Series and pretty much everything else. It's grown so much since the start of 2019, back when there were only like 30 people running.
Yeah, we've loved seeing the growth as well. It's been a joy to behold, and especially the incredible talent such as yourself that's come in. Well done, Michael, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much. And I would also like to thank Operation Motorsports as well for putting on this event as well. They're a really great charity, and I'm happy to support such a great cause.
Yeah, we can't thank them enough either. We can't thank you, our viewers, and those who donated enough, because $11,500 put together over 6 hours. Fantastic. And I'm sure that will go to help a lot of happy veterans. We'll see you next time for PCA Pro GT3 at 9:45 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, August 25th, live here on Podium Esports. Thank you so much to our sponsor, Porsche Exchange, and a big thank you to the steering committee at PCA Sim Racing, as well as a huge thanks to our team tonight, DJ, Rachel, Taylor, Brian, Cameron, and Dougie. Also, none of this is possible without those behind the scenes at Podium Esports, Ryan Bauer, Gary Sexton, and John Theodore. Thank you so much for watching today's broadcast of PCA Sim Racing presented by Porsche Exchange. I'm Joe Peak, and I'll see you on the track.